Chapter 45-56. In the battle, the middle-aged martial artist was at a disadvantage. He was hoping that Tianhua jellyfish would come and help him after killing Ling Xiao. But now, it seemed like his hopes were dashed. Tianhua jellyfish had completely entered the battle mode of the beast race. His appearance was getting more and more different from a human. His speed and strength increased crazily. He could only hold on bitterly, but the injuries on his body were increasing. Who can come and help me? At this moment, Tianhua jellyfish screamed in fear. A 9th-level shattered core martial artist who was fighting with Donghuang Yu immediately rushed over. However, he didn't realize that he was also in the range of the holy ground. Qi. A sword pierced through the martial artist's body. Ling Xiao took out Death Withering. The martial artist's body quickly withered and turned into a pile of soil, disappearing completely. You should have just obediently fought with your opponent. Why did you have to come and die? After Ling Xiao killed the martial artist, he put away Death Withering. He didn't want to use it to deal with Tianhua jellyfish. Otherwise, Tianhua jellyfish would die too quickly. It wouldn't be able to help him fully experience the effects of the holy ground demonic shadow. Master, why did you steal my kill? Donghuang Yu pouted. It's my fault. Ling Xiao smiled and walked towards Tianhua jellyfish. Damn it, Ling Xiao, you're too arrogant. Originally, this treasure was given to me by my father to use when I was dying. But now, I'll use it to deal with you. Tianhua jellyfish was in despair. But after despair, he became ferocious. He had no other choice. He didn't expect that he would be forced into a dead end so quickly. He had to use something that he had no choice but to use. He suddenly crushed a talisman in his hand. Suddenly, the entire holy ground seemed to be covered by lightning. Countless lightning bolts crazily fell down. Not only that, but Tianhua jellyfish's body also had a layer of violent protection. Violent lightning purgatory talisman. What a pity. This talisman can only be used 3 times. One time, I have to use it to deal with a scoundrel like you. Originally, when Tianhua jellyfish discovered the Shadow King, he decided to keep this talisman to deal with the Shadow King. But now, his life was in danger, and he had no choice but to go crazy. Endless wild lightning chased after Ling Xiao and struck down unceasingly. Even Jinhu and Donghuang Yu were affected. Fortunately, the two of them had defensive monarch weapons, so they were barely able to hold on. However, the situation was suddenly reversed. The middle-aged man secretly cursed. If you have such a powerful thing, why didn't you use it earlier? Why did you have to wait until you were in despair? How hateful. Although he said that, he did not want to waste this opportunity. In the Wild Thunder Purgatory, he began to chase after the Sword Tiger. In any case, this lightning seemed to have the consciousness of the jellyfish Skyflower and could actively avoid teammates. The other 3 also attacked Donghuang Yu from all sides. The situation was very dangerous. Originally, I wanted to play with you, but now, I must kill you. Ling Xiao's expression suddenly turned gloomy and cold. If this continued, he wasn't afraid, but Jinhu and Donghuang Yu would definitely be in danger. Ha ha ha, you think you can kill me? This Wild Thunder Purgatory can attack and defend. How are you going to kill me? I'm afraid you won't even be able to break through this defensive layer formed by the Wild Thunder. Although he was laughing, Tianhua jellyfish's heart was filled with fear. This Ling Xiao was actually not afraid of the Wild Thunder Purgatory. That ghostly figure, even the lightning couldn't catch up to him. What kind of terrifying fellow was this? I have to try. Suddenly, the shadows of 10 giant beasts appeared behind Ling Xiao. With the blood-drilling heavenly rat as the leader, they crazily pounced towards Skyflower. 12 Divine Beasts Technique, 10th level. This 10th level was the most terrifying martial skill that Ling Xiao could currently use. In terms of pure attack power, even the Void-Shattering Finger and Universal Divine Fist were inferior to it. Sensing the terrifying aura coming at him, Skyflower was so scared that he kept retreating. He clearly knew that he had the protection of the Wild Thunder Purgatory and shouldn't be afraid of Ling Xiao's attack. But knowing was just a moment. Feeling was another matter. That terrifying aura made him feel extremely terrified. He could even feel that he was about to die. Boom. The terrifying blood-drilling, heavenly rat finally collided with Skyflower. However, the dark blue lightning barrier actually managed to completely block this attack. In the end, it collapsed. Huh. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao, did you see that? It's useless. This should be your most powerful attack. But it's still useless. It can't hurt me. Skyflower finally reacted, and the fear on his face turned into ecstasy. Clearly, the defensive power of the Wild Thunder Purgatory was beyond her expectations. So strong. As expected, it's not working. This talisman is probably at least an Emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns. Try that move. Ling Xiao ignored Skyflower's words. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly emitted a strange black luster. Above his head, a black lotus throne appeared. It was as black as ink, but it was filled with terrifying power. Skyflower's laughter came to an abrupt end. You can feel it too, right? This move is terrifying. I'm sorry, but this is also a holy level secret technique. Sigh, a person is too strong. There's really nothing I can do. Ling Xiao looked at the jellyfish Tianhua and laughed mockingly. At that moment, Skyflower Jellyfish was terrified. His entire body was trembling, and even his soul seemed to be kneeling down. Run. This was his most direct and simple thought at this moment. Even when Ling Xiao had the upper hand just now, he had never thought of running away, because he still had a way to deal with it. But now, at this moment, he was completely at his wits' end. Boom. On top of the Black Lotus throne, a devil Buddha actually appeared. It was clearly a Buddha, but it emitted a terrifying demonic aura. It was like a Buddha that had entered the demonic realm. That cold gaze stared at Skyflower. It made Tianhua Jellyfish feel like a lowly ant in this world. The difference between them was too great. He wanted to escape, but his legs couldn't move. His soul could no longer control his body. Black Lotus Treasure Light, Devil Buddha Immeasurable. Ling Xiao's mouth emitted a cold and murderous aura. No. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill me. The deep-sea dragon realm will not let you go. These were the last words left by Skyflower. In the next moment, the Devil Buddha's shadow crashed into Skyflower's body. His body was clearly intact, but he was no longer moving. His body was alive, but his soul was dead. Even the Wild Thunder Purgatory could not block this attack at all. The moment Skyflower died, the Wild Thunder Purgatory also came to an abrupt end. The martial artists of the deep-sea dragon realm looked at the motionless corpse in horror. Run! Run! The middle-aged martial artist cried out in alarm. He did not know what treasure he used, but he actually tore open a crack in space. Then he drilled in. He disappeared. Even Ling Xiao was a little surprised by this scene. But thinking about it carefully, this person had stayed in the death world for a long time. In order to survive, he would definitely have a magic treasure on him. It was not strange. Chapter 45-57. I must get the treasures on him. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that the man would tell others what happened here. It would be better if he did, lest some ungrateful fellows came to cause trouble. After all, no one liked to provoke the strong. The middle-aged man escaped, and the jellyfish Tianhua died in battle. The remaining 3 deep-sea dragon field martial artists were scared out of their wits. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest desire to fight. They turned around and fled. Unfortunately, they didn't have the middle-aged man's treasure. So, the result of fleeing was that they died even more miserably. Dong Huang Yu killed one. Jianhu killed another. Ling Xiao killed another. So far, only the middle-aged man escaped from the 12 deep-sea dragon field martial artists. The rest were all killed. Of course, some were killed by the Shadow King, and some were killed by the Battle Alliance. That guy is called Guiyu. If he escaped, he would definitely inform the strongest person in the deep-sea dragon field. For example, that sea lion hero. Jianhu frowned. During the battle just now, he learned the middle-aged man's name. It doesn't matter. There are only 2 people left in the deep-sea dragon field. They won't be able to do anything. The most important thing now is to find Little Gold and Cold Plum. After the 5 of us gather, we won't be afraid of anyone. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Now, these teams that entered the world of death weren't a threat to him. The biggest threat came from the undead race. He killed the Shadow King, and this matter would definitely be known by the undead race. At that time, it would be troublesome. The Shadow King was only one of the 13 undead kings. He had to be careful. Aya, that's not the main point. Dong Huangyu suddenly said. Then what's the main point? Ling Xiao and Jianhu asked doubtfully. The main point is that Master is so strong. I thought that Jianhu would be the first to finish the battle. I didn't expect it to be Master. Master, the last 2 moves you used were too cool. Is it really a saint-level cultivation technique? Dong Huangyu said excitedly. Of course it's a saint-level cultivation technique. Ling Xiao nodded and said, don't talk about Master. Your strength's increase is also shocking enough. Now, your cultivation has caught up with me. What's the point? Dong Huangyu sighed. Even if my cultivation base surpasses Master's, my combat prowess is still far inferior to yours. As she spoke, she even made a face. But Master, this disciple will definitely work hard to not embarrass you. Jianhu sighed inwardly. A big monster and a little monster. Why don't you consider my feelings? Roar. Right at this moment, a beast roar was heard. It turned out that the battle just now was too intense, and it had attracted many Dead Souls beasts. They had all surrounded this place. There was even a ghoul among them. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the undead demonic beasts. These undead demonic beasts didn't have any intelligence. They were even more stupid than the demonic beasts outside, as if they were real walking corpses. Therefore, he was easy to deal with. If he really couldn't win, he could just run away. However, ghouls were very troublesome. These guys had intelligence. It might even attract more undead spirits. Suddenly, the dead spirit demon beasts that had surrounded them actually fled one after another, leaving only those corpse ghosts behind. Ling Xiao realized that something was wrong. He secretly put the Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman that he had snatched from Tianhua Jellyfish into his storage ring. This Wild Thunder Purgatory Talisman still had 2 uses left. It could still come in handy at critical moments. He naturally also took Tianhua Jellyfish's Ghost Head Trident. It wouldn't be useful for now. However, he protected Jianhu and Dong Huangyu behind him and looked coldly in a direction. Standing there was also a ghoul. However, its body was bigger than the other ghouls. He was wearing exquisite clothes, but no matter how beautiful his clothes were, his skinny, skeleton-like body made him look ugly. However, Ling Xiao didn't laugh at it, because this guy's strength might be even stronger than the Shadow King. Although it was still at the first level of the Divine Physique echelon, its aura was indeed stronger than the Shadow King's. Could it be another one of the 13 Dead Spirit Kings? One of the 13 Dead Spirit Kings, the Corpse Ghost King. Jianhu felt his body trembling violently. He wanted to control it. However, his body was completely out of his control. He said the other party's name with a trembling voice. As expected, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Could it be that the Dead Spirit race found out that he killed the Shadow King so quickly? Although he knew that paper couldn't hide the truth, it was too fast. Master, it's so scary. Dong Huangyu felt that her blood was about to freeze, and she couldn't use her true origin. This terrifying guy. The difference between a half-step Divine Physique echelon and a real Divine Physique echelon was too big. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. The other party hadn't made a move yet, but just that terrifying aura made them feel as if they were about to die. Boom. Ling Xiao directly released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. This time, it didn't just merge into the body. It was directly released outside. The terrifying aura scared the ghouls and forced them to retreat. Even the Corpse Ghost King's expression changed drastically. Who are you? The Corpse Ghost King murmured. It was unknown whether it was a question or because it was confused. Who are you? Ling Xiao asked. Even if you are the Corpse Ghost King, you are obviously enslaved by the Dead Spirit race. Have you forgotten everything that happened in the past? Shut up. The Corpse Ghost King roared. He would often wake up in his sleep because he would often see people he didn't know. However, when he saw these people, he would feel very warm and comfortable, as if they were his family. However, he thought that this was his distracting thoughts, his inner demon, so he didn't allow others to mention it. What are you afraid of? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Are you afraid of knowing about your past? Are you afraid of knowing how you became like this? I told you not to talk. Didn't you hear me? Go to hell. The corpse ghost king was obviously angry. He suddenly exploded and charged toward Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile. Chi. Black Lotus Demon Venerable appeared behind the corpse ghost king and stabbed his sword into the corpse ghost king's body. The corpse ghost king turned pale with fright and turned to flee. He could feel that the person who ambushed him was a divine physique echelon expert. Once he was injured, he would be at a disadvantage. At that time, he would probably be in trouble. Seeing the corpse ghost king escape, the ghouls also dispersed. Once again, the place fell silent. Let's go. Although it was quiet for the time being, Ling Xiao didn't want to stay here for long, because he knew very well that danger could appear at any time. If the corpse ghost king was injured, he might even find other dead spirit kings for help. He only hoped that the seed he left in the corpse ghost king's heart could take root and sprout. Once that happened, the corpse ghost king would become an ally. The three of them flew through the air and soon disappeared into the distance. At this time, the corpse ghost king appeared again. He was injured and didn't dare to return to the corpse ghost city. In the dead spirit race, if anyone became weak, it meant that they were in extreme danger. If he went back, he would probably be skinned alive by his subordinates and replaced. Chapter 45-58. The Ghost Corpse King's mind was in a mess. After meeting Ling Xiao, some scenes kept appearing in his mind. How could he know that while Ling Xiao was talking, he used the demonic eye to strengthen his consciousness and memories? Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't sure if the Ghost Corpse King could recover. This was just a gamble. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already 10 miles away. The Death Soul Mountain was huge, and it wasn't easy to find Xiao Jin. Instead of Xiao Jin, he met Lang Qingqing from the Heaven's Sacred Land. Lang Qingqing was one of the half-step divine physique echelon geniuses. If it was before, Ling Xiao might be afraid of her. But now, he didn't put Lang Qingqing in his eyes at all. Even Jinhu and Dong Huang could exchange blows with Lang Qingqing. Lang Qingqing was alone, and she seemed to be injured. Beauty, do you want to team up? Ling Xiao smiled. Ling Xiao. Lang Qingqing looked at Ling Xiao with complicated emotions in her eyes. She didn't care about this person before, but now, she had to ask him for help. It was really humiliating, but she had no choice. She was besieged by the bastards from the abyss and was poisoned. If she couldn't get treatment in time, it would be a big problem. Can you save me? Lang Qingqing looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Why not try? Looking at you, you must have met people from the abyss. Moreover, he had been poisoned by the most vicious zombie poison. If he didn't receive treatment within 3 hours, he would die. If you can't get treatment in 3 hours, your body will be completely controlled by the corpse poison, and you'll become a walking corpse. Ling Xiao smiled. He was a person who took advantage of others' difficulties. Lang Qingqing was poisoned. As long as he took advantage of this, he could make Lang Qingqing fight for him temporarily. Who wouldn't like to have another free fighter? It was better than having another enemy. You'd better not think of tricking me, or I'll let you suffer the most painful torture in the world. Lang Qingqing said coldly. Is this girl an idiot? Dong Huangyu smiled. She actually doesn't understand the current situation. If Master wants to kill her, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. If Master wants to torture her, no one would be able to stop him. Where did she get the courage to threaten you, Master? Lang Qingqing's face instantly turned ugly. She had heard of this guy called Ling Xiao. He had always done things his own way, and he would never be afraid of her just because she was a cultivator from the Heaven Holy Land. Beauty, don't be afraid. I have a condition for saving you. Ling Xiao smiled. The three of us are weak, so we can only run away when we see something. It's really miserable. If I save you, will you protect the three of us? That's all? Lang Qingqing asked. Do you want me to add a point? Ling Xiao said. No, that's it. Don't worry, as long as you save me, I'll definitely ensure that the three of you don't die. Over my dead body, Lang Qingqing said seriously. I'll naturally believe your words. Ling Xiao took out an antidote pill and passed it to Lang Qingqing. Consume it. This is an antidote pill that I concocted myself. Basically, It can expel any kind of poison. Lang Qingqing took the pill and hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still swallowed it. Sigh. Another pitiful woman has been played by Master. Dong Huangyu sighed in her heart. It's really effective, and it actually has such a miraculous effect. Could it be that you are an alchemist? After Lang Qingqing consumed the antidote pill, she discovered that the corpse poison in her body was rapidly receding. In an instant, she returned to normal. I'm not only an alchemist, but I'm also an alchemy grandmaster. So, you won't be at a disadvantage if you team up with me. The only thing that the three of us lack is combat prowess. Ling Xiao looked at Lang Qingqing and said, Let's go. Lang Qingqing nodded and suddenly said, Where are we going? Ling Xiao started. Earlier, I discovered a cave, and there was clearly the aura of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures inside. However, the cave was guarded by a huge dead spirit spider, and it wasn't easy to enter. I was also injured because of this. Now, with the help of the three of you, especially an alchemist like you, as long as you can provide me with assistance, that dead spirit spider can be dealt with. Lang Qingqing said. Along the way, Lang Qingqing had taken the initiative to solve all the problems that they had encountered. Ling Xiao and the other two were very relaxed as they followed behind. At the same time, they could also conserve their combat prowess. Brother Ling, what are you up to now? Jinhu asked. It's nothing. I can sense the smell of the eternal fruit on this woman. She should have seen the eternal fruit before. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice. Follow her, and we might be able to find the eternal fruit. I see. Jinhu couldn't help but admire Ling Yun. What kind of nose did Brother Ling have? He could even smell the smell of the eternal fruit? In fact, Ling Xiao was just casually beating around the bush. The aura of the eternal fruit had been discovered by a Yuan venerate. But no matter what, they might be able to find the eternal fruit by following this woman. Once they found it, Cold Plum's combat prowess could be completely unleashed. Cold Plum was definitely a divine body realm expert. Once she unleashed her combat prowess, their Battle Alliance team's chances of survival in the world of dead souls would be greatly increased. There was no doubt about this. Just as the two of them were talking, Lang Qingqing suddenly stopped in front. In front, more than 10 figures were fighting. What they were fighting was a huge dead spirit spider. This terrifying dead spirit spider's defense was like a meteorite from outer space. When the attacks landed on its body, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. There were even sparks flying continuously. And the strongest of the martial artists fighting this dead spirit spider was a half-step divine body realm. Ling Xiao even recognized it. It was Hundred Worm, whom he had seen before. He could see that there were already a few corpses on the ground. However, they seemed to be neutral martial artists. Be careful. This dead spirit spider's strength has reached half-step divine body realm. Its spider silk contains a strange poison. Don't let it touch you. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. The one who shouted was Hundred Worm. She didn't look good right now. She didn't look as calm as before. It was really troublesome to deal with such a huge monster. Apart from Hundred Worm, who was a half-step divine body realm expert, there was another expert wearing the deep sea dragon realm clothes. He was also a half-step divine body realm expert. That person is Sea Lion Hero, right? Ling Xiao guessed. He had basically killed all the martial artists in the deep sea dragon realm. The only ones left in the world of dead souls were Sea Lion Hero and Ghost Fish. This person obviously wasn't Ghost Fish. Yeah. Lang Qingqing nodded. She wasn't surprised. After all, Sea Lion Hero was very strong. It was normal for Ling Xiao to recognize him. 2 half-step divine body realm martial artists and a group of core fragmentation realm martial artists surrounded the dead spirit spider, but they couldn't gain the upper hand. Ling Xiao and the others approached at a steady pace. The main reason was that they didn't want to be discovered. Although those guys couldn't take down the dead spirit spider, they could weaken its strength. This was, of course, very beneficial to them. Ling Xiao also wanted to know what was in the cave behind the dead spirit spider. Could it be the eternal fruit? Or perhaps it was some other treasure. But no matter what it was worth a try. Chapter 45-59. Ling Xiao was planning to take advantage of the situation, but 100 Bugs was no fool. She had already set up bugs nearby. Although they didn't notice them at first, they finally noticed them after a while. Ling Xiao, Jinhu, and Dong Huangyu didn't attract their attention at all. They didn't even take a second look at them. However, Lang Qingqing's appearance gave them a headache. They had just plotted against Lang Qingqing and joined forces with the dead spirit spider to injure her. Lang Qingqing's arrival wasn't a good thing for them. Everyone, stop! Lang Qingqing is here. 100 Bugs called out, and everyone retreated from the battlefield. The dead spirit spider didn't chase after them, but guarded the cave behind it, not giving anyone a chance to enter. It's you. 100 Bugs calmed down and realized that Ling Xiao's aura was very similar to the martial artist who killed the Abyss's demon region. Although she hadn't seen Ling Xiao's appearance, she remembered Ling Xiao's aura. Instantly, her eyes were filled with killing intent. If Lang Qingqing wasn't standing with Ling Xiao, the people from the Abyss's demon region would have already attacked. This Lang Qingqing seems to be pretty awesome. Ling Xiao smiled. Looking at 100 Bugs and Sea Lion's vigilance towards Lang Qingqing, he knew that he had bet on the right person. Those people all placed their attention on Lang Qingqing and almost completely ignored him. Even 100 Bugs only looked at him with hatred before turning his gaze to Lang Qingqing. They were all half-step divine physique echelon, but there was still a gap in strength. Moreover, the gap wasn't small. Lang Qingqing's strength was probably in the top 5 among all half-step divine physique echelon experts. Only Yu Qian, Zilin, and Little Gold could win against her. The others couldn't say that they could win. After all, other than cultivation, a person's strength also depended on martial arts techniques, treasures, battle techniques, and so on. You two didn't expect this, right? I, Lang Qingqing, am so lucky to be back. Lang Qingqing looked at 100 Bugs and Sea Lion coldly. Miss Lang, as the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't we join forces to deal with those necro spiders? No matter if it's us or you alone, it's impossible for us to kill or drive the undead spider away. 100 Bugs smiled. This suggestion was also a helpless move. Although there would be one more person to share the spoils of war, they still had to get the spoils of war first. What's more, once the plan of the 9 Serenities demon realm succeeded, even if they gave Lang Qingqing what they wanted, it would still be theirs in the end. Lang Qingqing's face was gloomy, as if she was considering something. Sea Lion also said, Miss Lang, it was indeed our fault that we joined forces to attack you. But if we bear this grudge and kill each other, I'm afraid no one will be able to get away with it. If they cooperated, both sides would benefit, but if they fought, both sides would lose. There were many treasures in the cave. Other than some natural treasures, there were also the eggs of the dead spirit spiders. I'm sure you've heard that the death spirit spider's eggs can be used to refine the death spirit pill. After consuming it, one would be able to resist the invasion of the death aura. In the world of souls, it was a key treasure. If you can't resist the aura of death, you won't be able to obtain many things. As expected, after hearing this, Lang Qingqing was obviously a little tempted. How did you know all this? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Lang Qingqing heard this and thought, yeah, since we can't enter the cave, how did 100 Bugs and the others know about the situation inside? 100 Bugs glanced at Ling Xiao and didn't answer because he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. I'm asking you a question, Lang Qingqing said. 100 Bugs was stunned for a moment, guessing the relationship between Lang Qingqing and Ling Xiao. Why did Lang Qingqing care so much about Ling Xiao's words? Of course it's because of my little darlings. 100 Bugs smiled evilly. A few little bugs appeared between his fingers, which made Dong Huangyu's hair stand on end. Although it wasn't impossible to control bugs, it was very uncomfortable to raise bugs in one's body. Ling Xiao didn't feel anything and continued to ask, other than the eggs, what else is there? Don't tell me you don't know. This is related to the distribution of the herbs later. 100 Bugs' expression didn't look good, but in order to cooperate with Lang Qingqing, he gritted his teeth and said, Frost Dragon Grass, Permethod Demon Flower, Nine Tails Longevity Grass. As an alchemist, Bai Chang's words moved him quite a bit. Although these 3 herbs couldn't be compared to the eternal fruit, they were indeed rare treasures. Even a divine physique realm martial artist would similarly rush over like a flock of ducks. Frost Dragon Grass. This kind of herb grew in a cold place and was baptized by the extreme yin qi. It would take about 1,000 years to grow, so it was extremely precious. The effect of frost dragon grass was also very good. If one cultivated the frost true origin, it would definitely greatly increase one's strength. Even if one didn't, it could greatly increase one's resistance to the cold. Perimetha demon flower. Like frost dragon grass, it was extremely rare. It could greatly increase the cultivation of demonic martial artists. Ling Xiao was also a little excited. If this Perimetha demon flower was used by Black Lotus Demon Venerable, it might increase his strength by another step. As for the Nine Tails longevity grass, it wasn't inferior to the other two herbs. As long as one ate it, one's lifespan would be extended by 50 years. Lifespan was too important to a martial artist. Even if a first transition martial artist had a lifespan of 300 years, many of them were already nearing the end of their lifespan. With this, one could extend their lifespan by 50 years. As long as one's cultivation made a breakthrough within these 50 years and entered the second transition, their lifespan would increase by another 200 years. Although the dead spirit spider didn't have intelligence, its intuition was quite good. It actually chose such a good place. To be able to grow such a heavenly treasure, it must be a place with extremely abundant spiritual qi. The dead spirit spider definitely wanted to cultivate here, so it definitely wouldn't let others take it away. It was no wonder that it would defend it to death. I have a suggestion. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, "Let's work together to deal with the dead spirit spider. As long as we enter the cave, the treasures will be taken by the capable ones. How about that?" "Good idea," Lang Qingqing said. "We agree." 100 Worms and Sea Lion Hero found it funny. With Ling Xiao's strength, he actually wanted to compete with them for the treasures. Moreover, 100 Worms had already used the worms to find out the location of the treasures. After entering, they would definitely be able to find it immediately. How could Ling Xiao and Lang Qingqing compare to them? Dong Huangyu and Sword Tiger looked at each other and smiled. They all knew that Ling Xiao wanted to obtain all of the treasures. What a greedy guy. No matter if it was Lang Qingqing or the other two, if they underestimated Ling Xiao, they would probably open their eyes wide. Therefore, the cooperation was reached. 9 Underworld Devil Domain, Deep Sea Dragon Domain, Heaven Sacred Ground, Battle Alliance's team, and another neutral team. They reached an agreement to work together. The neutral team was basically cannon fodder. Chapter 4560. The strength of 100 Bugs was fully displayed in this battle against the dead spirit spiders. She waved her hand. A black whirlpool appeared behind her, and 2 huge black centipedes appeared from the whirlpool. The centipede's strength had reached the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. The 2 centipedes were 7 to 8 meters long, and their bodies were 1 meter thick. Their gigantic bodies displayed their incomparably powerful strength. Most importantly, the centipedes were poisonous, and they were not afraid of the dead spirit spider's death aura. They were really strong. "Master, this woman is quite strong." Dong Huangyu smiled. "Yeah, she actually has 2 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm 10,000 poisonous centipedes. Her strength is not to be underestimated." Ling Xiao smiled, not taking it to heart. Although the other party was strong, she was not as strong as him. Of course, she was not weak among the half-step divine physique echelon experts. The Sea Lion Hero's fighting style was different from Bai Gu's. Like most members of the Sea Tribe, he was good at using water-type martial arts. He kept throwing huge water blades from afar. They were sharp and violent. This was another way to deal with the dead spirit spider, which was to attack from afar. After all, the dead spirit spider would not leave the entrance of the cave. Lang Qingqing was stronger than the 2 of them. She held a silver sword in her hand, which was shining with holy light. The shadow of a Knight of Light appeared behind her. It was said that when the Sacred Dynasty unified the mystic world, there was a strong force called the Church of Light. The Church of Light almost overturned the rule of the Sacred Dynasty, although no one knew why it was destroyed later on. But it left an indelible mark in history. The powerful Knight of Light was one of the marks on this mark. The Knight of Light wore silver armor and rode on a silver holy dragon, which was very cool. This made Lang Qingqing's combat strength very strong. She looked like a goddess of light. She stabbed with her sword, and holy light fell. The dead spirit spider showed a frightened expression. Baigu and the sea lion hero did not look good either. They had fought with Lang Qingqing before, but because it was a sneak attack, Lang Qingqing did not have time to release her martial soul. Now that she released her martial soul, her combat strength increased exponentially. The two of them were shocked. Lang Qingqing is indeed a genius of the heaven's sacred ground. Her radiant sword art had fused with the radiant knight martial soul, and its power was so great. I'm afraid a 9th level core shattering stage martial artist would be instantly killed by her in one move. 100 Bugs exclaimed inwardly. Sigh. I'm afraid we've still underestimated this woman's strength. I'm afraid she's practically invincible among those below the divine physique echelon. Even Yu Chun, Zilin, and Prince Jin may not be her match. The sea lion hero was also terrified. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was extremely lucky to have been able to injure Lang Qingqing. Not being able to kill her was extremely bad. Just one Lang Qingqing was enough to make the people of the 9 Serenities Devil Zone not dare to resist. Even with the help of the Sea Lion King, it wouldn't work. Ling Xiao smiled. He had to re-evaluate this woman's strength. After all, the woman's sword was merely an emperor weapon without any dragon inscriptions. Clearly, her terrifying attack power did not rely on her weapon. However, it was impossible for such a person to not have an outstanding monarch weapon. Therefore, this should not be her full strength. Master, should we make a move? Dong Huangyu smiled. Don't rush. In any case, they don't think much of our combat power. Ling Xiao shook his head. It was not that he did not want to help, but that someone looked down on him and did not want his help. He might as well stay and watch the show. At the same time, the rest of the martial artists had already started to attack. Most of the martial artists were unable to get close to the death spirit spider and could only attack from a distance. However, when their attacks landed on the death spirit spider, it was like they were just scratching an itch. The only thing they could do was perhaps to deplete the death spirit spider's physical strength and demonic power. However, they would not be safe from such a battle. Not only could the death spirit spider attack at close range, but it was also good at releasing terrifying poisonous silk. Martial artists below the 6th stage of the Shattered Core realm would basically die upon contact. Martial artists above the 6th stage of the Shattered Core realm would also be severely injured and die after a long time. However, with Lang Qingqing's help, their battle became much easier. Especially since Lang Qingqing was the only martial artist who could leave a wound on the death spirit spider. The sea lion found the wound and continuously shot out water blades, causing the wound to be unable to heal and become bigger and bigger. Everyone saw a glimmer of hope. The sea lion's water-type true energy entered the death spirit spider's body through the wound and started to destroy the insides of the death spirit spider. Although the destruction was minimal, it was fine as long as it was effective. The death spirit spider's defense is extremely strong, and its recovery ability is terrifying. If Lang Qingqing did not join in, I'm afraid those people would not have any results even if they were exhausted to death. However, if there are no accidents in the battle now, we should be able to win. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Jinhu, get ready. You just have to attack later. In their eyes, you and I are only at the 1st stage of the Shattered Core realm. We're far inferior to you. Understood. If it was before, Sword Tiger would definitely not be convinced by Ling Xiao's command. However, it was different now. Sword Tiger was completely obedient to Ling Xiao, just like how he was loyal to Little Gold. It was not only because Ling Xiao and Little Gold were best friends. More importantly, Ling Xiao's strength was so powerful that it was suffocating. There was no harm in following such a powerhouse. Moreover, if it were not for Ling Xiao, he would have died in the hands of the Shadow King. How could he have a breakthrough in strength? Let's do it. After a while, Ling Xiao waved at Sword Tiger. Attacking now would cause the most damage to the Death Spirit Spider, because the Death Spirit Spider was almost destroyed. Beast Tooth Fist. Boom. Boom. Sword Tiger suddenly joined the battle. Moreover, it was close combat. He wildly threw out dozens of punches. Every punch would cause the Death Spirit Spider unbearable pain. Every punch would leave a clear wound on the Death Spirit Spider's body. His attack power was actually on par with Lang Qingqing's. This was because Sword Tiger's breakthrough was thanks to the Holy Necromancy Water. The Holy Necromancy Water changed the attribute of his true origin, causing his attack power to be even more terrifying. This guy is actually a half-step divine physique echelon expert. I underestimated him. Lang Qingqing was stunned. She originally thought that Ling Xiao had to rely on her to survive in the world of souls. She thought that she had inadvertently gained 3 burdens. His heart was filled with discomfort. If Ling Xiao did not save her life, she really did not want to bring these 3 people along. However, now that she saw Sword Tiger's strength, she was really dumbfounded. So he is the one who is second only to the Golden Prince in the Battle Alliance's team. 100 Worms also frowned, because he felt that the possibility of killing Ling Xiao was even lower. There were originally 3 half-step divine physique echelon experts, but now there were 4 half-step divine physique echelon experts. They had a crushing effect on the Death Spirit Spider. The Death Spirit Spider was obviously on the verge of dying. After the shock, everyone's morale was even higher. After more than 10 minutes, the Death Spirit Spider's legs were completely cut off. Its body was also filled with bloody gullies. Chapter 45-61. Hold on, it won't last much longer. Keep it up. Seeing the dead spirit spider struggling on the verge of death, everyone became more and more excited. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, frowned. The closer it was to the end, the bigger the change. These demonic beasts could easily fight back at the very end. Sword Tiger, come back. All of a sudden, he shouted. Sword Tiger didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. Right at this moment, the Death Spirit Spider actually exploded. Most of the martial artists in the vicinity were injured. Quite a few core fragmentation realm martial artists had died. 100 Worms' 2 centipedes were directly blown to pieces. Fortunately, the centipedes blocked the attack for him. Otherwise, he would be the one injured. However, a cultivator beside him was completely smashed into smithereens. The dead spirit spider was really a terrifying creature. Its counterattack before death was indeed powerful. While everyone was still shocked by the dead spirit spider's counterattack, Ling Xiao had already rushed out. He directly took the dead spirit spider's demonic beast core in his hand. Although the dead spirit spider had many treasures on it, the demonic beast crystal core was the best. The dead spirit black goat could absorb the dead spirit beast's demonic beast core or demonic beast core. Thus, it could increase Ling Xiao's cultivation. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao threw the demonic beast core into the dead spirit black goat's shadow behind him. He felt the power in his sea of cultivation increase by 10%. As expected of a half-step divine physique echelon dead spirit beast, the harvest was really good. Bastard, you didn't do anything. What right do you have to take the best thing? 100 Worm was the first to be dissatisfied. Didn't Sword Tiger take action? Moreover, his and Lang Qingqing's contribution points must be first. Is there anything wrong with me taking this thing? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Sword Tiger naturally wouldn't refute him. Lang Qingqing was a warrior of the Heaven Holy Land, so she hated creatures like the dead spirit beast. Thus, she didn't say anything. After all, Ling Xiao had saved her life. She was willing to do him a favor. 100 Worms opened his mouth, looked at Jian Hu and Lang Qingqing, and forcefully swallowed his anger. He had no other choice. Regardless of whether it was Jian Hu or Lang Qingqing, he had no confidence in defeating them. Even if he felt extremely stifled, he could only endure it. Most importantly, what Ling Xiao said was not without reason. Even those neutral martial artists had nothing to say. You guys take your time chatting. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Then, he leaped into the cave. What a bunch of idiots. How could they still have the time to argue about who the dead spirit spider belonged to? The treasures in the cave were the real good stuff. Jian Hu and Dong Huangyu immediately followed. Lang Qingqing was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly chased after him. Let's go. We can't let him take the initiative. 100 Bugs was anxious. He didn't care about the other things, but he had to get those 3 treasures and the spider egg. The 5 people from the demon zone of the 9 serenities flashed into the room. Don't bother about that trash. Let's go straight to the 4 best items. 100 bugs was very clear. Those low-grade treasures, he didn't care about them at all. Even if he didn't take them now, he could take them later. Although there weren't any powerful demonic creatures in the cave, there were still immature dead spirit spiders. There were also some that had reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for those neutral martial artists to snatch the treasures away. In the end, the treasures would still belong to the demon zone of the 9 serenities. However, everyone, including Lang Qingqing, had obviously underestimated Ling Xiao's speed. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. In an instant, the shadow of the ancient holy ground covered the entire cave. Ling Xiao only needed to move a few times to get the 4 treasures he wanted. Ha ha ha, everyone take your time. I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao's voice resounded in the void. The shadow of the holy ground disappeared. At the same time, his figure also disappeared. Jinhu, Dong Huangyu, and Lang Qingqing also disappeared together with him. Lang Qingqing was directly taken away. Ling Xiao still had to rely on Lang Qingqing to find the eternal fruit. Although the 4 treasures in the cave were already extremely precious, they couldn't be compared to the eternal fruit. Moreover, what he needed the most now was the eternal fruit. After all, he needed it to save Cold Plum. That place is not bad. Let's go in and rest for a while. I'll also refine some pills while I'm at it. Not long later, Ling Xiao saw the ruins of a building. The surrounding undead demonic beasts seemed to be a little afraid of this building. They were all lingering outside but didn't dare to enter. If he refined pills here, he wouldn't be afraid of being disturbed by the undead demonic beasts. Even the Corpse Ghost King and the others wouldn't be able to enter. Thinking of this, the black smoke rolled. He also brought Lang Qingqing in. Lang Qingqing was dumbfounded from the beginning to the end. Ling Xiao was actually so powerful that he could easily subdue her. What did this mean? It meant that she, the people of the 9 underworlds, and the sea lion were all played by this fellow. Master, there seems to be people inside, and there are quite a few of them. Dong Huangyu suddenly said. Master naturally sensed it. There seems to be a few teams, but this is just right. The majority of the teams naturally know more than us. Let's go and play with them. Ling Xiao chuckled and continued flying over. Lang Qingqing thought to herself, this fellow most probably wants to scam people again. This building looked like the ruins of a coliseum. Although many of the buildings inside had been destroyed, the outer walls were still intact. It was unknown who built it. It shouldn't be the undead race, right? Things built by the undead race wouldn't be guarded against the undead race. Ling Xiao saw with his own eyes that as long as the undead race and undead demonic beasts approached the building, they would be completely destroyed by a burst of lightning. Speak clearly, what exactly happened just now? After landing, Lang Qingqing asked angrily. Nothing, we just relied on our own ability to seize the treasures. This is also what you all agreed to. Is it wrong? Ling Xiao smiled lightly. Lang Qingqing wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, Ling Xiao indeed didn't violate the rules in this matter. But no matter how she thought about it, she felt stifled. She, Lang Qingqing, was actually played by Ling Xiao. No matter what, from now on, we will go our separate ways. You go your way, and I will go mine. Lang Qingqing said angrily. How can there be such an easy thing in this world? You said that you would protect me. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, Don't you forget, it was me who saved your life. Do you think you can stop me? Lang Qingqing said, Stopping you is a small matter, but I don't like to force others. Since you don't want to fulfill your promise, then I will let you return to your previous state. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would be protective of the fairer sex, and Lang Qingqing was not someone to him. Since he saved Lang Qingqing's life, then Lang Qingqing must repay his kindness. This was a fair trade. Lang Qingqing also agreed. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lang Qingqing was furious, but if they fought, she really didn't have the strength to defeat Ling Xiao and the other 2. One-sword tiger was enough for her to deal with. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4562. Lang Qingqing's head drooped as she accepted her fate. Ling Xiao had saved her. This was an indisputable fact. Unless you can get me the eternal fruit, This debt of saving my life will be written off. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Really? Although Lang Qingqing also hoped to get the eternal fruit, this thing was not as useful to her as the other three things. Saint Tier cultivation technique, Emperor artifact with 10 dragon patterns, 9 lightning body tempering pill. These three things were what she wanted the most. Ling Xiao could see that Lang Qingqing was unhappy. Instead of forcing her to stay by his side, he might as well let her help him find the eternal fruit. If he kept her by his side, she would be a lightning bomb that could explode at any time. If he let her go, she might be an outstanding scout. I will definitely get it for you. Goodbye. Lang Qingqing seemed to be impatient to escape. Following beside Ling Xiao, she felt like a puppet. Are you really letting her go? Dong Huangyu asked. I have already left a trace of divine sense on her. As long as she finds the eternal fruit again, I will know. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Master, you are really cunning. Dong Huangyu smiled. This is not called cunning, this is called wisdom. Ling Xiao smiled, and then focused on observing the surrounding situation. With the protection of a powerful formation, the ruins seemed to be very safe. However, the place that looked like a coliseum from the outside was actually very big. It was actually close to a city wall. Other than the coliseum, there was a large number of buildings nearby. It was obvious that a bitter battle had happened here a long time ago. Clearly, the array formation was not damaged, but many of the buildings inside had collapsed. One could see the withered bones that were crushed under the ruins. A scene appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. It was a somewhat cruel scene. It was very likely that this place was once a refuge, but for some reason, people started killing each other. In the end, no one survived. Finally, his gaze landed on the vast field of the Colosseum. There were many people gathered there. With a cursory glance, there were actually 8 teams. It was just that the number of people was not complete. However, there were at least 3 and at most 8. Because they were dressed differently, it was easy to distinguish them, so Ling Xiao recognized them at a glance. The 8 teams were gathered together as if they were looking at something. Ling Xiao's appearance attracted the attention of those people. They all turned their heads. Although Ling Xiao's strength was not good, his reputation was not small, especially in the battle with Xian Mu in the City of Adventure, where he even punched Wang Quan under the heavens. It left a deep impression on people. These people's gazes were very complicated. Some of them had joy in their eyes, while others had hatred in their eyes. There were also some who were cunning. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried for the time being. These 8 teams did not kill each other, so it was impossible for them to work together to deal with them. Only 3 people from the Battle Alliance's team came. Golden Prince and Kai Dai Saintus are not here. Could it be that they are in trouble? Perhaps it's because those 2 aren't here that they have to escape here. This place is a natural refuge. Sai, who would have thought that the dead spirit race, who had never taken the initiative to attack, would suddenly take the initiative. A few of my companions were killed by the Dream Demon King. My companions were killed by the Abomination King. Mine was the Banshee King. People suddenly brought up sad things again. If it was only the dead spirit race, they might not be afraid. However, there were 13 dead spirit kings, and all of them were at the divine body realm. They couldn't do anything at all. It was already very good that they could escape to this refuge. They looked at the Battle Alliance team, and Ling Xiao was also looking at them. There were a total of 8 teams, and 4 of them were neutral teams. 2 of them obviously hated Ling Xiao very much and suspected that they were martial artists from Yuhua Divine Sect. However, Ling Xiao did not take them seriously. These 2 teams had gathered 8 people. The strongest among them was the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. Ling Xiao did not even care about half-step divine body realm martial artists, let alone these people. The other 4 teams came from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. 5 from the Thunder Astral Realm, 6 from the Tempest Astral Realm, and 4 from the Raging Astral Realm. There was a half-step divine body realm martial artist in each of these astral realms. However, in terms of strength, they were not as strong as Lang Qingqing. They were similar to the jellyfish Tianhua that Ling Xiao killed. Of course, this was only on the surface and did not include Dharma treasures. Dharma treasures were very subversive. If a weak person had a powerful treasure in his hands, his strength could increase abruptly. The last team was from the Golden Heavens. There were also 8 people from the Golden Heavens. Bai Fan and Hei Feng, whom Ling Xiao knew, were in the team. There was another divine body realm martial artist whose name he did not know. Among these 8 people, other than Bai Fan and Hei Feng, the rest treated Ling Xiao quite well. After all, they were all martial artists from the Golden Heavens. They might even need Ling Xiao's help at a crucial moment. Bai Fan wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he was stopped by Hei Feng. Forget it. I told you not to start a conflict here. Moreover, you don't have a huge feud with him. It's just a small conflict. Hei Feng reminded him. Bai Fan clenched his teeth, looked at Jinhu, and gave up in the end. If he really wanted to fight, it could only be 1 against 3. The others would not help. Ling Xiao took the initiative to greet the martial artists from the Golden Heavens. After all, they were a family. He still had to have an attitude. After exchanging some pleasantries, Ling Xiao started to observe the martial artists from the other 3 realms. Thunder Astral Realm. Just as he imagined, everyone's body was blue. Their bodies were wrapped in strange lightning, especially one of them whose cultivation had reached the half-step divine body realm. There was actually a lightning halo behind his head. He seemed to be quite strong. The martial artists from the Tempest Astral Realm were all wrapped in thick clothes, only revealing a pair of eyes. But standing there, one could still feel a biting cold gust of true essence. The half-step divine body realm martial artist was a woman. Unfortunately, one could not see her face clearly. There were only 4 people from the Inferno Astral Realm gathered together. In contrast to the Thunder Astral Realm, everyone's skin was crimson red. Just by standing there, one could feel a burning sensation coming from them. The hair of the martial artist from the Inferno Astral Realm was also crimson red. The half-step divine body realm martial artist who led the group was also very strong. The other 3 were 9th-level Shattered Core Realm experts. There were rumors that other than the 1st-ranked Eternal Emperor region and the 2nd-ranked Heaven Sanctuary, the 3rd-ranked Heaven Sanctuary had never been recognized. Everyone was fighting for it. Some said it was the Savage Beast region, some said it was the Golden Heavens, and some said it was the Inferno Astral Realm. However, no matter what, being able to be ranked here already proved their strength. The overall strength of the Inferno Astral Realm was probably not weaker than the Golden Heavens or the Savage Beast region. Due to the difference in numbers, the Golden Heavens with 8 people was definitely the strongest at the moment. If Ling Xiao was included, it would be 9 people. Chapter 45-63. You must be the famous Ling Xiao. Nice to meet you. At this moment, a person walked out of the Raging Flame astral boundary and smiled at Ling Xiao. This person was the strongest person in the Raging Flame astral boundary. As for whether he was the leader or not, no one knew. After all, there were 10 people in the Raging Flame astral boundary, and these were only 4 of them. I'm not that famous, Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be so courteous. That person was stunned for a moment, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. However, it instantly turned into a smiling face. Good, Brother Ling is indeed a straightforward person. I'm Gu Yin. Your Battle Alliance team is the last team to enter the sanctuary. Since everyone is here to seek refuge, you need to follow the rules we set. You can't kill each other. Kill each other? Ling Xiao said indifferently. If others don't touch me, I won't. I'm not interested in following your rules. You treat this place as a sanctuary, but I treat it as a place to rest. Go do whatever you need to do. In fact, there was no need for the so-called rules to exist because they were meaningless. If someone wanted to kill someone, the rules of no agreements could not stop them at all. The rules were only made for honest people. If they could not be fair and restrict everyone, it would be a joke. Ling Xiao thought of himself as an honest person. At the very least, he would not break the rules easily. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't enter this circle of rules and create trouble for himself for no reason. After speaking, he turned around with Jinhu and Dong Huangyu, ready to wander around the ruins. Since this was a sanctuary, it was very likely that there were many treasures left behind. Of course, it was just a possibility. After all, many martial artists had searched the world of souls. Even if there were treasures, they would have been taken away. He just wanted to try his luck. After all, His Tai Chi eye had an incomparable advantage. Stop. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Following that, two groups of 16 people from Yuhua Divine Religion surrounded Ling Zhao's group of 3. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame us. The martial artist from Yuhua Divine sect sneered. Their mission in the world of souls was to kill Ling Xiao. It did not matter if they could not get any treasures. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, they would be rewarded by the sect leader. With just you? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. Jianhu, can you do it alone? Ling Xiao asked. No problem. Jianhu grinned. He didn't even bother to greet them and directly charged into the crowd. Although the 16 people from Yuhua Immortal Religion were not too weak, they were still quite strong. However, in front of the half-step divine physique echelon sword tiger, he was just like a helpless lamb. He had no power to resist at all. It was only for a moment. 18 corpses lay on the ground. Ling Xiao absorbed all the vital essence of these corpses. He felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by another 10%. How? Gu Yin frowned. Of course, it wasn't because Sword Tiger killed people, but because of Sword Tiger's strength. He was actually able to make him feel apprehensive. So what? I've said it before. You guys better not provoke me. Otherwise, I only have one rule. Whoever provokes me, I'll kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yin with disdain. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are thinking. Since I've accepted your rules, I have to do things for you. Haha, nice thinking. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Ling Xiao, aren't you a little too arrogant? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, you'll become more and more arrogant. Bai Fan said. He felt that this might be an opportunity. Now, the 3 from Battle Alliance had offended the other teams. If he made a move, he would be helping everyone vent their anger. Presumably, no one would stop him. In fact, there might even be people who would help him. My master doesn't need to do anything to deal with you. Dong Huangyu stood out and said indifferently, I'm enough to deal with a third-rate trash like you. Little girl, you'll lose your life if you talk nonsense. Bai Fan sneered. Gigolo, you'll lose your life if you talk nonsense. Dong Huangyu said with a smile. You're courting death. Bai Fan was annoyed. He directly attacked Dong Huangyu. Bai Fan's strength wasn't weak. He and Blackbeak were blood brothers. Their surname was Liu. However, they felt that their surname was embarrassing and removed it. Their martial spirits were Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. Both of them were extremely terrifying. If they were alone, Blackbeak's strength could be ranked in the top 10 in Golden City. But if the two of them worked together, they would be ranked in the top 5. This was why they were so terrifying. Bai Fan didn't show any mercy when he attacked Dong Huangyu. He directly released his White Impermanence martial spirit. A cold wind condensed in the air. A long chain shot out from his hands. The front end of the chain was a hammer. The hammer directly smashed towards Dong Huangyu's head. That little girl is dead for sure. Blackbeak sneered. He could see that Dong Huangyu was only at the first level of the Shattered Core Realm. She actually dared to fight with Bai Fan. She was really courting death. If Jinhu attacked, they would have a headache and wouldn't know how to deal with her. But since this little girl was courting death, she couldn't blame anyone else. However, he found it strange that Jinhu didn't have any intention of attacking. Did he really think that this little girl was Bai Fan's match? On the other side, Gu Yin from the Raging Flame Astral Boundary sneered. There was no need for him to instigate, and someone was already standing up for him. Hee, there were really many idiots in this world. When that little girl was killed, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to survive either. What could Jinhu do by himself? However, at the next moment, they all revealed a look of shock. Bai Fan's soul-chasing hammer stopped 3 meters away from Dong Huangyu. It collided with a light wall. It was difficult to advance even an inch. 9 Revolution Gourd. Bai Fan revealed a look of shock. Ling Xiao, you're actually willing to give a treasure like the 9 Revolution Gourd to someone else. You're really a fool. That's an Emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns. An Emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns. Hearing this, almost everyone looked at Dong Huangyu. They revealed a look of greed. No wonder this little girl dared to fight with Bai Fan. She actually had such a treasure on her. Humph. This 9 revolution gourd belongs to senior brother Huang Jinlan. Today, I'm going to take it back. Bai Fan snorted coldly and attacked again. In his opinion, a weak person wouldn't be able to unleash much power even if they had the 9 revolution gourd. Moreover, the soul-chasing chain in his hand was also an emperor artifact with 1 dragon pattern. Even if it wasn't as good as the 9 revolution gourd, it was more convenient to use. He didn't believe that he couldn't win. The others also thought so. They all felt that the 9 revolution gourd would be Bai Fan's. Chapter 45-64. Bai Fan thought that Dong Huangyu was only able to block his attack because of the 9 revolutions gourd. Hence, he didn't think much of it. Little girl, Ling Xiao is so nice to you. He must be your lover. Messing around with his disciple, Ling Xiao is really not a good person. Moreover, you are so pretty. It's a pity for you to be with trash like Ling Xiao. Why don't you be with me? Bai Fan laughed. He didn't care about Dong Huangyu and Ling Xiao at all. However, at the next moment, he suddenly screamed. In Dong Huangyu's heart, Ling Xiao was definitely a supreme existence. He was even more important than her parents. How could she not be angry when someone dared to insult Ling Xiao? The 9 revolutions gourd released a sword light and directly decapitated Bai Fan. To be honest, Bai Fan was only at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. He could fight against ordinary half-step divine, physique realm cultivators with some tricks. However, he was nothing in front of Dong Huangyu. Bai Fan's head spun on the ground. It gave He Feng a scare. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even though Dong Huangyu had an emperor artifact with 2 dragon patterns, she was still a terrifying existence to be able to decapitate Bai Fan in 1 move. Dong Huangyu looked at Bai Fan coldly and said, "I will spare your life for my master's sake. If you weren't from the Golden Gold domain, you would have died from that attack." Bai Fan was seriously injured now. It was impossible for him to counterattack. Hence, Dong Huangyu was very calm. However, He Feng wasn't calm anymore. "You decapitated my brother. How can I let you do that? Kill." It was almost the same soul-chasing chain. However, the head of He Feng's chain was a sharp blade. It wasn't a hammer. The sharp soul-chasing chain seemed to have come from hell and aimed at Dong Huangyu's throat. He Feng was the same as Bai Fan. He wanted Dong Huangyu's life the moment he attacked. This time, even the 9 revolutions gourd won't be able to save her. Gu Yin sneered in his heart. That's right. Bai Fan is only at the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm while He Feng is at the half-step Divine Physique Realm. The disparity was huge, so naturally, the disparity in their attacks was also huge. Prince Jin is not here. That Ling Xiao is too arrogant. Someone at the side echoed. However, right at this moment, an afterimage actually dashed out, directly sending Black Peak's soul-chasing chain flying. 2 big men bullying a little girl. Aren't you ashamed? The one who attacked was Sword Tiger. Jinhu, you're from the Savage Beast region. Don't get involved in my Golden Sky region's matters. Blackbeak frowned. You're wrong. You're attacking a member of our battle alliance. Jinhu sneered. Stubborn dog, do you really think that I, Blackpeak, am afraid of you? Blackpeak was annoyed. He raised his hand and the black impermanence behind him released dozens of soul-chasing chains. They surrounded the Sword Tiger. You're just a 9th level Shattered Core martial artist. Do you really think you're so great? Facing Blackpeak's attack, Sword Tiger's eyes flashed with a sharp red light. Suddenly, his entire body was enveloped in the shadow of a huge tiger. The claws tore through the void. Those dozens of soul-chasing chains broke inch by inch. Who told you that I'm a 9th level Shattered Core martial artist? Sword Tiger laughed in disdain. Blackbeak, you're no longer my match now. Beast Fong Fist Tiger. As he spoke, he dashed out and already pounced towards Blackbeak. Blackbeak was too shocked, so he was stunned for a moment. This momentary daze could be fatal. In a battle between experts, daring to be stunned was really courting death. Have mercy. The captain of the Golden Sky region attacked. This person was dressed in silver armor and had a rather handsome appearance. He held a long spear in his hand and released the Spear King martial soul behind him. This Spear King was a great spear user in the history of the Golden Sky region. The Spear King passed down in the Golden City started from him. It could be said that he was the first-generation Spear King. It was unknown how powerful his strength was now, but to be able to inherit his martial soul, this person was definitely a direct blood relative of the Spear King. His name was Bai Yinzilong. Silver Dragon's strength and status were higher than Patriarch Crimson Flame. Among the younger generation of the Golden City, he could probably be ranked in the top 5. This time, he was able to lead the martial artists of the Golden Sky region into the world of dead souls because he was strong enough. Amir Blackbeak was simply as laughable as a child in front of him. Although they were both half-step divine body realms, the gap between them was huge. Ling Xiao had heard Xiao Jin introduce this silver dragon before. Xiao Jin had investigated all the information about these experts, so it was very clear. What the silver dragon cultivated was their ancestral supreme spear technique, the silver dragon spear technique. The name didn't sound that flashy, but this silver dragon spear technique was very likely a saint-level martial technique. In addition, this guy definitely had a lot of powerful monarch weapons on him. Perhaps he also had a secret divine ability. To judge a person's strength, one really couldn't simply judge their surface strength. Otherwise, one would definitely be at a disadvantage. There were as many as billions of disciples in the Golden Sky region. Like Huang Jinlan, the Silver Dragon was a genius standing at the top. Although their strength might not be the top, their talent definitely was. Such a person's will must be very firm. At this moment, the Silver Dragon made his move and blocked Jianhu. He didn't use a spear, but his arm was like a long spear. He forced Jianhu to retreat more than 10 steps and spit out blood. They were both half-step divine body realms, but the gap between them was so huge. Looks like I have to reevaluate Lang Qingqing's strength. Even though the Silver Dragon isn't as strong as Lang Qingqing, he's still so terrifying. If Lang Qingqing really goes berserk, I'm afraid Jianhu won't be able to stop her. Ling Xiao looked at the Silver Dragon, but he was thinking about another person. Of course, these geniuses didn't have a fixed strength. If they performed well, the Silver Dragon could also kill Lang Qingqing. The so-called strength was just an estimation. Senior Silver Dragon, what do you mean? Ling Xiao held Jianhu, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Nothing, I just don't want to make things difficult for you. The Silver Dragon said indifferently, you have to go to the Golden City in the end. If Jianhu kills Heifeng, this debt will still be on your head. Heifeng and Bai Fan's master isn't someone easy to deal with. He won't let you off. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Silver Dragon. But what if I insist on killing them? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. If Jianhu wasn't injured, he might not have made a move. But now, he had to get back at them for Jianhu. Then I can only stop you. The Silver Dragon said indifferently, after all, I'm the captain of the Golden Sky region's team. Although I haven't found the other two, I have to be responsible for my team members. What a strong sense of responsibility. Unfortunately, I'm also the captain of the Battle Alliance's team. You should pay the price for injuring my team members. Ling Xiao sneered. He had always been a person who did things his own way, and he was never afraid of offending others. Chapter 45-65. You want to fight with me? Bayin Zilong was surprised. In his impression, Ling Xiao should be the weakest person in the Battle Alliance's team. Was he looking down on him, or was he looking for death? However, seeing that Jianhu and Dong Huangyu did not stop Ling Xiao, Bayin Zilong seemed to realize something. This person might not be easy to deal with, but he didn't look that strong on the surface. You're right, Ling Xiao said indifferently. I want to fight with you to seek justice for Jianhu. Don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, we're both disciples of the Golden Celestial region. I'll give you some face. Interesting. Bayin Zilong sneered. His strength was definitely in the top 5 in the Golden Palace. Now, a martial artist who had yet to enter the Golden City wanted to challenge him. This was really very interesting. I accept your challenge. If I'm injured in the battle, I won't hold a grudge. As Bayin Zilong spoke, his body emitted silver light and a martial soul appeared behind him. It was a martial artist in silver armor who held a long spear. He stood there, looking awe-inspiring. At that moment, he was like a peerless long spear that could poke a hole in the heavens and earth. The violent spear intent swept across the area. The surrounding cultivators all moved aside, leaving the battlefield within a 1-kilometer radius to Ling Xiao and Bai Yinzilong. What is Ling Xiao thinking? Why is he provoking Bai Yinzilong? The martial artists of the Raging Flame Astral region were confused. He's just an arrogant guy. Let's just watch the show. Although Gu Yin said so, he was not relaxed at all. Facing Bai Yinzilong's powerful aura, he had to step back. However, Ling Xiao stood 10 meters away from Bai Yinzilong and had no intention to step back. Ling Xiao entered the Black Goat Necromancer Beast Soul transformation state, a ferocious form. His terrifying aura made him extremely frightening at this moment. No one dared to look down on him anymore. When they looked at him, they revealed a look of fear. How can this guy's aura be so terrifying? He's only at the first level of the Shattered Core Realm. It's incomprehensible. The most shocked person was still Bai Fan. His head was now back on his head, but his body was still weak. Seeing Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he only had one thought, and that was that he was glad that he had not fought with Ling Xiao before. Donghuang Yu only chopped off his head, but if it was Ling Xiao instead, his head would most probably have already been chopped off. It was his life. After all, Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He even dared to challenge the Silver Dragon. Wouldn't killing him be as easy as flipping one's hand? Don't worry. If we join forces, we can still defeat him. Moreover, he can't possibly be a match for Senior Brother Silver. Blackpeak said, I hope so. Bai Fan smiled bitterly. Offending a terrifying person was a very depressing thing. Fight! Suddenly, the two of them charged forward. They crashed into each other crazily. For a time, the entire ground cracked rapidly. The martial artists were horrified to discover that the distance they had retreated was far from enough. The destructive power of the battle between these two fellows was simply too shocking. A black silhouette and a white silhouette. They kept colliding in the sky and on the ground. Every time they collided, it would inevitably cause the space to distort and collapse. At the beginning, the two of them were testing each other's trump cards, so they did not use their killing moves. At the moment, they should be evenly matched. The Silver Dragon's physical strength was much weaker than Ling Xiao's, but his spear technique was exquisite, so Ling Xiao could not really touch him every time. Basically, he was competing with the long spear. The Silver Dragon's spear technique was a real saint-level martial arts technique. Ling Xiao could barely compete with him with the divine demon black tortoise body with 5 dragon patterns. During the battle, Ling Xiao found something interesting. Although the space was constantly being distorted and torn apart, the buildings in the shelter were very sturdy. No matter how terrifying the impact kept crashing, they did not move at all. How sturdy must they be? But such a sturdy place actually had a lot of ruins. It could be seen how powerful the martial artists in the shelter were. It was definitely not something that Ling Xiao and the rest could compare to. Perhaps they were the experts of the eternal desert. Ling Xiao, your strength really makes me look at you differently. With the cultivation of the first stage of the Shattered Core Realm, you can actually unleash the combat power of a half-step divine body realm expert. Your talent is enviable and enviable. Actually, the Golden City should have taken you in long ago, but I'm afraid it's too late now. Other than martial artists of the King Realm and above, I'm afraid no one is qualified to guide you. The Silver Dragon became more and more shocked as the battle went on. No matter how sharp his spear technique was, he could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. This was simply unimaginable. One should know that his Silver Dragon spear technique had already caused many half-step divine body realm martial artists to suffer. Otherwise, Gu Yin and the rest would not be afraid of him. You're not simple either. The Spear King martial soul is really powerful. No wonder you're one of the top 5 experts in the Golden City. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Bai Fan and Hei Feng's faces turned even uglier. Ling Xiao was fighting with the Silver Dragon, and he could still laugh. Could it be that this guy had not unleashed his full strength yet? Be careful. Take this. Spear King Resurrection. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon's spear trembled as he finally unleashed his strongest ultimate technique. When this technique was unleashed, it was as if the Spear King had been resurrected. The huge figure held the spear shadow and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. Before the spear arrived, The terrifying spear energy had already caused Ling Xiao to feel pain. Even his clothes were pierced through. Good spear technique. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Void-shattering finger. Ling Xiao pointed his finger. The current void-shattering finger already had the power of a first-level sacred realm cultivation technique. Void-shattering finger was originally a magical martial technique. Its power would continuously increase as Ling Xiao's strength increased. Boom! The finger energy and spear energy clashed in the air. Then, it exploded. Once again, the two of them were evenly matched. Terrifying. That guy's finger is so powerful that it's suffocating. Gu Yan's body was fighting. It was really unimaginable. If that finger had hit him, what would the result be? It's time to end this. Up until now, he had fought with the Silver Dragon for close to 100 rounds. Ling Xiao was completely aware of this guy's strength. The Silver Dragon's strength was only slightly weaker than Xiao Jin's. If he performed well, it was not impossible to defeat Xiao Jin. If Xiao Jin wanted to win against him, he would have to use all of his strength to do so. As for Jinhu and Dong Huangyu, they were not even close. The Silver Dragon could defeat both of them in one move. The gap was really a little too big. Hearing Ling Xiao say that it was over, the Silver Dragon was still a little puzzled. However, at the next moment, the Black Lotus treasure light appeared. A demonic Buddha appeared out of thin air. Above Ling Xiao's head, he clasped his hands together and chanted. Hearing that voice, the Silver Dragon immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. He lost. The Silver Dragon looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Chapter 4566. The reason why the White Silver Sun Dragon was shocked was because of this. Not because of this result, but because of Ling Xiao's strength. Actually, he realized during the battle that Ling Xiao didn't use all his strength, although he also held back. But a loss was a loss. There was nothing to say about it. I didn't expect to lose. Junior brother Ling's strength is really admirable. Looks like I've been too arrogant all these years. I don't know that there's always someone better than me. What I see is only a small part of the sky. The White Silver Sun Dragon didn't get angry because of his injury or failure. On the contrary, he thanked Ling Xiao for letting him see the sky that he couldn't see. Maybe it was an illusion, but Ling Xiao actually felt that the White Silver Sun Dragon was closer to the divine body realm in that instant. His entire aura seemed to have undergone a huge change. Senior brother is indeed one of the top 5 in the City of Gold. No, from the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem for you to be in the top 3. And you can break through to the divine body realm at any time, right? Ling Xiao also said with a smile. The White Silver Sun Dragon nodded and didn't hide it, because this battle gave him an epiphany. His cultivation breakthrough was already a matter of course. The only thing he lacked was maturity. Junior brother Ling, don't trust anyone easily, especially in a place like this. Everyone wants to get treasures, so the fewer people there are, the higher the chances of getting treasures. Do you understand? After saying that, the White Silver Sun Dragon left with the people from the Gold Skies region. No matter how displeased by Fan and Black Peak were, they could only hold it in. After witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and the White Silver Sun Dragon, if Bai Fan went to look for trouble with Ling Xiao again, he would be courting death. The White Silver Sun Dragon seemed to want to leave the shelter. Ling Xiao also reminded, the Corpse Ghost King is nearby. Everyone, be careful. He felt that the White Silver Sun Dragon was a good person, so he just reminded them. Thank you. At the same time, the Gold Skies region team had already disappeared at the end of the ruins. Brother Ling, how was it? Sword Tiger looked at Ling Xiao and asked. This White Silver Sun Dragon is indeed very strong. I've basically done my best. Moreover, his current strength was even more terrifying. He had probably reached the level of Yu Qian, Zilin, and Little Gold. Even Lang Qingqing might not be able to compare to him. Ling Xiao knew what Jianhu was asking, so he answered with a smile. Basically, he had already given it his all. He didn't even use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, the Cosmic Light Godly Fist, or the Black Lotus Demon Master. He was still far from using his full strength. Let's go. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the others. He believed that the strength displayed by the 3 of them was enough to intimidate these people. As expected, when they left this time, no one dared to stop them. He found a secluded place. Ling Xiao began to refine the spider egg into a pill. After consuming such a pill, one would no longer be affected by the dead spirit qi during the battle with the dead spirit creatures. The effect was too great. Therefore, this thing was naturally the key. During the process of him concocting pills, Dong Huangyu and Jianhu were patrolling nearby. It wasn't just for the sake of the local martial artists. More importantly, it was for the local undead spirit race. The Corpse King from before was still a problem. Besides, only the Shadow King had died out of the 13 undead spirit kings. The rest were still alive. They were all potential dangers. He had to be careful. About an hour later, the pills were successfully concocted. There were a total of 50 pills. Ling Xiao gave Jianhu and Dong Huangyu one each and kept the rest in his storage ring. He didn't need this thing. Not only was the dead spirit qi not a threat to him, but it was also a kind of help that could help him achieve a breakthrough in his strength. After using up the spider egg, Ling Xiao began to use the frost dragon grass. As he had the frost divine dragon beast soul, he also had ice-type true origin in his body. Not only could the frost dragon grass increase his cultivation, but it could also temper his body. It increased the level of the frost divine dragon beast soul. Another 10 minutes passed. Ling Xiao's body released a strange cold aura. The energy in his cultivation increased by 20%, reaching 40%. His physical strength also increased, but it hadn't broken through yet. However, the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul had already advanced from the first level of the Divine Body Realm to the second level of the Divine Body Realm. In other words, when he used the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul special skill, its power was almost equivalent to a second-level Divine Body Realm attack. This would greatly increase Ling Xiao's combat power. As for the other treasure, the Demonic Hurricane Flower, he used it on the Black Lotus Demon Venerable. Although it didn't help the Black Lotus Demon Venerable break through, it did increase his strength greatly. His combat power was already at the top of the first level of the Divine Body Realm. As for the Nine Tails Longevity Grass, Ling Xiao kept it for the time being. He also cultivated it in the Mountain River world to see if he could cultivate a second pearl. He didn't need it for the time being anyway. He still had a long lifespan. Adding up his 2 lives, he was only 30 years old. With a lifespan of 300 years, he was probably still a baby. Right at this moment, a shrill scream was suddenly heard. Ling Xiao stood up abruptly and looked in the direction of the scream. It was the bestial battle arena from before. "What should we do, master?" Dong Huangyu asked. "Let's go and take a look." Ling Xiao wasn't a busybody, but he didn't like the unknown. He had to figure out why the scream was heard. The 3 of them hurried over. They arrived at the bestial battle arena. What's that? There weren't any corpses in the bestial battle arena. Instead, there was a sculpture in the middle of the bestial battle arena. The sculpture seemed to have come from underground. The ground below was cracked. The sculpture was in the shape of a human. It had a terrified expression. It seemed to be asking for help. Its facial expression was so lifelike as if it was real. This can't be a real person, right? Dong Huangyu frowned and reached out her hand. However, it felt more like a stone. It's not a real person. This place is really strange. Do you guys think there might be treasures below? Jinhu asked with a smile. I don't think so. Many martial artists have already come to this shelter, but they didn't find anything. The probability of a treasure appearing is very low. Dong Huangyu said, Master, what do you think? She turned her head and looked at Ling Xiao. However, she discovered that Ling Xiao's expression was very ugly. There's something underground? Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Dong Huangyu and Jianhu. Be careful. What? The 2 of them were so frightened that they shivered. No wonder there were screams. No wonder there were no corpses. Most probably, the corpses were dragged underground. At this moment, a group of martial artists just happened to walk over. It was a group of neutral martial artists. Don't come over, Ling Xiao shouted. Those people were stunned for a moment. The leader smiled and said, Did you guys discover a treasure? Don't take it all for yourself. Although they knew of Ling Xiao's strength, the temptation of a treasure was too great. Even if they lost their lives, they wanted to get it. Chapter 4567. Idiots. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to continue talking nonsense. He had already warned them, but they didn't listen. There was nothing he could do about it. In an instant, he put Jinhu and Dong Huangyu into the Dongshang Emperor ring. Then, he vigilantly observed the ground. He released cold air from his feet and froze the ground. This way, he might be able to prevent the monster underground from attacking. Pong! Suddenly, a huge vine stretched out from the ground and pierced through a cultivator's body. That cultivator's essence was instantly sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. F***CK. This is the legendary monster that can suck essence, right? Before Ling Xiao entered the world of souls, he had heard that there was a type of vine that could suck essence. He didn't expect to see it here. He observed the ground with his Tai Chi eye. This monster was extremely huge. Most likely, everything within a 1-mile radius was under its control. The core was actually a baby-like thing. The person in charge was livid, and his eyes were fierce. All the vines were released from his body. Oh no, it's the demonic infant king, Jinhu hurriedly said when he heard Ling Xiao describe the monster's appearance. This demonic infant king is much stronger than the Shadow King. Brother Ling, you have to be careful. Ling Xiao nodded. Although the demonic infant king was very strong, it probably wasn't stronger than the first level of the divine physique echelon. If he released the Black Lotus Demon Lord, he still had a chance of winning. At the very least, he wouldn't lose. This made him feel slightly relieved. However, the 8 people in the other team weren't so lucky. They let out terrified screams. Just now, they didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. However, when their companions died in front of them, they had no choice but to admit it. Although it was their first time entering the world of souls, they had seen many introductions about the world of souls. The 13 Death Spirit Kings were especially described. Without a doubt, this was the demonic infant king. Run! Run quickly! They screamed and ran away. However, they found that their legs were entangled by the vines. They couldn't break free at all. Save me! They hoped that Ling Xiao could save them. However, Ling Xiao was already struggling to protect himself. How could he dare to make a move? Besides, they had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. This mournful scream pierced through the silent sky. Logically speaking, the team that heard this sound should have quickly fled. But he didn't. Sometimes, people's curiosity was irresistible. The other teams were also heading towards them at lightning speed. They wanted to know the reason for the continuous screams. Ling Xiao watched the tragedy unfold before his eyes. The 8 of them were writhing and screaming in agony. Eventually, the voice faded away. All of them had turned into dried corpses. Under this situation, even a divine core warrior would be useless. His dantian would be completely sucked dry. After killing the 8 people, the demonic infant king finally tried to attack Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao released the Black Lotus Demon Lord. Black Lotus Demon Venerable was one of his corporeal bodies. Naturally, it would not be snatched away like the 9 underworld Great Devil King. The endless demonic fists slammed down, causing the ground to shatter. Many of the monster's vines were broken as well. The demonic infant king let out a miserable scream, then stopped moving. Of course, it wasn't dead. It was just afraid of the Black Lotus Demon Lord, so it stayed underground and refused to come out. No one knew what it was plotting. Ling Xiao looked down. The demonic infant king had disappeared. He estimated that they were about a mile away. With Ling Xiao's current vision, he could only see 1 mile away. He couldn't see anything further than that. Someone is coming. The Black Lotus Demon Lord sensed someone's aura. Ling Xiao quickly recalled it back. Then he released Dong Huangyu and Jianhu. He had a feeling that the demonic infant king's ghostly smile before it left was a trap. So terrifying, Master. This demonic infant king is even more terrifying than the Shadow King. I'm afraid all the warriors who entered the world of death this time, unless they can break through their shackles and reach the divine physique realm, they will all die. Dong Huangyu was terrified. It was a terrifying way to die. If her master wasn't here, she really didn't know what she would do. Jianhu also revealed a bitter smile. Then he started to worry about Little Gold. I wonder how young Master Gold is doing. Don't worry, Little Gold is fine. Although Ling Xiao didn't know where Xiao Jin was at this moment, He still had that kind of connection between brothers. At the very least, he could sense whether Little Gold was in danger or not. Just then, 4 teams appeared in front of them. The Thunder Astral Realm, the Inferno Astral Realm, the Tempest Astral Realm, and a neutral team had all arrived. At this moment, the corpses on the ground had already disappeared, leaving only a few pieces of clothes. One could imagine what had happened just now. Everyone immediately looked at Ling Xiao and the other two. With the strength that Ling Xiao and the other two had displayed, they definitely had the ability to kill without restraint here. Therefore, they suspected that the Battle Alliance team had killed the neutral team. Anyway, this wasn't the first time that Ling Xiao had done something like this. They didn't know where the Golden Firmament team was. Did they go out? Or were they still wandering around in the sanctuary? However, they still didn't appear. Or maybe, the Silver Dragon was a very calm person and realized that there would be danger, so he didn't let his team show up. Did you kill them? Gu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted as he asked coldly, Do you still need to ask? There are only 3 of them here. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? Before Ling Xiao could answer, another warrior from the Inferno Astral Realm insisted, No wonder they refused to follow our rules. It seems that they wanted to feed us one by one. The one who spoke was still from the Inferno Astral Realm. Everyone, listen up. If we don't join forces to kill these 3 people now, I'm afraid we'll all die. I'm afraid none of you are as strong as the 3 of them, right? The one who spoke was still Gu Yan. This guy was obviously instigating everyone. However, under such circumstances, the people from the Thunder Astral Realm and the Tempest Astral Realm were also a little tempted. They thought that they were no match for the Battle Alliance team alone. If they were really targeted by the Battle Alliance, they would be in trouble. Therefore, they also wanted to join forces. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yan's clumsy performance with sarcasm. He said coldly, I'll only say this once. We didn't kill them. If you really want to target us, come on then. I guarantee that you'll die more miserably than them. You're still so arrogant after killing them. The warriors from the Inferno Astral Realm hooted. In fact, it didn't matter whether these people were killed by Ling Xiao or not. The purpose of Gu Yan and the Inferno Astral Realm was to isolate the Battle Alliance team and then join forces to destroy them. This was better for them. Brother Ling, what happened? Can you tell us? The half-step Divine Body Realm warrior from the Thunder Astral Realm cupped his hands and asked. He didn't spend much time with Ling Xiao. However, he knew Ling Xiao's character. If he really killed them, he would definitely admit it, because Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who was afraid of trouble at all. All of you. Chapter 4568. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Ling Xiao reminded them. There's a monster underground. It's probably one of the 13 Death Spirit Kings, the demonic Infant King. His vines can penetrate human bodies and absorb their essence. The range is about 1 mile. You'd better watch your step, or it'll be troublesome. Thank you. The warriors from the Thunder Astral World were shocked and quickly left. They had heard about the 13 Death Spirit Kings. They knew what the demonic Infant King looked like. When Ling Xiao said it out loud, they basically believed him. Moreover, it was better to believe it than not to believe it. They'd better find a place to hide for a while. Fortunately, there were many buildings in the sanctuary and the ground was solid. The demonic Infant King shouldn't be able to penetrate it. Since the Thunder Astral Plane has left, let's leave as well. If it is the real demonic Infant King, then let's go. If we stay here, the demonic Infant King's target will be clearer. That's right. It's better to hide for a while. A monster that they hadn't seen was nearby. It could appear and kill them at any time. Anyone would have panicked if they were in his shoes. They might even be creeped out. Let's go too. Gu Yan saw that something was wrong. It was almost impossible for them to join forces to deal with the Battle Alliance. They could only leave first. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive if they were alone. The 3 teams from the 4 territories and 9 worlds had left. The neutral team didn't dare to stay any longer. However, they left with the warriors from the Raging Flame Astral World. It seemed that they were fooled by the other party. They didn't know how they would be played to death. Do you really believe what Ling Xiao said? Gu Yan asked as the 4 teams regrouped. I don't think he's lying. Anyway, The Thunder Astral World doesn't want to be enemies with the Battle Alliance. Moreover, the sanctuary isn't safe anymore. We're going to find a way out. After that, the leader of the Thunder Astral World left with the other warriors. Lei Fei really doesn't know what's good for him. Gu Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. It wasn't a good idea to be enemies right now, even though he really wanted to kill the Battle Alliance's team. However, that was only because Ling Xiao didn't give them any face. In addition, Ling Xiao and the others had displayed their combat prowess. It would definitely affect the competition for the treasures later on. It would be best if he could kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he wouldn't force it. After all, there wasn't any deep hatred between them. Gu Yan, tell us what to do. We'll listen to you. The martial artist from the Tempest Astral Plane and another neutral team said, right now, we're not sure if Ling Xiao is telling the truth, so let's hide first. Let's see if there really is a demonic infant king. This is a matter of life and death. Don't be careless. Guyan pondered for a moment before replying, all right. Everyone agreed. Then it's decided. We'll stay together. On the other side, Ling Xiao froze the ground nearby and began to study the sculpture. He originally thought that the sculpture was created by the demonic infant king. However, when the demonic infant king left, the statue was not taken away. The most interesting thing was that the sculpture contained a trace of the beast god's aura. Could it be the sun god or Yoshin's guidance? Ling Xiao felt a little strange. Hence, he sat down near the sculpture and prepared to sense the aura of the sculpture. As his soul power came into contact with the sculpture, then something amazing happened. In the void, a huge rooster appeared. The rooster stood in the sky. It was extremely majestic. There was a long object under its feet. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a flood dragon. Although the flood dragon wasn't a divine dragon, it still had the bloodline of a dragon. It was pressed to the ground by the rooster. In a few bites, it was pecked into several pieces and was eaten. Ling Xiao sensed that there was a drop of Yoshin's blood in the sculpture. He closed his eyes and began to focus on his cultivation. This thing could definitely raise his level by another level. As for how the sculpture appeared, Ling Xiao couldn't figure it out. Hence, he didn't think too much about it. No matter how it appeared, the blood of Yushin was real. On the other side, something terrifying happened in the raging flame astral plane. At a certain moment, someone came. Ling Xiao, why is it you? Gu Yan and the others sensed the existence of this person and instantly became nervous. However, that Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly attacked. He killed a member of the neutral team. Then, he turned around and fled. Damn it, what demonic infant king? It's all a lie. He's the one who attacked. Chase. Everyone was burning with anger and chased after Ling Xiao. At the same time, the Thunder Astral Planes team encountered the same thing. One of their teammates was killed. The one who attacked was Jianhu. When they arrived at the bestial battle arena, Ling Xiao had just finished his cultivation. The sculpture cracked and dried up. It gave Ling Xiao unbelievable strength. The energy in his cultivation increased to 100%. He only needed an opportunity to break through. His physical body strength had increased to a terrifying 6 dragon marks. The undying bird beast soul on the Yushin Divine Throne had also reached the second level of the Divine Physique echelon. Looking at the group of people chasing after him aggressively, Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. What happened? He asked. You're still pretending. You just killed a member of our team. This is something we all saw. People from the Tempest Astral Plane and the Raging Flame Astral Plane are all here. The neutral team's martial artist shouted angrily. What? Ling Xiao was also stunned. He had been cultivating here and didn't leave at all. How could he have killed someone? However, it didn't seem like they were lying. Ling Xiao, I'm so stupid. I actually believed you. In the end, one of my brothers died tragically. The Thunder Astral Plane won't let you off. Lei Fei from the Thunder Astral Plane roared angrily, still holding a corpse in his hands. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the demonic infant king's ghostly smile when he escaped. Damn it, this guy is so cunning. He actually provoked a vendetta between the teams. No wonder he didn't appear for so long. I don't think there's any demonic infant king. The previous team was probably killed by Ling Xiao and his team. What a hateful guy. These people were already hostile to the Battle Alliance team. Coupled with the demonic infant king's clever trick, all of a sudden, their hatred was raised to the extreme. If they thought about it carefully, they might be able to find a loophole. However, they weren't willing to. Because of anger, and also because this was their original goal. Gu Yin sneered. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. This time, your Battle Alliance team is finished. Are you done? Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked coldly at the group of idiots who were ready to denounce him. Although the demonic infant king was behind these people's backs. However, if they didn't have such thoughts, it was impossible for them not to use their brains. Chapter 4569. What do you mean? Lei Fei asked. I don't know what you saw, but ever since the three of us separated from you, we never left this place. You'd better open your eyes and see clearly. Are we the ones who killed you? What's more, killing is also for profit. What good will it do us to kill you? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Still want to quibble? Do you think we're all blind? The warriors of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary said indignantly, We trusted you too much before, so we were deceived by you. But this time, we won't be fooled again. Do whatever you want. Ling Xiao shrugged indifferently and said, If you're bent on courting death, what can I do? With his strength, even if these people joined forces, they would not be a match for him. It didn't matter if they misunderstood or not. There was no need for him to explain. Anyway, he had already said what he needed to say. If they didn't believe him, he wouldn't say anything. I think you have nothing to say. Attack. Gu Yin sneered and ordered everyone to attack Ling Xiao. However, what happened next was a little awkward. The warriors of the Thunder Astral Boundary didn't move. The warriors of the Tempest Astral Boundary didn't move either. The people of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary didn't move either. Instead, the idiots of the neutral team rushed over. Ling Xiao glanced at them with contempt. Dark Siphon. His body suddenly released several rays of blood-red light. Those people stopped abruptly when they were halfway up the road. Their bodies stiffened, and they fell to the ground. In an instant, they turned into dried corpses. They died the same way as the people killed by the demonic infant king. Ling Xiao had been cultivating for a long time and consumed a lot of energy. He could use this dark siphon to recover. You really killed them. Seeing the corpses, the people of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary screamed in horror. Ling Xiao showed a sarcastic smile. Yeah, I had a way to kill all of you, but I wanted to kill a few of you and then escape. I really don't mind the trouble. Ling Xiao joked. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the warriors of the Thunder Astral Boundary felt more and more strange. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao wanted to clear his name, so he shouldn't use this method of killing. But now he did. Moreover, the neutral team members of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary team didn't die in this way. What was going on? Although Lei Fei's strength was not the strongest in the Thunder Astral Boundary, he wasn't stupid. He finally realized that there was too much fishy going on here. Gu Yin, something's wrong. Lei Fei said to Gu Yin. What's wrong? You? His teammates were killed, yet he's still trying to absolve the murderer. Although Ling Xiao was very strong, as long as the Raging Flame Astral Boundary and the Tempest Astral Boundary joined hands, there would be no problem. Lei Fei, we want to avenge Junior Brother. The warriors of the Thunder Astral Boundary were persuaded by Gu Yin. They didn't want to listen to Lei Fei. They stood on Gu Yan's side. Ling Xiao looked at the farce calmly and found it hilarious. If these people knew that he had the Black Lotus Overlord, who was in the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon, would they still do this? Of course not. They dared to do this because they felt that Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough. Let's do it. Ling Xiao took a step forward. He needed an opportunity to raise his cultivation. Even if his opponents didn't want him to, he had to continue this battle. He didn't release Jinhu and Dong Huangyu. With the demonic infant king around, it would be dangerous to release them. It was better for them to stay in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring and make a move at a critical moment. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him. Come out. Ling Xiao suddenly threw a punch. The fist force hit a direction. Immediately, a figure dashed out from there. Judging by his aura, he was a beast god warrior. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. He looked at the person. He was dressed in black and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was considered young among the young people. However, his strength was terrifying. He had reached the first level of the divine physique echelon. This person wasn't from the undead clan, nor was he from the 4 regions or 9 worlds. He wasn't a neutral warrior either. Is he from the Beast God Alliance? Ling Xiao immediately thought of a possibility. Do the people from the Beast God Alliance always act so sneakily? Ling Xiao looked at the person coldly. The warriors of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, Storm Astral Boundary, and Thunder Astral Boundary also looked at the person. This was because they felt an aura that was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao's. An aura that was even more terrifying than a half-step divine physique echelon. I didn't expect that someone from the trashy patriarch society could see through me. I don't know if it's because I'm not strong enough, or if there's something special about you. But it doesn't matter. You're going to die soon anyway. The young man sneered. How could it be good for someone from the Beast God Alliance to appear here? It was obvious just thinking about it. Oh no, it's Tiger Soul from the Beast God Alliance. Gu Yin frowned. I heard that this guy reached the first level of the divine physique echelon at the age of 40. He's now in his early 50s and is a top expert below 100 years old. He's not inferior to people like Huang Jinlan and Wang Quan Tianming at all. Lei Fei's expression was also terrible. Gu Yin, now is not the time for internal strife. It's best if we work together to deal with this guy. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Haha, someone actually knows my name. Seems like I'm quite famous. Tiger Soul smiled and said, but so what? My mission this time is only to seize the treasures of the world of souls. However, it won't stop me from killing a few more Patriarch Society warriors. Tiger Soul's face was evil and cruel. It seemed like he was also a cruel and merciless person. Moreover, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye told him that Tiger Soul had a high-level beast god divine position. No wonder he was so powerful. However, compared to his primordial god divine position, the difference was too great. You want to kill us? A hint of mockery flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. The Beast God Alliance's warriors are not only sneaky, but they're also brainless idiots. Do you think you can kill us? Tiger Soul ignored Ling Xiao and looked at Gu Yin and the others instead. I really hate this guy called Ling Xiao. If you can kill him, I can let you live. Anyway, my mission is not to kill you, but to seize the treasures. If you don't interfere, you can live. This guy was really sinister. He actually thought of such a method to sow discord. Bullsh *T. How can we have internal strife? Lei Fei was the first to object. However, the others were silent. They could tell at a glance whether they had a higher chance of winning against Tiger Soul or Ling Xiao. Chapter 45-70. If we kill Ling Xiao, will you really let us go? Guyan asked. Although the people of the Beast Deities League have bad tempers, we still keep our word. Tiger Soul smiled. All right, if that's the case, we'll agree. Guyan weighed the pros and cons and felt that Tiger Soul was more difficult to deal with than Ling Xiao. Therefore, he decided to accept Tiger Soul's condition. You're really a tyrant. Ling Xiao looked at Guyan with disdain. A mere martial artist from the Beast Deities League can scare you like this. What a joke. Ling Xiao, don't pretend to be noble. If he asked you to kill us, you'd agree too. Guyan blushed and shouted sternly, haha, don't think of others as disgusting as you. Ling Xiao mocked. Didn't you see Lei Fei's choice? Humph. Guyan couldn't refute and stopped talking. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him. He looked at Lei Fei and said, you'd better persuade your people. If you can't take them away, I'll kill them too. I don't like to let my enemies go. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he said coldly, did you hear that? Don't mind what the Beast Deities League brat said. We're martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds after all. He just wants to see us make a fool of ourselves. Lei Fei said. Unfortunately, no one listened to Lei Fei. Brat, how dare you interrupt my plan? Die. Tiger Soul sneered and turned into a shadow, pouncing on Lei Fei. Lei Fei released lightning under his feet and chose to escape. But it was useless. He was already very fast, but Tiger Soul was even faster. In an instant, it was in front of Lei Fei. Its sharp claws scratched down. At that moment, it was obviously a partial beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao frowned. The claws were about to land on Lei Fei's dantian. He moved too. He attacked later, but reached first. His fist hit Tiger Soul's claws. However, this punch seemed to have landed on the body of an ancient giant beast. He was actually sent flying. He crashed into the ruins with Lei Fei. Both of them vomited blood. Hee hee, kid. You do have some strength. Although it was just a casual punch from me, you still have some strength. But for you to be able to block this punch is already very impressive. Tiger Soul was a little surprised that Ling Xiao had not been killed by his punch. However, his opponent was still too weak. He couldn't even withstand a normal punch. If he transformed into a beast soul, his opponent wouldn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, even if you block this punch, you still can't avoid death. Tiger Soul sneered. An ant is an ant at the end of the day. It's useless no matter how much you boast. He's really at the divine body realm. In that instant, I sensed the aura of a divine body realm cultivator. But aren't divine physique echelon cultivators prohibited from entering the world of souls? Guyan originally had some doubts about Tiger Soul's strength, but the punch from before convinced him without a doubt. Ling Xiao was an existence that could defeat the silver dragon. However, he could not block Tiger Soul's punch. Moreover, Tiger Soul did use divine essence energy during the fight and not true essence energy. If he wasn't at the divine body realm, then what was he? You're mistaken. It's not that divine body realm cultivators are prohibited from entering the world of souls. It's that cultivators over 100 years old are not allowed to enter. Ling Xiao got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, "Does the Beast Deities Alliance really want to make me, Ling Xiao, their enemy? I believe you've heard about Yuhua Divine Cult, right? So what if I've heard about it? Yuhua Divine Cult is just a dog of the Patriarch Society. How can they be compared to the Beast Deities Alliance?" Tiger Soul sneered. "You think too highly of yourself. You're just a laughable ant. It's not the Beast Deities Alliance's intention that I want to kill you. On the contrary, that Emo Jiao fellow has a good impression of you. He seems to want to rope you into the Beast Deities Alliance. However, you actually dared to not give me face. Moreover, you're such a piece of trash. What's the point of joining the Beast Deities Alliance? To do odd jobs? What a joke." Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed maniacally. "What are you laughing at?" Tiger Soul frowned. "What are you laughing at? Your tone right now is exactly the same as Yuhua Tianrui and Heavenly Demon Yuhua who I killed. I can even imagine your ending." A ruthless look flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. This Tiger Soul was clearly here to cause trouble for him. If he did not kill this grandson, Ling Xiao would not be able to take this lying down. A cold glint flashed through Tiger Soul's eyes. He suddenly looked at Guyan and asked, "Are you guys going to make a move or not?" If he made a move himself, he was worried that he would be surrounded. He knew very well that this godforsaken place was dangerous, so he would not be so foolish. The best plan was to let Ling Xiao and the others kill each other. Ding! Right then, a strange sound was heard. Everyone looked over in shock. It was Lei Fei who was holding an emperor weapon longsword with a dragon pattern and stabbing Ling Xiao's body. He stabbed the back of Gu Yan's dantian. "Lei Fei, well done." Gu Yan smiled. He knew all too well what kind of person this Lei Fei was. If he was truly shameless, in that case, Lei Fei was a hypocrite. "Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you?" Gu Yan laughed maniacally. He thought that Lei Fei had succeeded. However, Lei Fei's expression was filled with shock as if he had seen a ghost. Ghouls. The next moment, 6 ghouls suddenly appeared and grabbed Lei Fei's body. Because it was too sudden, Lei Fei did not have time to react. At this moment, he was still shocked that his sword did not pierce through Ling Xiao's body. This was an emperor weapon with a dragon pattern. "Let me go." Lei Fei was a half-step divine body realm cultivator. However, he was facing 8 8th stage core fragmentation realm ghouls at the same time. Once he was caught, it would not be easy to escape. He exploded 2 of the ghouls, but he was directly dismembered by the other 4 ghouls. That terrifying scene caused everyone's expression to change. Even Tiger Soul's expression did not look too good. Ling Xiao, you actually raised ghouls. How did you collude with the Dead Soul race? Gu Yin asked, trembling. If I said that the Dead Soul race is my slave, would you believe me? Ling Xiao laughed. Lei Fei was already torn to pieces by the ghouls while laughing. The attack before his death destroyed another 2 ghouls. Ling Xiao had paid the price of 4 ghouls to kill a half-step divine physique echelon martial artist. It was worth it. Anyway, he could summon ghouls again. However, he wanted to wait. Perhaps after his cultivation broke through, he could summon 9th stage core fragmentation realm puppets. There should be a limit to your jokes. You think you're worthy of the Dead Soul race working for you? Gu Yin said. Then why did you ask? You don't believe anything I say. Is there something wrong with your brain? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You. Good. Very good. Who would have thought that Lei Fei's scheming would actually kill him? Brothers, we have no way out. You've all seen Tiger Soul's strength. Only by killing Ling Xiao will we have a chance to survive. Gu Yin raised his hand and clenched it as he said provocatively. Chapter 4571. Do you think you can just watch from the sidelines? Ling Xiao looked at Tiger Soul in disdain. You're instigating us to kill each other while you watch from the sidelines. Dream on. So what? Tiger Soul said disdainfully. You're not my match after all. I'm watching because I'm strong. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled. In the next second, a black figure appeared behind Tiger Soul. The Cold East Victory demonic sword pierced Tiger Soul's body. Tiger Soul had been paying attention to the monster under his feet, so he was completely unprepared for this attack. His body was instantly pierced. He was so shocked that he hurriedly dashed out. However, the demonic aura in his body was already raging wildly. Who is it? Tiger Soul was terrified. He looked at the person who attacked him. Ling Xiao? What made him incomparably shocked was that the person who attacked him actually looked exactly the same as Ling Xiao other than the astonishing devil chi all over his body. A clone? The first thing that came to his mind was his clone. However, a clone shouldn't be so strong. What was going on? The people from the Raging Flame Astral Realm and the Tempest Astral Realm were also dumbfounded. The black-clothed Ling Xiao who suddenly appeared was so powerful that it made them feel suffocated. He was clearly a divine body realm expert. Could he be Ling Xiao's twin brother? Confusion and even more fear. Be asterisk starred. I don't care who you are. How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you today. Tiger Soul roared furiously, and he quickly transformed into a beast soul. It was the same as Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation, except that it wasn't as powerful. After all, it was just a high-level deity position. Even so, a beast god martial artist was still a beast god martial artist. If Demon Lord Ling Xiao hadn't injured him first, he might not have been his match. Even now, it was probably only a 50-50 chance. Tiger Soul and Demon Lord Ling Xiao soon engaged in a battle. Ling Xiao released Donghuang Yu and Sword Tiger. The 2 of you go and take care of the rest. I'll deal with the 2 half-step divine body realm martial artists. Ling Xiao said. Understood. The 2 of them rushed out. A total of 11 people from the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, the Tempest Astral Boundary, and the Thunder Astral Boundary began to fight. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao placed the 2 corpse ghosts outside. However, they didn't fight but were prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment, protecting Jinhu and Donghuang Yu from fatal attacks. Even now, Ling Xiao had not forgotten about the monster underground. The ferocious black goat necromancer transformed and attached itself to Ling Xiao's body. It was like an exquisite armor. It made him even more ferocious and powerful. His god-fiend black tortoise body had already reached 6 dragon patterns. Now, he had become even more powerful. After the transformation was complete, a terrifying aura of death was released. It was as if he had walked out from a mountain of corpses in hell. That aura made Gu Yin and the Tempest Astral Boundary's half-step divine body realm martial artist tremble. He didn't use a sword. Ling Xiao was prepared to hone his White Lotus scroll in battle. If one cultivated the White Lotus scroll to great completion, one would be able to condense the Supreme White Lotus. Supreme Divinity Ling Xiao, Demon Lord Ling Xiao, and his original body. Ling Xiao's strength did not increase little by little. A White Lotus platform appeared under his feet. In the sky, White Lotus petals fell one by one. It contrasted nicely with the Black Lotus. However, it was terrifying to the enemy. Come, I heard that the elemental astral boundary is good at elemental secret techniques. Today, I want to try. Although he said he wanted to try, he actually wanted to secretly learn it. He had cultivated elemental secret techniques before, and it was the Golden Divine Canon that taught him. Unfortunately, those were already outdated. Because they were relatively weak, he couldn't use them now. Now that he had the Black Lotus Demon Lord, not only could he cultivate demonic techniques, but he could also cultivate dark elemental secret techniques. When he had the White Lotus Demon Lord, he could also cultivate light elemental secret techniques. If he secretly learned them, his combat power would definitely increase. Gu Yin and Feng Yuan stood together. One of them was good at fire elemental secret techniques, while the other was good at wind elemental secret techniques. However, that wasn't all. Apart from what they were good at, they also cultivated other secret techniques. They could all come in handy at critical moments. Of course, talismans were not rare in the elemental astral boundary. Talismans used to seal secret techniques were very useful. In the distance, Demon Lord Ling Xiao was fighting Tiger Soul. Although they were far away, the sounds of battle could still be heard. Demon Lord Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao himself. Therefore, he could feel that this battle with Tiger Soul was a real hurdle. If he passed it, Demon Lord Ling Xiao's strength might rise to the second level of the Divine Physique echelon. If he lost, he would be embarrassed today. He wouldn't die. With his ability to escape, no one here was qualified to kill him. However, he didn't want to embarrass himself. He had to win. Sword Tiger and Donghuang Yu's battle had also started. Although there were many enemies, their combat power had reached the half-step Divine Physique echelon. The strongest among them was only at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. At most, they could only delay for a while. If there were no accidents, Sword Tiger and Donghuang Yu would definitely win. Right now, they should be more worried about the demonic infant king underground. Make your move. Are you afraid? Seeing that Gu Yin and Feng Yuan didn't make their move, Ling Xiao mocked them. Ling Xiao, you don't have to say such things. Since we're making our move today, we must kill you. Otherwise, we won't have any face left. Gu Yin snorted. Stop embarrassing yourselves. It's just the two of you. Do you still have any face left? Ling Xiao mocked them disdainfully. Gu Yin and Feng Yuan didn't say anything. Since they had already embarrassed themselves, it didn't matter anymore. Fire secret technique, Fire Giant. Guyan roared in anger. Flames suddenly burst out from behind him and soared into the sky. The flames gathered together. They formed a huge fire giant. It was 10 meters tall. Its whole body was burning with red flames, and its eyes shone with a scarlet light. Roar! As soon as it appeared, it waved its huge palm toward Ling Xiao. Wind secret technique, Tempest Dragon. Feng Yuan activated his secret technique almost at the same time. The wind blew, and a huge Tempest Dragon appeared in the sky, as if it was tearing the space apart. It drilled out from it and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Both of their secret techniques were extremely powerful. How else could it be said that secret techniques of the same level were more powerful than martial techniques of the same level? Secret techniques could mobilize the elements of heaven and earth. Generally, they were 20 to 30% more powerful than martial techniques of the same level. Some were even 1 or 2 times more powerful. Facing these two terrifying beasts, Ling Xiao felt that his body seemed to be trembling slightly. All the cells in his body seemed to feel fear. Once hit by this thing, even with his physical body, he would be injured. The demonic infant king had quietly appeared underground. He opened his eyes and stared at what was happening on the ground. The outsiders killing each other was the best thing for him. Fear. Ling Xiao smiled. If you're my Ling Xiao's cells, you shouldn't be afraid. As he said these words, Yi Zichen was stunned. The potential cells in his body swelled crazily again, swallowing those cells of fear. It made Ling Xiao stop trembling. Yes, the opponent's attack was indeed powerful. But so what? As long as he, Ling Xiao, had a stronger attack, it would be enough. Chapter 4572. It's useless even if two trash join hands. Facing Gu Yin and Feng Yun's joint attack. Actually, Ling Xiao was still under a lot of pressure. However, he had never been afraid of anything. It was precisely because of this fearless personality that he had. So, he could always improve his strength at the crucial moment. This wasn't a coincidence. The martial Tao itself was about cultivation and enlightenment. Willpower was also a very powerful force. It was just that many people didn't know how to use it. He's strong, but I'm stronger. He's arrogant, but I'm more arrogant. Facing the attack, Ling Xiao waved his fists and blasted out endless divine fist. The fist that was glowing with white light landed on the storm dragon and the fire giant. Suddenly, the two giant creatures couldn't move forward. Their bodies were riddled with holes. Ling Xiao could feel that during the battle, his godly power was surging crazily. It seemed that he was really suitable for this kind of battle method. The more intense and fierce the battle, the more he would improve. Not only his cultivation, but also his physical body and martial arts. This guy is really powerful. Gu Yin snorted and frowned slightly. So what if he's powerful? It's just a meaningless resistance. He can't stop our joint attack at all. Feng Yun laughed in disdain. The current situation was indeed Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. Everyone could see it. Only Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest fear on his face. Instead, there was excitement. He could feel that under the huge pressure from his opponent, his potential was bursting out crazily and pouring into his sea of cultivation. The door to his breakthrough had finally opened a crack for him. He would enter the next stage. After a long time, Gu Yin and Feng Yun both felt that something was wrong. Although Ling Xiao kept retreating, he didn't lose his guard. Instead, their attacks were constantly being consumed and were gradually collapsing. What's going on? Gu Yin frowned. The fire giant he was controlling was clearly getting weaker and weaker. If he couldn't even sense this, then he would be too stupid. Boom. Just as they were shocked, the fire giant and the storm dragon exploded at the same time. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Again. Ling Xiao looked excited. If you can play with me today, I won't kill you. You look down on me. Gu Yin and Feng Yun felt that they were being looked down upon, and it was a serious contempt. The two of them were extremely annoyed. Feng Yun, you hold him back. I'm going to use my martial spirit's secret technique. The so-called martial soul secret technique was an ability derived from the martial soul. It was similar to Ling Xiao's special skill of the 12 beast gods. Normally, every martial soul would have one or two special skills. It could be a secret technique or a martial skill, and so on and so forth. But they were definitely very powerful. From the looks of it, this Gu Yin needed a relatively long time to cast his spell. That was why he had Feng Yun stall Ling Xiao. You'd better hurry up. Otherwise, if I kill him, you won't have anything to do with it. Feng Yun took a step forward. Wind formation of gods and demons. This was Feng Yun's martial spirit secret technique. Unlike Gu Yin, his martial soul secret technique was faster, but it didn't have any attacking power. Instead, it had a powerful auxiliary ability. Once released, a huge formation map immediately enveloped a radius of 1 mile. Within this range, the black wind was raging, and it was impossible to see a figure clearly. This created an excellent condition for Gu Yin to cast his spell. Of course, the most terrifying thing wasn't this. In the wind formation of gods and demons, Feng Yun's speed would increase by 10 times, and there was no trace to be found. He could fuse himself with the demonic wind. It was unfathomable. That was why he said that he might be able to kill Ling Xiao. This wasn't bragging. After all, he had already used his trump card. Martial Soul's special skill. Unless it was the last moment, ordinary martial artists wouldn't easily use it. Using it meant that they were in trouble. When the formation was formed, Gu Yin and Feng Yun suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't see anything, even the Tai Chi eye couldn't. This thing was indeed a little powerful. Interesting attack. Perhaps I can try to fuse my martial soul special skill to form a formation map. That way, the effect will definitely be better and the power will be greater. The other party's attack made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. He was an array master and also had a martial soul special skill. All the conditions were ripe, so why couldn't he try it? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about this, a ghostly figure appeared behind Ling Xiao. There was no aura at all. This was the attitude an assassin should have. Ling Xiao will die. Demonic Infant King revealed a cold smile. Now that Ling Xiao's Black Lotus Demon Venerable was entangled by Tiger Soul, he didn't have any powerful moves to deal with Feng Yun. The terrifying sharp blade formed from the wind element pierced towards Ling Xiao's vital point. Previously, Lei Fei's sneak attack on Ling Xiao failed. As a result, Feng Yun learned his lesson and didn't stab Ling Xiao's Dantian. He thought that Ling Xiao's Dantian was protected by some magic treasure. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao's physical body had already reached the level of a 6-dragon pattern emperor weapon. Holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao softly spat out a few words. In the next moment, Feng Yun's ice-cold wind blade had already pierced Ling Xiao's body. What? At this moment, Feng Yun's face turned pale. He hurriedly escaped into the black wind. He could clearly feel that he had stabbed an illusion. The real Ling Xiao was no longer in that position. Do you think you're the only one who knows this trick? Ling Xiao's mocking and cold voice appeared beside Feng Yun. At that moment, Feng Yun's face was extremely pale. Why? He didn't understand. He had already released the powerful Ghost God Demon Wind formation, but it still couldn't trap Ling Xiao. After a moment of panic, the cold light in Ling Xiao's hand had already pierced through his body. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel that it had pierced his vital point. Feng Yun did have some tricks up his sleeve. At the crucial moment, he used some unknown method to avoid being hit. But even so, being stabbed by his East Victory Sky Sword once would cause him to suffer for a long time. In the darkness, one could hear Feng Yun's painful cries, but they stopped abruptly. Obviously, Feng Yun was afraid that his cries would let Ling Xiao detect his location. He didn't dare to attack rashly. Ling Xiao stood there and waited quietly. He believed that Gu Yin would attack eventually, and this attack was very likely to be powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. If it were someone else, they might be afraid and anxious. But Ling Xiao wasn't. Instead, he was looking forward to it and excited. What kind of terrifying attack would Gu Yin use to deal with him? It would definitely make his strength rise to the next level. Everyone was very nervous, but Ling Xiao was very relaxed. While waiting, he even began to ponder about the Ghost God Demon Wind formation. Strictly speaking, this couldn't be considered a formation, because it didn't need any materials to set it up. Instead, it was a kind of divine ability secret method. It relied on extracting the laws of heaven and earth for one's use. The laws were the key to building the formation. It was a very interesting thing. Gradually, he grasped the trick and began to try to build his own divine ability array diagram. Chapter 45-73. Gu Yin. How much more time? Feng Yun's complexion turned pale, somewhat unable to hold on. The martial soul mystic arts consumption was tremendous. Especially the consumption on the soul. It was too horrifying. Hang in there for a while more. Gu Yin said, it's going to be soon. You also know this mystic art of mine. Once released, Ling Xiao will be finished. All right. Looks like I can only use my grasping wind and groundless shadow to stall for time. Thinking up to here, Feng Yun swallowed a medicinal pill. After that, he took out a command flag. On this command flag, there was actually a dragon pattern. It was a Dragon King's Emperor artifact. The Emperor artifact coupled with the Divine Ghost Fiend Wind formation was originally the move that Feng Yun prepared to use in the final struggle for the treasure. But at this time, he had no choice but to display it. This was because Ling Xiao was much stronger than he had imagined, worthy of being the person who defeated the Silver Dragon. The command flag in his hand swayed. Feng Yun revealed a hint of a cold smile. Although I can't kill you, I'll also tire you out enough. The next instant, Ling Xiao discovered that Feng Yun swept out from inside the black wind. His expression changed, and a punch rumbled out. The figure disappeared in an instant. The instant it dissipated, a horrifying explosion occurred. Ling Xiao was somewhat forced into a passive state by this impact force. Elemental doppelganger? Elemental bomb? Ling Xiao stood there and suddenly discovered that there were many more similar figures inside the black wind. His brows furrowed slightly. This Feng Yun really could not be underestimated. Although each of these figures was not powerful, as long as they touched you or your weapon, they would explode. The impact force generated by the explosion was absolutely equivalent to the power of a 9th-level core-shattering realm. Want to exhaust me and eventually tire me to death? The idea is good, but unfortunately, reality is cruel. Ling Xiao gave a cold laugh, his figure suddenly vanishing on the spot. He was not foolish enough to the extent of confronting these afterimages, because it was meaningless. Looks like I have to capture this Feng Yun first and behead him. Otherwise, these figures will keep appearing. Ling Xiao appeared in another location, but that figure actually appeared at the same time, following like a shadow. This was probably the formidable aspect of the divine ghost fiend wind formation. What should we do? Looking at the approaching opponent, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. On the other side, the battle between Tiger Soul and Demon Supremacy Ling Xiao had already reached its climax. Tiger Soul was a beast god martial artist and was good at close combat. Ling Xiao was very clear about this. Demon Venerable Ling Xiao was also good at close combat, but he also knew how to use secret techniques. In addition, Tiger Soul was injured. Therefore, he had always been suppressed. Even so, Tiger Soul was still able to avert danger every time. No wonder he's so arrogant. His strength isn't just for show. Ling Xiao could naturally see what Demon Venerable Ling Xiao saw. Since they were both in the main body, their vision was shared. Then, he looked at Jinhu and Dong Huangyu. Dong Huangyu fought against 5 people alone. Jinhu fought 6 people by himself. The warriors of the Raging Flame Astral Boundary, the Tempest Astral Boundary, and the Thunder Astral Boundary had already used their own secret methods. Lightning, fire, and wind wreaked havoc. However, he still couldn't do anything to the 2 of them. Instead, they could feel that their true essence consumption was getting more and more serious. What are Gu Yin and Feng Yun doing? It's been so long, but they still can't kill Ling Xiao? They couldn't hold on any longer, so they naturally thought of Gu Yin and Feng Yun. In the end, they only saw the strange celestial demon wind formation. They couldn't see anything else. They had no idea what was going on inside at all. The only way was to fight to the death. Inside the celestial demon wind formation, Ling Xiao let out a strange sneer. You think I can't find you? Fine. I'll let you have a taste of the formation I just comprehended. He had been studying the formation previously, fusing the special skills together to form an even more powerful formation. Now, he could finally use it. Ocean God Yellow Springs formation. As his voice rang out, the strange sound of flowing water could be heard. Anything that came into contact with this water flow would be destroyed. Those human figures formed by the wind elements instantly melted. There wasn't even the sound of explosion. It was as if paper people had fallen into water. The Ocean God Yellow Springs formation still included the 2 special skills of the Ocean God Bee Soul. It's just that each special skill had evolved. The 9 Nether monster was almost immortal in the Ocean God Yellow Springs formation. Resurrection after death, the cycle repeated. As long as Ling Xiao's true essence, physical strength, and soul force could maintain it, the 9 Nether monster would never die. Unless someone directly destroyed the array diagram. Not only that, the 9 Nether monster could control all the 9 Nether Yellow Springs water within the range. It could change its position at any time and transform into its main body. The other special skill, the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, flowed endlessly within the range. It would always release the terrifying 9 Nether Yellow Springs water to corrode and attack the enemy. The size of this range was currently 1 mile. This was related to the grade of the beast soul and also Ling Xiao's cultivation. I'm indeed a genius. Ling Xiao smiled. The first time he used the formation, he was completely successful. It was even much more complete than Feng Yun's celestial demon wind formation. What the hell is this? Feng Yun, who was controlling the wind shadows to attack Ling Xiao, suddenly felt a sharp pain under his feet. He couldn't help but reveal a terrified expression. The next moment, He felt that his wind shadows were also melted by this terrifying water flow. When he realized that the situation was bad, a terrifying nine-nether monster had already appeared in front of him. This nine-nether monster's appearance was similar to a deep-sea octopus. Its size could change. A huge tentacle suddenly swung towards Feng Yuan. It scared Feng Yuan so much that he hurriedly dodged. Bang! The yellow spring's water was splashed up, and a large amount of it sprayed on Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan cried out miserably from the pain. The celestial demon wind formation consumed too much energy. In addition, Feng Yuan was injured. He felt terrified and instantly collapsed. Gu Yin, who was in the black wind, was revealed. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to look at Gu Yin. Don't worry, before you condense the secret technique, I won't attack you. Otherwise, it would be boring. He simply sat there and started to ponder over the next formation. He only had 12 beast souls, so he could condense 12 formation diagrams. The ocean god Yellow Springs formation was just an attempt. Its power was so shocking. This had already completely surpassed the power of a first-level Saint-class martial skill. Of course, it wasn't purely an attack. It included a lot of effects and uses. So Ling Xiao thought again, if he could successfully condense all the 12 beast gods formation diagrams and release them all at the same time, what would it feel like? Feng Yuan's celestial demon wind formation had completely disappeared. The area within a radius of 1 mile was occupied by a huge black disk. On the disk, the Yellow Springs water flowed continuously. The terrifying nine-nether monster continuously attacked Feng Yuan. If this formation diagram was out, the nine-nether monster might not be Feng Yuan's match. But in this formation diagram, its battle power was strengthened, and it could regrow broken limbs. Feng Yuan couldn't do anything to it. In the end, Feng Yuan cried for his parents and had no choice but to flee. He attempted to escape the formation diagram's range. But how could this formation diagram let you escape so easily? Martial Spirit Barrier. The formation diagram combined with Martial Spirit Barrier. Ling Xiao directly trapped his opponent inside. Chapter 45-74. Feng Yuan crashed into the Martial Spirit Barrier and was sent flying by the nine-nether monster's tentacles. His mouth was full of blood, and he was terrified and depressed. Play slowly. As long as you can survive, I'll let you off. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Feng Yuan, then ignored him. At this time, Gu Yin finally opened his eyes. Looking at Feng Yuan's miserable appearance, he sneered disdainfully. What a trash. In the end, you still have to rely on me. This guy was really shameless. If not for Feng Yuan holding on for so long, how could he have completed his martial spirit special skill? Feng Yuan was already depressed enough, and now he was even more anxious and angry, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yin, looking forward to it. Gu Yin spent so long to condense the martial spirit special skill. What would it be? Indeed, he felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure opened the door of his breakthrough wider and wider, and he was about to enter the next stage. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura soared into the sky. It was a burning feeling. At that moment, Ling Xiao even thought that he had returned to the ancient era, when demonic beasts were everywhere. That was a primordial aura, an ancient aura, as if it didn't belong to this era. This is my ultimate martial spirit special skill. The call of the ancient era, summoning the powerful blazing phoenix to lend me a hand. After condensing for a long time, the ball of scarlet light in his palm was finally thrown out. A passage opened in the void, as if communicating with the ancient era. Could it be a real phoenix? Ling Xiao frowned. The mystic world no longer had divine beasts like phoenixes and divine dragons. He didn't know if they were all dead or had gone to other places. Anyway, no one had ever seen it before. At most, some people had a little bit of phoenix or divine dragon bloodline, or someone had obtained the beast soul of an ancient demonic beast. Anyway, the only one Ling Xiao saw related to ancient demonic beasts was Long Chun, that giant dragon descendant. That was a real dragon race, a pure-blooded bloodline. In that terrifying passage, the sound of raging flames was constantly released. A moment later, a phoenix flew out of the passage. That gigantic body seemed to cover the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. The withered plants started to burn. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Motherf asterisk Kerr, is this a real phoenix? It didn't look fake at all. It was exactly the same as the phoenix in the books. Moreover, the terrifying aura of the phoenix was definitely real. Could it be that the raging flame astral boundary had revived the phoenix egg fossil from the immemorial era? As far as he knew, the entire sealed world had been trying to do this for a long time. However, he had never heard of anyone who was truly successful. This isn't a real phoenix. The white jade cat's voice suddenly sounded. A real phoenix is not such a silly bird. It's much bigger than this. This thing was at most a few dozen meters long. When it spread its wings, it was only a dozen meters long. A real phoenix would cover the sky and the sun, and its aura would be much more awesome than this. Kitten, you've seen a phoenix before? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course, I haven't, but I've peeked at Master's information. Master has always wanted to use the puppet technique to revive a divine beast from the immemorial era. Unfortunately, none of them succeeded. The white jade cat smiled. Ling Xiao clearly felt that this guy was lying, but he didn't want to investigate further. Although this huge monster in front of him wasn't a real phoenix, it was still terrifying, even though it was just a fake. After the raging flame phoenix appeared, it charged straight at Gu Yin. Then, it merged with Gu Yin. Its aura seemed to have become much stronger, very close to the divine body realm. At that moment, Gu Yin was the phoenix. The phoenix was Gu Yin. The phoenix opened its eyes and looked down at the lowly Ling Xiao. A cold voice sounded. Did you know that in order to successfully cultivate this martial soul secret technique, my master spent a lot of money to find a child who had just awakened the phoenix martial soul. He took away his martial soul and gave it to me. That almost caused my master to go bankrupt. However, just having the phoenix martial soul wasn't enough. After hundreds of years, the raging flame astral boundary finally found a place full of phoenix blood from countless phoenix egg fossils. Moreover, it was still phoenix blood that hadn't dried up. Finally, I was able to cultivate this heaven-defying technique. To be honest, this technique was extremely powerful. It was absolutely invincible for anyone below the divine body realm. Unfortunately, it had a weakness, which was that the casting time was too long. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to use it at all. You idiot, you didn't stop me in advance. Once this happened, you would have completely lost your chance. Right now, I'm invincible for anyone below the divine body realm. Even a divine body realm martial artist wouldn't be able to kill me easily. Phoenix blood? When Gu Yin mentioned this, Ling Xiao felt as if all the cells in his body were jumping with joy. I know this phoenix blood is very important to us. Don't worry, I'll get it. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yin with a greedy gaze. From his point of view, Gu Yin was simply giving him something good. As for the phoenix martial soul, Little Gold should be able to use it. The golden crow and the raging flame phoenix were divine beasts of the same attribute. The phoenix martial soul would definitely be able to greatly increase Little Gold's strength. The golden crow bloodline plus the phoenix martial soul. Just thinking about it made him excited. I really like this gift of yours. Ling Xiao grinned. Let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he made the first move. His figure flashed. A huge fist appeared in the air. God's fist. Gu Yin was calm and confident at this moment. This was his most powerful secret skill. Once it was released, it would definitely not fail. It also didn't allow for failure. Die, Ling Xiao. Gu Yin roared furiously. He controlled the raging flame phoenix and charged toward Ling Xiao. This huge phoenix's body was actually very agile. Everywhere it passed, a path of fire was formed strangely, and it started to burn crazily. The raging flame phoenix had a very powerful fire secret skill, and its physical body was also very strong. Although this wasn't real, it should be made from the body of some kind of powerful demonic beast. It was definitely not easy to deal with. But what was the fun in doing something that was too easy? He knew that his anticipation was right. His waiting was right. As the other party approached, the door to his breakthrough was opened wider and wider. All of his potential cells were jumping. Perhaps in this state, Gu Yan's strength had already surpassed most half-step divine body realm experts. He might even be able to compete with Yu Chun, Little Gold, and Zilin. But the more it was so, the more excited Ling Xiao was. A strong enemy could always make one stronger. The raging flame phoenix's sharp claws grabbed toward Ling Xiao directly. Terrifying flames were burning in the air. It could be said that basically no half-step divine body realm martial artists dared to face this attack directly. But Ling Xiao dared to. Facing the raging flame phoenix's attack, Ling Xiao didn't use any weapons. He faced it directly with both hands. In that instant, his entire body became incomparably huge. His body wasn't inferior to the raging flame phoenix at all. One had to know that he was in the beast soul transformation state. And the real body of the dead spirit black goat was dozens of meters tall. It was just that Ling Xiao usually didn't use it when facing martial artists of similar size. Chapter 45-75. Boom. The blazing phoenix and the undead black goat collided. Black and crimson light exploded. It set off a monstrous shockwave. Ling Xiao felt as if he was carrying an iceberg and couldn't move it no matter how hard he tried. However, the strength of his physical body was not to be trifled with either. Facing the blazing phoenix's attack, he didn't retreat at all. Crack! The ground suddenly collapsed. The power of their battle was too terrifying. Although it couldn't destroy the building, it could cause the ground to collapse. What is your body made of? Gu Yan shouted in shock. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's physical body to be so strong. The blazing phoenix was an existence that could even flatten a four-dragon pattern emperor weapon. Could it be that Ling Xiao's physical body was even more terrifying than a four-dragon pattern emperor weapon? He couldn't believe it. Feng Yun was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He had originally hoped that Gu Yan would be able to kill Ling Xiao in one move so that he could come and help him. In the end, Ling Xiao actually blocked the blazing phoenix. How terrifying. Looks like this isn't enough. Blazing pearl. Gu Yan took out a pearl. Upon closer inspection, there were actually two dragon patterns on it. The blazing pearl merged into the blazing phoenix's body, causing its aura to become even more terrifying. It finally suppressed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat step by step. That's it. Hurry up and kill him. Feng Yun shouted excitedly. Gu Yan, hurry up. We can't hold on any longer. Facing Sword Tiger and Dong Huang Yu's attacks, a cultivator from the Tempest Astral Boundary died. They couldn't hold on when there were many of them. Now that there were fewer of them, it was even more difficult. However, seeing that Gu Yan had the upper hand, they regained their confidence and looked forward to Gu Yan coming to their rescue after killing Ling Xiao. Facing the powerful blazing phoenix, Ling Xiao is only putting up a desperate struggle. Tiger Soul sneered. Although he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to defeat him either. As long as Ling Xiao's true body died, he would naturally be free. Even in a passive situation, Ling Xiao did not show the slightest fear. The huge pressure brought about a huge rebound. He cultivated the demonic Tao, which was all about defying the heavens. He feared no one. He cultivated the divine Tao and paid particular attention to the fact that he was the sole sovereign of the heavens and the earth. Regardless of whether it was the divine path or the demonic path, neither would allow him to fail. It was precisely this kind of willpower that affected the potential cells. The more his opponent tried to suppress him, the stronger he became. The more he resisted, the more he wanted to defeat his opponent. The crazy potential was roaring like boiling water. You lowly piece of trash. You think you can fight against us heaven's favored ones? Who do you think you are? You should have some defensive magic treasure on you, right? If it wasn't for that thing, you would have been torn apart by my sharp claws. Gu Yan sneered condescendingly as he chased after Ling Xiao. He wanted to crush Ling Xiao's confidence and crush Ling Xiao's willpower. But in Ling Xiao's ears, it was like a joke. He did not even use his tyrant martial spirit. He did not even draw his sword. His opponent could not kill him. Although he could suppress him, he did not leave any injuries. Gu Yan's words revealed that he was a little anxious. To control such a terrifying martial spirit, it must consume a lot of energy. It was precisely because of this that Gu Yin wanted to attack Ling Xiao with his mouth. It was a pity that he could not achieve it. The reason why Ling Xiao did not reveal his trump card to kill this guy. There were two reasons. First, the demonic infant king was still spying on him. He had to be on guard. Second, in this state, he could feel more pressure, which would help him increase his strength. Sadly, Gu Yin did not understand this point at all. He only attacked with all his might. On the other hand, Ling Xiao made use of his powerful physical body and his true essence, which was much greater than his opponent's. He kept blocking. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. In the sky, on the ground, continuous explosions could be heard. Ling Xiao seemed to be at a disadvantage. But the flaming phoenix's attacks were slowly weakening. Even if Ling Xiao did not use the bloodthirsty plague, just the consumption was not something Gu Yin could bear. About 20 minutes later, Gu Yin looked tired. He had already started swallowing pills. But his medicinal pills, compared to Ling Xiao's, were seriously far inferior. They could only slow down the consumption of true yuan. How is this possible? Gu Yin was dumbfounded. According to his deduction, Ling Xiao should have been unable to withstand such a fierce attack. But now, it seemed that there was no such situation at all. Ling Xiao was like a perpetual motion machine. He did not show any signs of fatigue. Hee, are you tired? The attacks after half a day are not as strong as before. Ling Xiao's defense became more and more relaxed. In the end, he did not even retreat. You're really disappointing. I was hoping that your attack would be stronger. Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a sarcastic smile. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Ling Xiao finally took out the East Victory Sky Sword. He slashed at the flaming phoenix crazily. Chi. Sparks flew. A small piece of the flaming phoenix was actually cut off, although it was only a small piece. But it gave Gu Yin a fright. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, trying to burn Ling Xiao to death. However, behind Ling Xiao's back, the shadow of a huge phoenix appeared. It actually opened its mouth and swallowed the flame. Ling Xiao's martial soul was stronger than Gu Yan's. Ling Xiao's flame was stronger than Gu Yan's. So using flames to attack him was simply like scratching an itch through a boot. It was meaningless. What? The situation suddenly reversed. It made Feng Yun, Tiger Soul, and the rest reveal surprised expressions. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? Could it be that his true essence was endless? He was clearly only at the first level of the core-shattering realm. It was too strange. 12 Divine Beast Technique, 10th level. Facing the retreating Gu Yin, Ling Xiao chased after him. He waved the East Victory Sky Sword in his hand. He directly blasted out the 12 Divine Beast Technique, 10th level. The terrifying 10 beasts merged into one. With the blood diamond rat representing slaughter as the head, it blasted on the behemoth. Boom, boom. The flaming phoenix was actually directly smashed to the ground, creating a phoenix-shaped deep pit on the ground. It couldn't move for a long time. Get up. Don't pretend to be dead. Ling Xiao looked down at the flaming phoenix from above, but he didn't stop his movements. A huge blood-colored blade condensed on the East Victory Sky Sword. It directly slashed down. Only a little bit of blood left. Chila, the head of the flaming phoenix, was actually directly chopped off by this sword. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. However, the flaming phoenix fell to the ground, but a flaming man jumped out from inside. He had a pair of scarlet wings. Who else could it be but Gu Yin? Although Gu Yan's body was small, it seemed to have condensed all the power of the flaming phoenix. It was also enhanced by the flaming pearl. Its strength was extremely powerful. Spiritual talisman? As expected of a genius from a big force, you have so many treasures on you. He realized that Gu Yin should have used some kind of spiritual talisman to transfer the power of the flaming phoenix into his body. Chapter 4576. A beam of red light shot out from the flaming phoenix and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Raging flames incinerate the sky. Gu Yan's roar was heard in the air. Then, a huge patch of terrifying flames enveloped Ling Xiao. The flames seemed different from normal flames, as they were mixed with countless tiny fragments. These fragments were diamond-shaped and extremely sharp. If one only cared about the flames and ignored these small things, they would probably turn into a porcupine. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao seemed to be Gu Yan's nemesis. The Taiji eye was still in the process of being activated. How could such a small trick escape his eyes? Frost Dragon Breath? A divine dragon appeared behind Ling Xiao. The divine dragon opened its mouth and breathed out, and a huge area of cold air rushed over. The fragments were completely extinguished along with the flames. The current Frost Dragon was a powerful beast soul that had reached the second level of the divine body realm. The special skill he released was equivalent to that of a second-level divine body realm martial artist. It was terrifyingly powerful. Not only did it freeze raging flames and incinerate the sky, but it also shot toward Gu Yan. Gu Yan was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged. His current speed seemed to be a lot stronger than before. He actually managed to dodge it. However, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. The most unlucky one was Feng Yun. He was fighting with the Netherworld monster. He didn't notice the situation and was directly enveloped by the Frost Dragon Breath. He was frozen into ice. The Netherworld monster's tentacles smashed him into pieces. A pitiful half-step divine physique echelon expert was killed just like that, without knowing what happened. After Feng Yun was killed, Ling Xiao kept the Ocean God Yellow Springs formation. He used this move earlier to deal with Feng Yun's Celestial Ghost Demon Wind formation. Now that Feng Yun was dead, there was no need for it. Gu Yan, is that all you've got? Ling Xiao looked at Gu Yan mockingly and said, if you don't have any other abilities, I'll end this battle. Gu Yan's face was livid. It's not over yet. Who are you to say that I'm finished? Talk after you kill me. You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Ling Xiao sneered. Since that's the case, use whatever abilities you have. You don't have much time left. While they were talking, Jinhu had already killed another opponent. With this, the battle over there became even easier. To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao didn't care about the geniuses of the 9 worlds at all. The so-called geniuses were just some young people with greater potential. It was not worth his attention. His eyes were fixed on those experts from the beginning. For example, the Eternal Emperor, the Golden Emperor, the Beast Emperor, and other existences. As for top geniuses like Huang Jinlan and Wang Quan Tianming, they were nothing more than stepping stones for him. This was because he had always believed that his cultivation speed was much faster than these people. Catching up to or surpassing these people was a simple matter. Only those powerful seniors were more troublesome. Continue. Gaian landed on the ground and absorbed the blazing phoenix completely. The flame armor on his body became more solid. The wings on his back were even brighter. Right now, he was basically a little blazing phoenix. You still want to resist stubbornly? Fine, if you want to play with fire, I'll accompany you to the end. It just so happens that I'm close to a breakthrough. Ling Xiao sneered. He removed the Undead Black Goat Beast Soul transformation and replaced it with the Undead Bird Beast Soul transformation. In the mystic world, the Undead Bird and the Phoenix were actually the same creature. They were just 2 names. The Undead Bird was a common name. The Phoenix was an official name. Therefore, the 2's current forms were extremely similar. It was as if 2 small phoenixes were fighting in the sky. A crazy collision. Interesting. It's a pity that you're exhausted now. Your true essence can't keep up with the consumption. What do you have to fight me? Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a mocking look. Each attack was stronger than the last. Gaian was in complete despair. He found that no matter what methods he used, they were meaningless in front of Ling Xiao. Escape light. During the battle, Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword. The escape light with flames penetrated Gaian's body. Sure enough, this guy was already at his limit. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to waste any more time. Another attack with low HP, Gaian didn't even have the chance to dodge and was split into 2. Wait, Gaian suddenly shouted. I can give you my raging flame bead. Just let me go. We can work together to deal with Tiger Soul of the Beast Deities League. Gaian had no way to turn the tables, so the only thing he could do was beg for mercy. He begged Ling Xiao to let him go. I want the raging flame bead, and I want your life. I warned you before, but you insisted on killing me. Now that you're no match for me, you're begging for mercy? There's no such thing in the world. If I lose today, will you let me go? Ling Xiao sneered and continued to attack. Ling Xiao, think carefully. If I die, the raging flame astral won't let you go. You've already offended Yuhua divine religion and even the Beast Deities League. Do you still want to offend the raging flame astral? The power of the raging flame astral is definitely not something you can imagine. Since begging for mercy didn't work, Guyan changed to threats. But was threats useful? If I'm afraid of you, I won't do it. Besides, if I kill all of you, who will know what happened here? I just need to hold Tiger Soul's head and say that he killed all of you. I believe the Patriarch Society will believe me. Ling Xiao sneered. You're so sinister. I won't let you get away with it. Guyan took out a talisman and was about to crush it. These geniuses all seemed to have a way to save their lives. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Heiyu. He crushed a talisman and escaped. This time, he couldn't let the other party succeed. However, before he could make a move, a vine shot out from the ground and penetrated Guyan's body. Guyan looked terrified. A moment later, his essence was sucked dry. Jinhu, disciple, come back. Ling Xiao realized that the demonic infant king had finally made his move. The demonic infant king was already very powerful, and now he wanted to suck all the corpses dry. Guyan, Feng Yun, Lei Fei, and the others. The moment Jinhu and Dong Huangyu flew back, two vines caught up with them. However, Ling Xiao had already prepared corpses to block the spears for them. Hence, the two of them escaped into Ling Xiao's Dongsheng Emperor Ring. However, the martial artist from the Tempest Astral Boundary, Raging Flame Astral Boundary, and Thunderbolt Astral Boundary were all killed by the demonic infant king. Time to go. Ling Xiao knew that even if he had the Black Lotus Overlord and could kill the demonic infant king, he couldn't catch him. Since he couldn't kill him, he might as well leave. He came here to rest and refine elixirs. Now that the job was done, there was no need to waste any more time. As for Tiger Soul, he couldn't kill him for now. With the demonic infant king causing trouble, there was nothing he could do. I'll spare this kid's life for now. Chapter 4577. Tiger Soul was still alive. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. Even if Tiger Soul saw the entire process, the Patriarch Society wouldn't believe the words of a Beast Deities Alliance martial artist. These two forces had been enemies for a long time. After keeping the Black Lotus Demon venerable, Ling Xiao headed out of the shelter. The demonic infant king wouldn't dare to attack him anyway. He couldn't catch the demonic infant king, and the demonic infant king couldn't kill him either. It could only watch him leave. Tiger Soul was in trouble. It became the target of the demonic infant king. Ling Xiao, you and I are irreconcilable. From afar, Ling Xiao could hear Tiger Soul's shrill roar. Let's talk about it after you survive. He smiled and walked out of the shelter. The outside was still densely packed with undead creatures, but Ling Xiao didn't care about them at all. The battle just now allowed him to achieve a breakthrough. He reached the second stage of the Shattered Core Realm, and his strength increased by at least 10 times. His combat power was probably on par with a half-step Divine Body Realm martial artist. Coupled with the Tyrant martial soul, he was confident that he could even fight a first-stage Divine Body Realm martial artist. Although he would definitely lose. It was just a quantitative change from the Shattered Core Realm to the half-step Divine Body Realm. It was a qualitative change from the half-step Divine Body Realm to the Divine Body Realm. There was still a huge gap between them. Ling Xiao estimated that he would only be able to defeat a first-stage Divine Body Realm martial artist when he reached the 8th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. Lang Qingqing seems to have come into contact with the Eternal Fruit, and Little Gold's aura seems to be there as well. They came to the Death Soul Mountain to look for Little Gold. Finally, they had some clues. Ling Xiao increased his speed and flew over. Although there were many dead spirit creatures in the sky, they couldn't keep up with his speed, so he wasn't afraid. About half an hour later, Ling Xiao found Lang Qingqing in a valley in the Death Soul Mountain. Lang Qingqing was facing off against Golden Sky region martial artists, and there were still only 8 of them. The whereabouts of the other 2 were unknown. The leader was still the Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon was fighting Lang Qingqing. Obviously, they were here to fight for the Eternity Fruit. Lass, do you need my help? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. This is for you. Lang Qingqing actually threw the eternal fruit to Ling Xiao. This surprised Ling Xiao. That item was extremely valuable. It could be said that it could allow one to have an extra life. Lang Qingqing actually didn't hesitate at all and gave it to him. This was really rare. Seeing the eternal fruit in Ling Xiao's hands, the silver dragon stopped attacking. Now, he had the ability to fight Lang Qingqing. With the cooperation of the other cultivators, it was even possible to kill Lang Qingqing. However, it was meaningless to kill Lang Qingqing. After all he wanted was the eternal fruit. Ling Xiao kept the eternal fruit but did not leave. Senior brother White Silver, we're really fated. Ling Xiao smiled. Seeing him, Baiyin Zilong frowned slightly. Both Heifeng and Bai Fan had a look of fear. The scene of Ling Xiao defeating Baiyin Zilong was still fresh in their memory. To be honest, Ling Xiao felt that the people of the Golden Heavens domain were quite amiable. After all, they were a family. Of course, he only had a little feeling. In fact, they didn't know each other at all. On the contrary, Bai Fan and Heifeng wanted to kill him before. Besides, the temptation of the eternal fruit was too great. How could they give it up? Besides, they didn't see the battle between Ling Xiao and the other teams. Therefore, they didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't use his full strength when he fought with Baiyin Zilong. Therefore, they weren't afraid. Ling Xiao, although you're very powerful, we found the eternal fruit first. So, please leave it to us. In this way, after returning to the Golden City, I can report the matter truthfully. Maybe you can get the praise of the Golden Emperor. Don't forget, we're all cultivators of the Golden Heavens domain. Whether we can get these treasures or not is related to the face and glory of the Golden Heavens domain. Baiyin Zilong looked at Ling Xiao and reminded him, I don't understand such a complicated matter. To put it simply, you want the eternal fruit in my hand, right? Baiyin Zilong said so much, but it was just to show off. It was all a cliché. Baiyin Zilong choked on Ling Xiao's words, then nodded and said, Yes, if you're willing to give us the eternal fruit, of course, everyone will be happy. What if I don't? Ling Xiao smiled. This eternal fruit was used to help Cold Plum recover. He couldn't give it to anyone who wanted it. If you don't give it to me, that means there will be a battle between us. Baiyin Zilong said indifferently, Although I don't want to do this, you know why we teams entered the world of souls? Ling Xiao, senior brother Baiyin's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. You're no match for him now. You'd better be smart and hand it over. Bai Fan interjected. This guy only dared to say such nonsense behind Baiyin Zilong. He was as timid as a mouse. Ling Xiao, we're not exaggerating. Senior brother Baiyin has not only become stronger, and the battle with you wasn't a battle to the death. He didn't use his emperor weapon. You should know that for geniuses like us from Golden City, the forces will always give us some good stuff. Not only senior brother Baiyin, but so do we. Do you really think you can fight all of us alone? Blackbeak also said, the eternal fruit is important, but it also has a price. Life is priceless. Ling Xiao smiled. Only you guys have an emperor weapon. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well who stay in the palace. Sigh, I really should have let you guys see that wonderful battle. If you saw it, maybe you wouldn't be so arrogant. I'll give you a chance. Get lost. I really don't want to fight my own people. After saying that, he looked at Lang Qingqing and said, Did you see Golden Prince just now? I sensed his aura. I saw it. It seemed like he was being chased by something. Lang Qingqing said, It swept past nearby. That thing was very strong. Anyway, I felt my whole body trembling. But Golden Prince is fine. His speed is very fast. That thing can't catch up with him. Where did he go? Ling Xiao asked. Lang Qingqing pointed in a direction, and Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed out. The thing chasing Little Gold was very likely a Death Spirit King. Stop! A martial artist from Golden Firmament Domain was furious. They were talking, but Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. He was still concerned about other things. He was really going too far. One must know that they were all outstanding people in Golden Palace, but now they were ignored by a martial artist from 3,000 sacred cities. How could they stand it? This person directly attacked and wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. In his opinion, it was just a coincidence that Ling Xiao defeated Bain Zilong. He wasn't really strong. No, Bain Zilong didn't have time to stop him. Ling Xiao directly punched out, "Get lost, M." Chapter 4578. The martial artist from the Golden Heavens domain who tried to stop Ling Xiao was sent flying and crashed into the ground. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to see if he was dead or alive. He left quickly. He only left behind a sentence. "If you want the eternal fruit, I'll give you this chance. I'll look for you when the time comes. I hope you won't act like cowards." It seemed like these guys wouldn't know how powerful he was if he didn't teach this scoundrel a lesson. However, the most important thing now was to save them. He was very worried about Little Gold's safety. Blackpeak dug out the martial artist who was sent flying from the ground. He was already crippled. Just one punch and his body was basically crippled. Only a broken inner core and a frightened soul were left. "Isn't this guy too ruthless?" Bai Fan shuddered and said, "It's not that he's ruthless. It's this idiot who's asking for it." The white silver dragon sighed and said, "It's good enough that he's still alive. Don't expect anything else." "Captain, are we really going to fight for the eternal fruit?" Blackpeak asked. "What else can we do? We have to try. Besides, since he said so, he'll definitely come looking for us. We won't be able to escape." The white silver dragon shook his head and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's focus on improving our strength first. I realize that after entering the world of dead souls, although it's much more dangerous than before, the opportunities are also much greater. I heard that Yu Chen from the Eternal Palace has already broken through to the Divine Body Realm. We have to work hard too." Then, they turned and left. They didn't know when Ling Xiao would come looking for them. They had to think of ways to improve their strength. Lang Qingqing had also left. She had already repaid Ling Xiao for saving her life and was ready to look for her own opportunities. After all, her strength was almost on par with Yu Chen's previously. Now, Yu Chen had already broken through to the Divine Body Realm. She had reached a level that even she couldn't catch. She wasn't someone who was content with her position. She also wanted to become stronger. It could be said that this trip to the world of dead souls had become two extremes. The weak were eliminated and killed. The strong became stronger. This was all because of the undead race's strange actions. On the other side, Ling Xiao had already seen two figures. They were fleeing crazily while working together to fight against the enemies. One of the two figures was Little Gold, and the other was a stranger. However, it didn't seem like they were enemies. Since they could work together with Xiao Jin, they should be friends. Both Xiao Jin and that person were injured. However, the guy chasing after them was still as powerful as ever. "It's the Will-O-Wisp King." Jin, who reminded, the Will-O-Wisp King is one of the stronger ones among the 13 Death Spirit Kings. Second level of the Divine Body Realm. How did young Master Jin provoke him? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks, because Xiao Jin and the stranger were flying towards him. Who knew how many times he had gone in circles, but he was still unable to shake off the Will-O-Wisp King. When he got closer, he realized that Xiao Jin's injuries were not few. It could be said that he was covered in wounds. Little Gold was the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, yet it seemed to have been burned by the flames. The Will-O-Wisp King was obviously a level higher than him. The other person was a beast god martial artist. It was also a high-grade deity position. Furthermore, their auras were similar to Tiger Souls. They should both be martial artists from the Beast Deities Union. Ling Xiao didn't have any bad or good feelings towards the Beast Deities League. However, he didn't like Tiger Soul. He had heard from Tiger Soul that someone from the Beast Deities Union had entered the world of souls. His name was Emo Jiao. No wonder this person's beast soul transformed into a serpent. Emo Jiao was much stronger than Xiao Jin. In fact, he was even stronger than Tiger Soul. However, there were also many injuries on his body. This showed how terrifying the Will-O-Wisp King was. At this moment, Xiao Jin had already seen Ling Xiao. He shouted from afar, "Boss, run!" In Xiao Jin's opinion, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was definitely no match for the Will-O-Wisp King. Naturally, he wanted to let Ling Xiao escape. However, could Ling Xiao escape? The Willow, the Wisp King, was chasing them so closely. Even if the three of them wanted to escape, it was impossible. At that moment, Demon Lord Ling Xiao appeared. He circulated all the true origin in his body and blasted out a black lotus demon fist. Ling Xiao's main body also attacked at the same time. He transformed into an ice divine dragon and spat out a ball of ice dragon breath. His ice divine dragon martial soul was already at the second level of the divine physique echelon. Although it didn't have divine origin and might be weaker, it was indeed equivalent to an attack unleashed by a second-level divine physique echelon. Boom! The Black Lotus Demon Fist and Ice Dragon Breath collided with the Willow, the Wisp King's body at the same time. The Willow, the Wisp King, let out a shrill cry. The sudden attack caught him off guard. He was actually injured by this damned human. At the same time, Emo Jiao and Xiao Jin also stopped. They attacked at the same time. Xiao Jin wouldn't abandon Ling Xiao. As for Emo Jiao, he obviously saw the hope of winning. The three of them joined forces. The Willow, the Wisp King, was actually suppressed. Bastards, just you wait. The Willow, the Wisp King, turned around and fled. He was at the second level of the divine physique echelon. However, he still had a headache when facing the three of them, especially when Ling Xiao joined the fray. The situation of the battle changed instantly. After the Willow, the Wisp King left, Xiao Jin and Emo Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, how did you become so strong? Also, what's that guy who looks exactly like you? Xiao Jin looked at the Black Lotus Overlord and asked. Ling Xiao kept the Black Lotus Overlord. That's me too. Then, he looked at Emo Jiao. He's from the Beast Deities Alliance? Yes. Boss, how did you know? Xiao Jin was stunned. It's all thanks to this brother. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. You've seen Tiger Soul? Emo Jiao suddenly asked. That's a detestable guy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. It seems like you guys have a conflict. Sigh. Emo Jiao sighed and smiled bitterly. I've already told him that there are very few beast deities in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He's already lucky to find one. He should cherish it. This guy. Since you're called the Beast Deities Alliance, you must have a lot of beast deities, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. There are quite a lot. Basically, all the beast deities in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are in the Beast Deities Alliance. However, there are only 3 high-level deities. Me, Tiger Soul, and our Alliance Master. The rest are low-level and mid-level deities. Moreover, there are only a few dozen of them. There are only a few dozen beast deities in the 4 regions and 9 worlds with a population of 10 billion. It's really declining. When beast deities were at their peak, they could be found everywhere. Emo Jiao couldn't help but open his mouth and say a lot of things. He was indeed cuter than Tiger Soul. At the very least, he didn't put on airs. Just this point alone made him very approachable. We can't stay here for long. Let's talk somewhere else. Ling Xiao didn't dislike Emo Jiao, so he planned to talk to him in detail. Therefore, the three of them found a secluded place and cleared the surrounding undead creatures. They even set up a formation. How's Tiger Soul? Emo Jiao was indeed concerned about that annoying guy. What if I say I killed him? Ling Xiao looked at Emo Jiao and said with a faint smile. Some things had to be made clear in advance. Chapter 4579. Kill him? If you want to kill him, then so be it. Emo Jiao said indifferently. I've wanted to kill him for a long time, but I don't want to kill my fellow sect members. If you really kill him, I'll have to thank you. Hearing Emo Jiao's reply, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Then you'll be disappointed. I only threw him to the demonic infant king. As for whether he lives or dies, that will depend on his luck. Demonic infant king? He's not as powerful as the Will-O-Wisp King. Tiger Soul will be in a sorry state, but he won't die. Sigh. I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky to have to look after that disgusting guy. Emo Jiao sighed. This was a complete hatred for Tiger Soul from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that Tiger Soul also hated Emo Jiao. Obviously, the relationship between the two of them wasn't that good. Here, Ling Xiao gave Emo Jiao a healing pill. He had already given Xiao Jin a lot, so there was no need for it. The two of them consumed the healing pill, and their injuries were basically healed. Imo Jiao couldn't help but praise. Even the best alchemist in our Beast Deities Alliance can't refine such an outstanding pill. I'm impressed. Of course, I'm also sincerely grateful. If you didn't appear, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the Will-O-Wisp King. You also saved Xiao Jin, so we're even. Ling Xiao was a person who clearly distinguished kindness and hatred. He naturally wouldn't be stingy with those who were good to him. Those who wanted to kill him, of course, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Then I won't be polite. Imo Jiao seemed to be a straightforward person and didn't stick to this kind of thing. Can I ask, how did you enter the world of souls? Ling Xiao had always been curious. This was clearly the world of souls that was controlled by the Board of Patriarchs, but people from the Beast Deities Alliance actually managed to sneak in. Moreover, there were two of them. There's no skill involved. No organization is monolithic. Just give them a few treasures and it'll be settled. It's the same on our side. Although we're guarding the eternal ruins, it's not impossible for the Board of Patriarchs to enter. It's just a little more difficult. Imo Jiao said. Is your goal also those treasures? Ling Xiao asked. Yes and no. The demonic flood dragon wanted to say something but hesitated. Forget it. I'm too lazy to ask about the secrets of your Beast Deities Alliance. Ling Xiao knew very well that no matter how straightforward Imo Jiao was, he would never tell him the secrets of the Beast Gods Alliance. Therefore, this matter basically came to an end. All right, next, it's time to find the people from the Golden Sky region and teach them who the real boss here is. Ling Xiao suddenly said. What do you mean? Xiao Jin asked. Boss, are you at odds with the Golden Heavenly region? They want the fruit of eternity, but I won't give it to them. In order to prevent things from getting out of hand, I decided to teach them a lesson. We might have to kill a few people to warn them. Ling Xiao said coldly. Rather than being stared at by the people of Golden City, it was better to strike first. That silver dragon is very strong. Imo Jiao reminded. I know, but no matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. If I can defeat him once, I can defeat him a second time. Boss, I support you. However, I must also participate in this battle. Xiao Jin said excitedly. No, I will fight this battle myself. Your mission is to continue searching for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. Don't forget our goal in entering the world of death. Now that we only have the fruit of eternity, it's still far from our goal. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I killed the Shadow King and obtained this death and decay. Although it's not suitable for you, it's still very terrifying as a treasure. Even the Will-O-Wisp King will have to give in. He couldn't use death and decay for the time being, so he would just lend it to Xiao Jin. A 9-dragon mark monarch weapon. Heavens, not to mention the Will-O-Wisp King, even the 13 Death Spirit Kings would be wary of it. I didn't expect the Shadow King to have such a high-quality monarch weapon. Xiao Jin took death and decay and hurriedly put it away. With this item, even if he couldn't unleash its full power, it was enough to make the Will-O-Wisp King wary. There's also this. Hurry up and fuse with it. Ling Xiao took out the Phoenix Martial Soul. Xiao Jin was even more dumbfounded. Boss, you didn't kill Gu Yin, did you? So what if I did? Ling Xiao smiled. Awesome. Actually, I've been eyeing Gu Yan's Phoenix Martial Soul for a long time. It's just that the Raging Flame astral boundary isn't weak, so I didn't dare to act rashly for the sake of the Savage Beast region. Xiao Jin praised. It doesn't matter. Only you, me, and 2 people from the Beast Deities Alliance know about this. The others were all killed by the Demon Infant King. The Phoenix Martial Soul isn't unique. You can also fuse it with the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow. That way, when you fight, no one can tell. Ling Xiao's words dispelled Xiao Jin's last doubts. Sigh, boss, you've always been helping me. I actually don't have anything to give you. Xiao Jin sighed helplessly. You just need to take down the Savage Beast region for me. Ling Xiao smiled. When Imo Jiao heard this, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He was sure that Ling Xiao wasn't joking. He didn't expect this guy to be so ambitious. How terrifying. Don't worry, I will. Xiao Jin said confidently. With Sister Cold Plum and Long Chin's help, the Savage Beast region will definitely be ours. As for the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow's remnant soul, I might be able to help you, Emojiao suddenly said. We have a map. Xiao Jin said. I saw your map just now. The location isn't right. Moreover, the undead race is heavily guarding that direction. The Abomination King is there. If you go there, you'll be running straight into it. If you trust me, then follow me. I can take you through a shortcut. Emojiao smiled. All right, Ling Xiao said after thinking for a while. It wasn't that he trusted Emojiao, but that he wasn't afraid of him playing tricks. If he played tricks, he would just kill him. If that was true, he might be able to get a friend who had gone through life and death together. That would be pretty good too. If that's the case, I'll go scout first. We'll gather here one day later. Emojiao stood up and said, just as well. I'll go and settle things with the people of Golden City. Xiao Jin, you go with Emojiao. It's safer with the two of you together. Ling Xiao said, but boss, I want to see how you're going to teach those people of Golden City a lesson. Xiao Jin said helplessly, those people, other than the Silver Sun Dragon, aren't much. There's no need to watch. On the other hand, Yu Qian and Zilin should have broken through to the Divine Body Realm. The battle with them is the most exciting. When the time comes, I'll need your help. Ling Xiao smiled. All right. Xiao Jin nodded. Actually, he was just complaining. He naturally had to complete the task given by his boss. Hence, they split into 2 groups. Xiao Jin and Emojiao went to scout together. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, went to look for the martial artists from the City of Gold to settle all the troublesome matters. Chapter 4580. Ling Xiao temporarily separated from Little Gold to search for the people from Golden City. He was going to solve a small problem. However, he had an unexpected gain. When he followed his divine sense to search for the people from Golden City, he actually found traces of Cold Plum. At this moment, Cold Plum was with a group of handsome men and beautiful women. These people were wearing the uniform of the Savage Beast region. However, it wasn't Zilin and the rest. Most of them were women, and only one was a man. He was also very handsome, like a woman. Ling Xiao was surprised, so he chased after them. He saw that Cold Plum seemed a little reluctant, so he knew that this group of people might not be friends. It was better to be careful. However, since he had already obtained the Fruit of Eternity, he should let Cold Plum use it as soon as possible. Releasing Cold Plum's combat power would greatly increase the combat power of the Battle Alliance's team. Cold Plum. Ling Xiao directly walked over. Master. Seeing Ling Xiao, Cold Plum revealed an excited smile. After being separated, Cold Plum couldn't easily use her divine energy, so she chose a place to hide. Unexpectedly, she met 8 people. They were all from the Saintess Palace. However, they didn't enter this time, but stayed in the world of souls before. Moreover, they were Cold Plum's seniors. Everyone's strength was extraordinary, especially the handsome man with silver hair. His cultivation had already reached the 1st level of the Divine Body Realm. He was very strong. The man was called Huayu, and he was the adopted son of the previous Saintess. He had an extremely high status in the Saintess Palace. Even Cold Plum, the colorful butterfly Saintess, had to give him some face. However, in order to control the Saintess Palace, Huayu had been targeting Cold Plum. If they hadn't entered the world of souls, Cold Plum probably wouldn't have been able to escape from him. What made Cold Plum depressed was that she actually met Huayu again in this place. Because she knew that she was no match for him, Cold Plum temporarily chose to compromise. He followed Huayu and the others to the stronghold of the Saintess Palace in the world of souls. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many dead spirit creatures blocking their way, they would have arrived by now. Holy Maiden, who is this brat? Why do you call him Master? When Huayu heard Cold Plum's voice, her face darkened. How could his woman call someone else Master? This was simply intolerable. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent, as if he would attack Cold Plum if she answered incorrectly. I heard that our Kai-Dai Saintess used to be a female slave. I'm guessing that it must be the master of that time. I really don't understand why the previous Saintess let this unclean woman become our Saintess. What bad luck. That's right. I'm afraid that a single lip can be tasted by 1,000 people, and a single arm can be used by 10,000 people. Hee. The two women beside Hua Yu were actually half-step divine physique echelon experts. Their words were really unpleasant. Although their strength might not be comparable to Donghuang Yu and Jinhu's, they were still very strong. However, their arrogant and complacent looks were much better than that. A hint of killing intent appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. How could he stand by and do nothing when they dared to humiliate Cold Plum like this? Where did this bitch come from? Are you tired of living? Do you want me to help you fix your tongues? As Ling Zhao spoke, his figure dashed and actually appeared behind the two people. Slap, slap. With two slaps, the two women fell to the ground and couldn't get up. How terrifying was his physical body now? The strength of a slap was shocking enough. Even a half-step divine physique echelon expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. After the slap, Ling Zhao had already returned to his original position, as if he had never done anything. He walked straight to Cold Plum's side and handed the eternity fruit to her. Girl, quickly use it. Now that your strength has recovered, you won't have to suffer the humiliation of these bitches anymore. The eternity fruit. Sensing the aura of the fruit, Hua Yu and the rest seemed to have forgotten what Ling Zhao had done just now. In their eyes, there was only the near-perfect fruit. Cold Plum, hand over the fruit. I guarantee that you won't be bullied in the Saintess Palace in the future, Hua Yu said sternly. Young Master Hua, why are you being so long-winded with her? This is the world of dead souls, not the Saintess Palace. Kill her and snatch the eternity fruit. You just need to appoint another Saintess. One of the girls who was slapped stood up and shouted hysterically. Ling Zhao frowned. He had underestimated these people. Although the slap wasn't meant to take her life, it was definitely not light. This young girl was only slightly injured. It was obvious that her physical body was indeed strong, as expected of a savage beast. Even though she looked delicate, her physical body wasn't weak at all. Yufeng, don't be hasty. She's our Saintess after all. It's a pity to kill her. Hua Yu shook his head and looked at Cold Plum. I'll give you a chance. I don't want to destroy the woman I like with my own hands. However, if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Hua Yu's face was cold. The aura of the divine body realm was vibrating violently. There was a faint golden glow behind his back. It was unknown which race he was from. Young Master Hua, I think the Saintess seems to value that man. Why don't we capture him alive? I believe young Master Hua can do whatever he wants. The other girl who was slapped stood up. That's a good idea, Yukin. Hua Yu couldn't help but smile when he heard the girl's words. Then, he looked at Ling Zhao. Although Ling Zhao displayed terrifying speed just now, and even he couldn't react in time, his attack power was too weak. Moreover, no matter how strong a half-step divine body realm martial artist's attack power was, how could he be a match for him? He was a genuine first-level divine physique echelon cultivator. As he spoke, his aura suddenly blasted toward Ling Zhao. He could pressure Ling Zhao and make Ling Zhao look bad in front of Cold Plum. Master, Cold Plum was a little worried. Don't worry. Go into the Dongshang Emperor Ring and heal yourself. There's me, Sword Tiger, and Donghuang Yu here. Ling Zhao smiled and didn't release Sword Tiger and Donghuang Yu immediately. If he let the two of them attack at the crucial moment, it would definitely achieve unexpected results. All right, I'll be quick. Cold Plum hesitated for a moment. She thought that she could help Ling Zhao as long as she recovered. Then, she went into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. However, the strange thing was that she couldn't enter. It was as if there was a force that sealed the entrance of the Dongshang Emperor Ring. You want to hide in the small world and use the eternal fruit? Do you think I'll let you succeed? Hua Yu revealed a sinister smile. 5 poison seal talisman. Cold Plum's expression changed. Master, I'm afraid this is a little troublesome. Hua Yu should have many treasures on him. Even if Master's strength reaches the divine body realm, you might not be a match for him, let alone now. 5 poison seal talisman? It can seal the entrance of the small world for half an hour. It's really powerful. Ling Zhao smiled. If that's the case, Cold Plum, use the eternal fruit in front of them outside. I promise they won't touch you. I'll anger this bunch of idiots to death. Chapter 4581. Brat, you're really arrogant. Hua Yu's eyes flashed fiercely. If he did not kill Ling Xiao today, he would not be able to sleep in peace. You guys go and snatch the eternal fruit. I'll deal with this brat. Ling Xiao stood beside Cold Plum and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a gust of evil wind blew, and a terrifying aura of death enveloped everyone. Oh no, it's the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. Let's go. Hua Yu's expression changed drastically when he saw the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. He no longer cared about snatching the eternal fruit. He had encountered the Will-o'-the-Wisp King before, but he was almost killed after a few rounds. At that time, there were 8 of them. Therefore, Hua Yu was terrified of the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. He did not care about Ling Xiao or the eternal fruit. However, Ling Xiao could not leave. At that moment, Cold Plum was using the eternal fruit and could not move at all. The most troublesome thing was that the 5 poison sealing talisman was still in effect. He could not send Cold Plum into the small world to escape. Knowing that he had no other choice, Ling Xiao calmed down. You're not running? The Will-o'-the-Wisp King stood there, his body burning with blue flames. He looked at Ling Xiao with his cold eyes, somewhat curious. Why should I leave? You can't kill me anyway. Ling Xiao stood there calmly. When people reached a point of no return, they wouldn't think so much. He knew that no matter what he did, he was not a match for the Will-o'-the-Wisp King with his current strength. However, he also had expectations, and that was to persevere until Cold Plum recovered. Once Cold Plum recovered, with the help of the Black Lotus Overlord, he could definitely defeat the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. The problem was whether he could persevere until then. They said that I'm arrogant. It seems like they're not lying. As the Will-o'-the-Wisp King spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying amount of quintessential essence. The flames on his body began to flicker wildly as if they were in a violent wind. However, they did not go out. Instead, they burned more and more fiercely. At that moment, the Will-o'-the-Wisp King gave off a valiant feeling that he could blot out the sky. He was undefeatable. It was as if fighting him meant going against the heavens and earth. The Spectral Fire King did not attack immediately. He continued to release his aura. Facing Ling Xiao, the Ghost Fire King did not dare to underestimate him. Especially after learning that Ling Xiao had killed the Shadow King, he became even more careful, although he was much stronger than the Shadow King. However, there was still the possibility of failure. At the same time, this terrifying aura was also trying to intimidate Ling Xiao. This gave Ling Xiao immense pressure, causing Ling Xiao's fighting spirit to crumble. He was defeated without a fight. Even if they were to fight, they would lack confidence. Once the seed of defeat was born in the depths of their hearts, then it would be impossible for him to win. Ling Xiao looked at him quietly. If the other party didn't make a move, he wouldn't make the first move. He knew that his mission was to stall for time. However, delaying didn't mean that they would only defend and retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, he entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation mode right away. Water restrains fire. At the very least, this would give him a slight advantage. At the same time, he released his tyrannical martial soul. Facing such a powerful opponent, he had no other choice. However, even after releasing his tyrannical martial soul, Ling Xiao could still feel that he was like a little lamb in front of the Will-o'-Wisp King. On the other hand, his opponent was a vicious wolf. The disparity in strength was too great. However, releasing his tyrannical martial soul made him feel much more comfortable. At the very least, he wouldn't be out of breath. Black Lotus Demon's Supremacy. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. A Black Lotus was born on top of his head. The Demon's Supremacy Ling Xiao appeared. The sky was filled with strange black light. One soul, 2 bodies. The power of the tyrannical martial soul could also enhance Ling Xiao the Demon's Supremacy. After all, it wasn't a clone. It wasn't a puppet. It was one of the real bodies. The Demon's Supremacy Ling Xiao, who looked exactly like Ling Xiao, had a terrifying demonic aura. He stood there like an ancient demon god. His powerful aura was only slightly inferior to the Will-o'-Wisp King. Good, good. I didn't expect you to have cultivated such a divine technique. Previously, I wasn't so sure about it. But I'm sure now. Who is the lotus flower to you? The will-o-wisp king frowned and asked, You talk too much. Why do I need to tell you who the lotus flower is to me? If you want to kill me, just kill me. After Ling Xiao released the Black Lotus Demon's supremacy, he suddenly became more confident. He even had a feeling that he could defeat his opponent. Brat, do you think I'm afraid of you because you have the Black Lotus Demon's supremacy? If you don't have it, then I'm bullying you. With this, you have the qualifications to fight with me. The flames in the will-o-wisp king's eyes burned brightly. Anyway, the lotus flower can't see you here. He shouldn't be angry if I kill you. Kill. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted and took the initiative to attack. The black demonic light that filled the sky was absorbed into Ling Xiao's body. Then, an extremely sharp sword light pierced through the sky. One couldn't even see the shadow of the sword light. It instantly pierced towards the will-o-wisp king's forehead. A divine physique realm martial artist's body was extremely strong without the inner core. Without the dantian, their vital point. As long as their soul wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't die. However, to destroy the soul, one had to destroy the physical body first. Ridiculous! The will-o-wisp king sneered. His body suddenly became erratic like a ghost. That sword light that was as fast as lightning was actually unable to pierce his body. Although Tung Qingshan didn't know what movement technique this fellow was using, thinking about it carefully, wasn't this fellow a demon cultivated from the will-o-wisp? Perhaps this was his characteristic. Moreover, the will-o-wisp king didn't just keep retreating. While dodging, the flames released from his body continuously tempered the sword light. It weakened his shoulder. In the end, he actually stretched out his hand. He grabbed the sword light in his hand. Crack! The hand that was wrapped in flames crushed the sword light into pieces. So you're a spirit formed from a strange flame. No wonder you're so powerful. Ling Xiao frowned. At this moment, he already treated the will-o-wisp king as an equal opponent. He didn't look at Cold Plum. Instead, he released Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu to protect her. The 5 poison sealing talisman only allowed people to leave and not enter. This was why Sword Tiger and Dong Huangyu could come out, but Cold Plum couldn't enter. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he discovered that his disciple Dong Huangyu seemed to have broken through again. This time, she actually surpassed him and reached the 3rd level of the Shattered Core Realm. Although her combat strength was still inferior to his, her cultivation had surpassed his. What a genius! Every time he saw Dong Huangyu, he would think this. The best thing he did back then was to accept this lass as his disciple. If she landed in the hands of others, it would be too much of a pity. Of course, these thoughts only lasted for an instant. At this moment, the will-o-wisp king attacked again. With a wave of his hand, the will-o-wisp condensed into a huge palm. This palm covered an area with a radius of 100 meters. It enveloped Cold Plum and the others. The palm was like white bones, constantly burning with terrifying flames. It also released a terrifying aura. It affected one's emotions. When one saw these terrifying scenes, they would lose their minds. Chapter 4582. Death Hastening Palm. Jinhu exclaimed, This technique can only be executed with the combination of inner strength and soul power. Therefore, it can affect one's emotions. If you're not careful, your body and soul will be gone. Ling Xiao saw that Jinhu, Dong Huangyu, and even Cold Plum were affected. In the next moment, he hurriedly executed the Black Lotus treasure light. A demonic Buddha appeared and chanted. The golden light dispelled the negative effects of the death-hastening palm. You even learned the Black Lotus treasure light. Are you Lotus Flower's disciple? The will-o-wisp king became more and more surprised. The secret technique that Ling Xiao executed really made him worried. Just as he was surprised, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Ling Xiao punched out. The huge fist smashed onto the death-hastening palm. Rumble. The sound of the collision echoed. It doesn't work? The Black Lotus demonic fist was actually unable to destroy the death-hastening palm. Ling Xiao frowned. Let's try the other array diagram that I've perfected. Dragon God's Frost Array Diagram. When dealing with Gu Yin and Feng Yun, Ling Xiao used the Ocean God Yellow Springs array diagram and achieved great results. This time, he was going to use the Dragon God's Frost array diagram. Similar to the Ocean God Yellow Springs array diagram, it had the effect of two special techniques, but both were strengthened. However, the Dragon God's Frost array diagram's effect wasn't that complicated. It was simple and direct. Whether it was the Frost Dragon Breath or Ice Aeon, the main point was cold. Therefore, the Dragon God's Frost array diagram's effect was cold. A terrifying chill was being released every moment. Moreover, every once in a while, a Frost Divine Dragon would appear. Although it was just a single attack and would disappear regardless of whether it succeeded or not, the threat it brought was huge. Enemies in the Dragon God's Frost array diagram would either be frozen or slowed down. They also had to resist the terrifying chill. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full strength. The death-hastening palm was originally extremely tough, but after being frozen by the chill, the Black Lotus demonic fist could easily shatter it. The Will-O-Wisp King didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a divine ability. He was caught off guard, and even his body was frozen stiff. At this moment, Black Lotus Demon Supremacy attacked again. The endless demonic fists crashed down. The sky was filled with fist shadows. At that moment, the Will-O-Wisp King was frozen stiff by the terrifying cold air. Although he had not completely turned into an ice cube, his body had become extremely weak. If this endless demonic fist were to land on his body, he would probably be smashed into pieces. Damn it! I didn't think that this kid would actually force me to use my magical treasure. The Will-O-Wisp King was furious. What he was most afraid of was a frigid environment, and Ling Xiao had mastered this ability. Facing the sky full of fist shadows, he had no choice but to release a wisp of black smoke. This black smoke was no ordinary black smoke. It was a special magic treasure. It was just refined into the form of black smoke. There were actually 4 faintly discernible dragon patterns on it. Countless incantations showed how powerful this magic treasure was. Boom, boom. The fist shadows continued to bombard the black smoke, but it was as if they were bombarding a sponge, not causing any ripples at all. The black smoke looked very light, but it was able to reach Demon Sovereign Ling Xiao's endless demon fists. As expected of an Emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns. Can you block it? Destroy it. Demon Sovereign Ling Xiao sneered, and the East Victory demonic sword in his hand emitted a terrifying demonic light. He slashed down again and again. Although the black smoke could block the fist shadows, it was a little afraid of the saber lights. In addition to the East Victory demonic sword's incomparable sharpness, the black smoke was instantly torn apart. This black smoke was an Emperor artifact with 4 dragon patterns, refined from demonic energy. It was made by the Death Spirit Emperor, but it was only used once before it was destroyed by the East Victory demonic sword. Other than the fact that Demon Sovereign Ling Xiao was powerful, the East Victory demonic sword's power was most likely above that of a 9 dragon patterns Emperor artifact. Because of this, Ling Xiao let the Black Lotus Demon Sovereign use the East Victory demonic sword instead of Death and Decay. The East Victory demonic sword did not have any special characteristics, but it was much sharper than Death and Decay. The Will-O-Wisp King felt his heart ache when he saw the black smoke being destroyed. However, he had no choice. If he could use this thing to stall for time, he would be able to escape from the danger. If I don't kill you today, I won't be satisfied. The Will-O-Wisp King snorted and suddenly took out an oil lamp. This oil lamp was not an ordinary item. It was the same as the Shadow King's Death and Decay. It was an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. It seemed like each of the 13 Death Spirit Kings had a 9 dragon patterns Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. In this way, even if they encountered martial artists of the same level, they would have an obvious advantage. It should be known that an Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns, even in the hands of a core fragmentation realm martial artist, could pose a threat to a second-level divine physique realm martial artist. Moreover, it was in the hands of someone as powerful as the Will-O-Wisp King. Ghost lamp burn. The Will-O-Wisp King sneered. The oil lamp in his hand released 9 fire dragons. Not only did it disperse the surrounding cold air, but it also blocked the Black Lotus Demon Sovereign's attack. If the demon sovereign Ling Xiao did not have the East Victory demonic sword, he would not have been able to withstand the attack and would have been burned to ashes by the terrifying flames. Roar! Suddenly, an ice frost divine dragon darted out from the cold and pounced on the Will-O-Wisp King. This cold was 10 times stronger than before. The Will-O-Wisp King's expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to control the ghost lamp to deal with the ice frost divine dragon. The demon sovereign Ling Xiao took this opportunity to attack the Will-O-Wisp King and left a wound on his body. Chance. The demon sovereign Ling Xiao and the dragon god's ice array seemed to be able to delay the Will-O-Wisp King for the time being. Ling Xiao's main body would be able to free up his hands. He released the most powerful array at the moment, Bloodchild Divine World Array. This was the array formed by the Bloodchild Divine Beast Soul that Ling Xiao had only awakened its bloodline. It was the most powerful array among all the arrays. The Bloodchild Divine World Array included the Vertical Golden Light Technique, the Bloodthirsty Plague, and the Bloody Demonic Rat. Within the range of the array, Ling Xiao could freely use the Vertical Golden Light Technique. There was no interval and the consumption was extremely low. Within the range of the array, the Bloodthirsty Plague would always exist, and its effects were 10 times stronger than before. Within the range of the array, Ling Xiao could use the first 2 layers of the Bloody Demonic Rat without any burden. Using the 3rd layer of the Bloody Demonic Rat would reduce the burden by half. This meant that one technique included 3 techniques, and all of them had been improved. At this moment, one could see a huge circular array superimposed on the Dragon God's ice array. One was blue, and the other was blood red. The 2 arrays complemented each other beautifully, but it was also very terrifying. With these 2 arrays, even if Ling Xiao could not defeat the Will-O-Wisp King, he was basically invincible. Frost Freezing, Bloodthirsty Weakening. Ling Xiao was using the Vertical Golden Light Technique to sneak attack the Will-O-Wisp King. This greatly increased the Black Lotus Demon Sovereign's combat strength. Whatever Ling Xiao's main body could use, the Demon Sovereign Ling Xiao could use as well. Because they were originally one body, they could share abilities and even fuse as one. This was the terrifying part of the Lotus Sutra. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have said that by obtaining the Lotus Sutra, losing the 9 Underworld Great Demon King was actually an advantage. Chapter 4583. Ling Xiao's current goal was simple. He wanted to use the Black Lotus Overlord to hold back the Will-O-Wisp King. After that, he would release the Bloodchild Divine Realms Array Diagram and weaken the Will-O-Wisp King's Bloodthirsty Plague. He would wear down the Will-O-Wisp until he could kill the Will-O-Wisp King. If the Will-O-Wisp King discovered it in time, he might choose to escape. If he couldn't, then he would be finished. As for using the Martial Soul Barrier to trap the Will-O-Wisp King, Ling Xiao didn't dare to do so for now. Once an expert at the Will-O-Wisp King's level went all out, he would be extremely ferocious. The Blood-Red Plague continued to spread and entered the Will-O-Wisp King's body. Ling Xiao was handling the effects of the Dragon God's Chilling Ice Array Diagram and the Bloodchild Divine Realms Array Diagram with ease. He didn't fear the Will-O-Wisp King at all. After a while, the Will-O-Wisp King sensed that something was wrong. Of course, he sensed that the Black Lotus Overlord was much stronger than before. The Black Lotus Overlord could completely restrain him, making it impossible for him to get close to Ling Xiao. He didn't sense that the plague was spreading. The consumption of his divine energy increased by 10 times. While the Will-O-Wisp King was consuming his divine energy, Ling Xiao was absorbing his divine energy and becoming stronger. In just a short moment, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased by 10%. If he could suck the Will-O-Wisp King dry, his cultivation would definitely break through. Moreover, his potential would also be replenished. If the Black Lotus Overlord wasn't there, the Will-O-Wisp King might be able to attack Ling Xiao directly and prevent him from using the array diagram. He could also destroy the array diagram and make it ineffective. However, the Black Lotus Overlord was everywhere. Every time he wanted to do something, he would be interrupted. He couldn't just ignore it. The Black Lotus Overlord's attacks would definitely be able to injure him. This kid seems to be scheming something. If this continues, that girl will return to normal. If the two of them join hands, I will be in danger. It seems like the Shadow King was killed because of this kid. He had no choice but to use his last resort. The Will-O-Wisp King was actually forced into a desperate situation by Ling Xiao. Jinhu and Dong Huang, you were dumbfounded. A Wisp King's martial artist actually couldn't gain the upper hand king at all when facing Ling Xiao. This was truly a wonder. No one would believe it even if he told others about it. Willow, the Wisp spirit locked. The spectral Fire King's cold voice rang out. A ball of fire suddenly emerged from his body. This flame was extremely strange. It actually reflected the Willow, the Wisp King's figure. He went straight for Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was directly attacking Ling Xiao's original body. It was so fast that Ling Xiao didn't even have time to react. The flame was instantly extinguished and drilled into Ling Xiao's body. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, go to hell. The Will-O-Wisp King's move was actually very similar to the soul leaving the shell. This ball of flame was the core of his soul. It could directly burn the opponent's soul. As long as his opponent's soul was burned to death, no matter how strong his physical body was, it would be useless. However, this move of the Will-O-Wisp King was definitely not a problem when used against others. In fact, it could even catch the enemy off guard. In fact, he had also used this move to kill many second-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. But when he met Ling Xiao, he was unlucky. What was even more strange was that he actually chose to enter Ling Xiao's spirit realm. He didn't know that Ling Xiao's spirit realm had already reached the terrifying level of the third-level Divine Physique Echelon. And this was only because he had absorbed a trace of the lotus flower's consciousness back then. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. If you choose to escape, I really can't do anything to you. But you're actually stupid enough to enter my spirit realm. The spirit realm closed. Two terrifying figures appeared in the spirit realm. The strength of a Yuan Venerate was immeasurable. Even if his soul was extremely weak, he was still much stronger than the spectral Fire King. Ling Xiao's soul was at the third-level Divine Physique Echelon. He was also able to suppress the spectral Fire King. Not good. The spectral Fire King sensed that something was wrong and turned to escape. But could he escape? He was blasted into his spirit realm by Ling Xiao's palm. He completely sunk. Countless soul power turned into threads that completely severed and melted the spectral Fire King's soul. There wasn't a single ripple. My spirit realm has increased to the fourth-level Divine Physique Echelon. Ling Xiao smiled and opened his eyes. He put away the two layers of array diagrams. The spectral Fire King's physical body was still standing there, motionless. Behind Ling Xiao, a huge black hand reached out from Tyrannical Universe and took over the body of the Will-O-Wisp King. Then, the Black Lotus Overlord was also put away. Everything returned to normal. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. At this moment, Cold Plum opened her eyes. Where's the spectral Fire King? Cold Plum asked anxiously. He was eaten by Master. Eaten? Cold Plum was dumbfounded. Master, just how terrifying are you? Even the Will-O-Wisp King was defeated. Unbelievable. Actually, the spectral Fire King wouldn't have died if he hadn't courted death. At most, he would have been forced back. The three of them stood guard beside Ling Xiao, silently protecting Ling Xiao. During this time, they saw the martial artist from the City of Gold heading in a certain direction. The few people from the Saintess Palace also went in that direction. Could it be that some treasure appeared? Half an hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His cultivation had broken through to the third level of the Shattered Core Realm. His physical body strength had increased again, and it was now equivalent to an Emperor weapon with 7 dragon patterns. The Will-O-Wisp King was indeed the Will-O-Wisp King. He wasn't the only one who had improved. Even the Black Lotus Overlord had broken through to the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If Ling Xiao encountered the Spectral Fire King again, he was confident that he could defeat him. Not only that, but he also obtained the Spectral Fire King's Spectral Lantern. The Spectral Lantern was also an Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. When it released 9 fire dragons, even a second-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist wouldn't dare to face it head-on. It was as terrifying as the Shadow King's death. Let's go over there. I can feel the aura of the Saintess Palace and the City of Gold. Also, there seems to be the aura of the Abyss Devil Realm. Also, there's a tree. Ling Xiao looked to the front. Those who wanted to settle their scores had all gathered together. They could settle their scores together. A tree? Could it be the ancient war tree? Jinhu said, I've heard that there's a towering tree in the world of souls. It's called the ancient war tree. It's said that it has lived for 10,000 years. Although most of its trunk has withered, it's still alive. Also, it mutated because of the dead spirit's aura. Therefore, it's also called the ancient zombie tree. Its cultivation is at the first level of the divine physique echelon, but its combat power isn't any weaker than the spectral Fire King. Its trunk is impervious to fire and water. It's indestructible. Normal attacks can't hurt it at all. It's that powerful? As far as the Taiji eye of Ling Xiao could see, he could indeed see that ancient tree. It covered a radius of 1 kilometer. It was within the range of his array. Wu, the ancient war tree, let out a strange roar. It seemed to be angry. The terrifying branches and roots kept swaying. Even from here, one could feel the tremors. It was as if the ground was going to collapse. Any living being touched by the branches and roots would become the ancient tree's puppet. They would lose their consciousness and be controlled by the ancient tree. They would fight for the ancient tree like puppets. Ling Xiao saw that there were many living beings and dead spirits hanging on the ancient tree. Chapter 4584. Why do these guys have to provoke the ancient war tree? Ling Xiao frowned. The ancient war tree was different from the Death Spirit King. It would not attack first. However, as long as it sensed killing intent, it would counterattack. Someone must have done something to the ancient of war tree to make it so irritable and restless. In the end, it's all because of greed. Jinhu smiled bitterly. The ancient war tree's trunks are incomparably tough. If we can get some of them to forge weapons, we would be able to use them to forge weapons. If we can get it, it would be an emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. Not only that, the ancient war tree's soul essence can improve a cultivator's physique and cultivation. The bark can be used to make armor. The leaves can be used to make hidden weapons. As for the fruits on the ancient war tree, they are not as magical as the fruit of eternity. However, they are the fruits of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the essence of death. After consuming them, one will be immune to poison and can even save one's life. It is also very beneficial for cultivation. It can be said that the ancient war tree is full of treasures. Jinhu, my disciple, you too continue to stay in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Cold Plum, and I will go and take a look. Even I am tempted by such good things. They entered the world of souls to search for treasures. As long as it was a treasure, they would not want to miss it. Jinhu and Donghuang, you were not weak, but they would be in trouble if they entered the ancient war tree's territory. They might as well hide and wait for an opportunity to act. Master, are you really just here to get the treasures? Cold Plum smiled. What do you think? Ling Xiao smiled. There were some people that he would not let go of easily. For example, Hua Yu. She had said something so overboard and wanted to kill him. If not for the Will-O-Wisp King's appearance, they would have already fought. There was also 100 Bugs and the others from the underworld. They had tried to kill him before. Although he had taken advantage of them, it was still not enough. However, it was not enough. The people from the underworld seemed to be scheming something. He was interested to know. After all, this scheme might involve the cultivators who entered the world of souls. If this group of people succeeded, it would be a disaster. Swoosh, swoosh. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum soon entered the ancient war tree's territory. They had tried their best not to show any hostility, so they had not been attacked yet. But even so, Ling Xiao still felt uncomfortable being enveloped by the ancient war tree's aura. It was a special kind of aura. There was a bit of vitality in the midst of death. It was not easy to get used to. Luckily, Jinhu and Donghuang Yu didn't come out, otherwise, things would be troublesome. Ling Xiao witnessed a core-shattering realm martial artist being touched by the roots of the ancient war tree. In the blink of an eye, the color of his body was assimilated by the ancient tree. He had become a puppet. He was a neutral martial artist. Although his combat prowess wasn't as strong as Jianhu and Dong Huangyu, he was still at the 8th level of the Shattered Core Realm. He actually died so miserably. How pitiful. Cold Plum was different. She originally had 2 martial spirits, one of which was the Plum Blossom martial spirit. This was her primitive martial soul. Later on, he even obtained the powerful resentful spirit martial soul. With the existence of 2 martial spirits, Cold Plum was not afraid of death chi and life chi. Instead, she enjoyed it. Ling Xiao could feel that Cold Plum's cultivation was continuously increasing. Be careful. Don't be touched by the trunk or roots of this guy. Use defensive treasures as much as possible. If you don't have any, use defensive martial skills. Senior Sister 100 Bugs, release as many poisonous bugs as you can. These poisonous bugs seem to have a miraculous effect on the ancient war tree. Those from the Golden City, do you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Work harder, or everyone will die. Those from the Saintess Palace, since you're here, let's work together. Don't think about other things. There are many treasures on this ancient war tree. When they were about a few hundred meters away from the trunk of the ancient war tree, Ling Xiao suddenly heard someone shouting. Taking a closer look, 6 people from the Golden City, 7 from the Saintess Palace, and 5 from the Abyss Demon region had already joined forces to fight the ancient war tree. It was these idiots who had provoked the ancient war tree. This caused the ancient tree to go berserk. 1 person from the Golden City had died, and 1 from the Saintess Palace had also died. No one from the Abyss Demon region had died yet. This was because their 5 martial artists were relatively powerful. They were also good at controlling puppets to fight. You're still alive. When she saw Ling Xiao, Hua Yu was dumbfounded. When she escaped, she clearly saw Ling Xiao fighting with the Willow, the Wisp King. Who would have thought that this guy was still alive? This was really unbelievable. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Yu sarcastically, then looked at the silver dragon. You're not qualified to be a leader. 8 people. Other than the one I crippled, another one died. Ling Xiao said lightly, even so, do you still plan to fight with me for that thing? The silver dragon smiled bitterly. At this time, he was not in the mood to bicker with Ling Xiao. Just dealing with the attacks of the ancient war tree was already very tiring. Ling Xiao, don't be sarcastic. Since you're here, let's fight together. This ancient war tree is now irritable. Even if you want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Bai Fan shouted, You're not dead yet? Ling Xiao joked. Bai Fan almost vomited blood. F***CK, do you think it's easy for me to live? You cursed me to die the moment you saw me. Senior Sister 100 Worms, it's that kid. The people of Abyss had also noticed Ling Xiao. Don't worry about him first. Wait for our reinforcements to arrive, then we'll deal with him. 100 Worms had of course noticed Ling Xiao long ago. Her hatred for Ling Xiao was stronger than Hua Yu's. Not only did Ling Xiao steal the treasure right in front of them, but he also killed the people from the 9 underworlds. She had to take revenge, but she was also very calm. Now was definitely not the time for revenge. Ling Xiao glanced at them, then looked at the ancient war tree. Perhaps because they were close, the ancient war tree had already locked him and Cold Plum as enemies. It actually started to attack them. On the ground, there were roots attacking continuously. In the sky, there were also branches and flying leaves. It was very difficult to avoid the attacks of the ancient war tree. Therefore, the Saintess Palace, the City of Gold, and Abyss had people in charge of defense. They used defensive Dharma treasures to block the attacks. The others focused on attacking. This kind of teamwork was pretty good. Cold Plum, you go first. Ling Xiao still chose to wait and see. With Cold Plum joining the battle alone, the battle became much easier. After all, Cold Plum was a divine body realm martial artist. She was different from the others. Whether it was Hua Yu, Baiyin Zilong, or 100 Worms, they were only half-step divine body realm martial artists. The 3 of them together were not enough to deal with Cold Plum. In fact, if Ling Xiao and Cold Plum joined forces, they could take down the ancient war tree. But the problem was that this place was full of danger. No one could guarantee that the King of Death Souls was not nearby watching. Therefore, their enemy was not the ancient war tree. It was the danger that could come at any time. Ling Xiao knew that he had killed 2 King of Death Souls. He must have attracted the attention of the undead souls. If they came again, it might not be just 1 King of Death Souls. They might even bring an army of undead souls. It was better to be safe than sorry. He did not want to die in vain. Chapter 4585. The Golden Sky region, the Abyss Demon region, and the Saintess Palace joined forces to besiege the ancient war tree. Although they didn't have good teamwork, they still had Cold Plum, a powerful first-level divine physique echelon martial artist. They were still able to gain a great advantage in the ancient war tree's frenzied counterattack. The ancient war tree let out an even more frenzied roar, and countless puppets charged toward the 3 forces under its control. It formed a spectacular battle scene. A black shadow quietly approached from the ground and stared at the battle. A hint of coldness flashed in its eyes. That's it. Everyone, hold on. We can definitely destroy the ancient war tree. The 100 bugs floated in midair and released a black swarm of mosquitoes that bit the puppets and branches to pieces. These bugs were really terrifying. If it was a martial artist of the same cultivation level, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Seeing the hope of victory, she started to think about how to gain the most benefits from it. Also, she had to be wary of Ling Xiao. This kid was a bastard who pretended to be weak. If she wasn't careful, she would be tricked by him. She had to be careful. Lowly humans, how dare you plot against me? I will make you pay a heavy price. A vigorous voice rang out in the air. The voice was like a gust of wind. At the same time, the attack became even more violent. Within a 1-mile radius, sand and stones were flying everywhere. It was extremely chaotic. Ling Xiao watched the battle quietly. If nothing unexpected happened, this long battle would end with the ancient war tree's defeat. Although the ancient war tree was furious, Cold Plum's strength was beyond its expectations. It couldn't even kill Cold Plum, let alone face the attacks of the other people at the same time. Ling Xiao suddenly heard a voice. You're the young man who killed the Will-O-Wisp King, right? You have the Mountain River martial soul, right? You're the ancient war tree? Ling Xiao was stunned. That's right. I'm dying. I'm willing to give you the fruits on my body. I hope you can help me with one thing. The ancient war tree said, It's really you. Say it. If you want me to save you, then forget it. I'm not a kind-hearted person. Ling Xiao said indifferently, There's no need. I've been here for too long. This place used to be a dense forest. A group of kind-hearted elves lived there. This group of elves was formed from mountains and rivers, and they were all extremely beautiful. But one day, a terrifying existence appeared among them. Everything had changed. This place had become a land of death. 10,000 years. I've already been tortured beyond recognition. Stop, what are you trying to say? Ling Xiao frowned. He wasn't interested in listening to this guy's story. I want to become that lady's martial spirit. Her plum blossom martial spirit will fuse with me. Not only can I retain the characteristics of the plum blossom, but I can also obtain the power of war that belongs to me. The ancient war tree hesitated for a moment before finally speaking his mind. I know that you have the Mountain River martial spirit. It can transform everything in the world into a martial spirit and bestow it to others. You're really knowledgeable. Ling Xiao said indifferently, This is a very good suggestion, but how can I guarantee that you are sincere? This is simple. I've already seen your battle with the Will-O-Wisp King. I'm definitely not your opponent. Now, I can bring the ancient war tree's essence into your Mountain River world. You shouldn't be afraid that I'll play tricks, right? The ancient war tree said, No need. You should come in as a whole. It's better to transform something original into a martial spirit. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, As long as you don't resist, leave the rest to me. Understood. The ancient tree of war wanted to abandon its body and extend its life in another form. It saw Cold Plum's huge potential and could definitely let it see more and better things. Ling Xiao stepped on the ground. The pitch-black universe spread out on the ground. Everyone was startled. Ling Xiao, what are you doing? 100 bugs screamed. Ling Xiao ignored him. The ancient war tree seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and quickly sank. In the end, It completely disappeared under everyone's shocked gazes. The moment the ancient war tree disappeared, Universe Tyrant also disappeared at the same time. Ling Xiao believed that in such a short time, no one would notice the existence of the mountain river martial spirit. This ancient war tree was a little special, so it was another matter. Bastard! Ling Xiao, you've done a good job. Hua Yu was the most furious. The battle was about to be won. She couldn't accept that something like this had happened. You actually want to take the ancient war tree for yourself. 100 Bugs also came to denounce him. On the other hand, the silver dragon was calmer. Ling Xiao could actually swallow the ancient war tree. What did this mean? Ling Xiao could already defeat a divine physique realm martial artist? Or did Ling Xiao and the ancient war tree have some kind of tacit understanding? No matter which it was, he felt that the current Ling Xiao was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He definitely couldn't afford to offend him. So what if I did it? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Hua Yu and 100 Bugs. If you have the ability, come at me together. His eyes were filled with mockery. The battle with the Ghost Fire King had greatly boosted his confidence. Even if he didn't use the Black Lotus Demon Venerable, he wouldn't lose to these two people. You're courting death. Hua Yu stood out. How dare you look down on us? In that case, we'll kill you today. 100 Bugs couldn't take it anymore. Previously, Ling Xiao had snatched all the fruits of victory. This time, it was the same. As a top genius of the abyss, she had never been humiliated like this. I'll do it. I alone am enough to kill him. Hua Yu stopped 100 Bugs. This guy should have died just now if the Ghost Fire King hadn't helped him. How could he have survived until now? Let's restart the battle that we haven't finished yet. I advise the two of you to join forces. Otherwise, you won't be able to last more than 3 minutes. Ling Xiao mocked. He was in the third stage of the core fragmentation realm. Even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial soul, his combat power was completely above an ordinary half-step divine physique realm martial artist. It was a little difficult for a genius like Hua Yu. However, it was still possible to defeat her. Leader, what should we do? Are we still going to snatch the eternal fruit? Bai Fan looked at Yinhua Zilong and asked, Snatch my ass. Can't you see that Kaidai Saintis Cold Plum has returned to normal? The eternal fruit is gone. Yinhua Zilong sighed and said, Our Golden Sky region has really produced an amazing person. Ling Xiao, I'm impressed. At this moment, he was completely convinced by Ling Xiao. No matter what others said, he supported Ling Xiao in this battle. I can feel it too. His talent is probably something that even Huang Jinlan can't compete with. Perhaps our Golden City will have another king-level character. Blackbeak also sighed. He used to look down on Ling Xiao, but now he had to look up to him. This was really awkward. Chapter 4586. Ling Xiao had nothing to say to Hua Yu. He immediately threw a punch at it. This guy was much easier to deal with than the Ghost Fire King. Of course, if he touched Ling Xiao the Demon Lord lightly, killing Hua Yu would be a piece of cake. But then, he would not be able to achieve a breakthrough in the battle. Therefore, his main body would benefit more. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, Hua Yu sneered. Suddenly, a crystal-like glow appeared on her body. Ling Xiao heard from Cold Plum that Hua Yu was from the ice silkworm race. The ice silkworms were as beautiful as ice crystals, but their defense was extremely strong. Of course, compared to Ling Xiao, there was a big gap. Ling Xiao's God's Fist had already arrived. The huge fist was like a meteorite. Before the terrifying power arrived, the expressions of the people around Hua Yu changed. They had to step back. Only the two half-step divine body realm female martial artists could still stand there, but they did not look good either. Not bad. No wonder you're so arrogant. Unfortunately, compared to me, you're still far behind. Seeing Ling Xiao's fist coming, Hua Yu only sneered. Then, she threw a punch too. Her disdainful gaze seemed to be telling others that Ling Xiao's fist was not worth mentioning at all in her eyes. Boom. The moment their fists touched, Hua Yu sensed that something was wrong. But it was already too late. At that moment, her arm was fractured. Her body flew out crazily, hit the ground, and then bounced up again. A deep pit was formed on the ground. However, Ling Xiao stood there and did not retreat. Not even half a step. Even a fool could tell that Hua Yu was at a disadvantage in this collision. Stop him. Seeing that Hua Yu was at a disadvantage, Yu Feng and you can hurriedly block Ling Xiao's path. The rest of the people also rushed over to prevent Ling Xiao from harming Hua Yu. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of giving chase. He only looked at Hua Yu mockingly and said, "I've said it before. You'll pay the price for underestimating your enemy. This attack is just a lesson. I hope you can remember it. However, I also believe that you are definitely not just a little bit of strength. You're courting death." Hua Yu was really annoyed. His broken right arm recovered in an instant. His body turned into an afterimage as he madly pounced on Ling Xiao. Along the way, he actually unleashed a secret technique. A mirror-like ice crystal enveloped the two of them. Within the ice crystal, there was no sign of Ling Xiao. There was only Hua Yu, and there was more than one of them. There were a total of 108 huge ice crystals and 108 flower jades. Ice Crystal Fantasy World. Long Mei furrowed her brows. I didn't expect that he would actually use this move. Looks like he really wants to kill Master. Once the Ice Crystal Fantasy World appears, that brat will definitely die. Not bad. Yu Feng and you can both revealed a gloating expression. They had followed Hua Yu for a long time. Every time Hua Yu encountered trouble and used the Ice Crystal Fantasy World, there was absolutely no one who could block the attack, because the attacks of the 108 shadows were all real. Go to hell. Hua Yu laughed wildly. The 100 shadows suddenly attacked. Then all kinds of attacks fell on Ling Xiao's body, beating Ling Xiao until he was swaying left and right. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have no strength to fight back at all. He just stood there and took the beating. That's the end. 100 Bugs sneered. It looked like she didn't need to make a move. This Ling Xiao was indeed no match for Hua Yu. However, the next moment, when the attack stopped, Ling Xiao moved his neck and wrist, looked at Hua Yu mockingly and said, "Your strength is really nothing. However, your massage technique is not bad." Everyone was dumbfounded. After being continuously attacked by Hua Yu for nearly 10 minutes, Ling Xiao was actually unscathed. What kind of treasure did this guy have? The enemies didn't want to believe that Ling Xiao's body was so strong, so they always thought that Ling Xiao must have some kind of treasure on him. You dare to look down on me? Fine. Since you're relying on the power of your treasure, I won't be polite. Hua Yu snorted and took out a dagger. This dagger was almost completely transparent. It looked like an extremely clear ice crystal. 2 dragon patterns could be faintly seen on it. Fish intestine killing sword. Cold Plum frowned even more. Although she had inherited the Kai-Dai Saintess's inheritance in the Saintess Palace, she had only obtained an emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. On Hua Yu's body, there were at least 2 emperor weapons with 2 dragon patterns. The white robe he was wearing was actually a type of defensive treasure. An emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. The fish intestine killing sword in his hand was also one. Attack and defense in one. She wondered how many more treasures this guy had. As expected of the son adopted by the previous saintess. Master, be careful, Cold Plum reminded him. Actually, her reminder was completely unnecessary. Ling Xiao's body was equivalent to an emperor weapon with 7 dragon patterns. It was impossible for Hua Yu to break through his defense with the fish intestine killing sword with 2 dragon patterns. Unless this guy had some terrifying martial technique that could greatly increase the power of the fish intestine killing sword. Formless and traceless, fish intestine killing sword. Shadowless sword technique. Another 108 figures attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The fish intestine killing sword suddenly disappeared. It was impossible to tell who was holding it. How was he going to block it? 100 Worms looked at Ling Xiao. When the ice crystal illusion dimension appeared, he thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. But now, her attitude became cautious. Otherwise, it would feel really awkward to be slapped in the face. He can't block it. The Jade Bee and Jade Silkworm didn't know their own limits. That was because they admired Hua Yu too much and trusted her too much. This kind of trick is fine for acrobatics, but it's ridiculous to use it in battle. Ling Xiao's voice could be heard. Then, his body suddenly burst out. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Ling Xiao's fist had already landed on one of the figures. That figure shot out and merged into the ice crystal. The rest of the figures disappeared in an instant. There were bloodstains on the ice crystal. It was obvious that Hua Yu was injured again. Trash. How dare you look down on Cold Plum with such strength? I don't know where your courage comes from. Ling Xiao stood there with his hands behind his back. He didn't even draw his sword, but Hua Yu was already at a disadvantage. Hua Yu's self-esteem was obviously greatly damaged. I'm not trash. I'm not trash. Now, I'll show you what the real ice crystal illusion dimension is like. Along with his angry roar, his voice rang out. The whole world seemed to have changed. Ling Xiao felt that he was trapped in a world of ice crystals. Everything in the world was made of ice crystals. This was the world that Hua Yu ruled, and it was one of her strongest trump cards. The consumption of true essence seems to be accelerating. Ling Xiao found that even if he was attacked, he was still releasing his true essence crazily. And I can't absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth from the surroundings. Ling Xiao found another thing. Not only that, as long as he moved here, his physical strength would be consumed very quickly. The real form of the ice crystal illusion dimension was really terrifying. Chapter 4587. Do you understand now? This is the scariest part of the ice crystal mirage. And here, you're the enemy of the whole world. You can't absorb any spiritual energy, and your vital essence will be consumed at an accelerated rate. I thought this was bullying you, so I didn't use it. Here, I'm everything. I'm the master. I'm invincible. Hua Yu laughed wildly, not even bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be very proud that he had the absolute advantage. In the complete ice crystal mirage, he could constantly absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world for his own use. And even if he was injured, he could recover in the shortest time. How could Ling Xiao fight with him? He couldn't see the possibility of him losing, and he couldn't see the possibility of Ling Xiao winning. The injuries he suffered before had been completely healed by the ice crystal mirage. You think you've won? Ling Xiao laughed. What? You still have a way to resist my ice crystal mirage. Hua Yu said disdainfully, don't be pretentious. Obediently show a frightened and incompetent look. Isn't that good? Frightened? Incompetent? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. What made this idiot so confident? He shook his head helplessly. Watch, something interesting is about to happen. Dragon God Ice Array. It was the same ice attribute secret technique, but it had a completely different effect. With a dragon's roar, the huge white array completely enveloped the ice crystal mirage. The strange array began to nibble at the ice crystal mirage. This scene terrified Hua Yu to the extreme. He used his soul power to perceive his ice crystal mirage and was horrified to find that there was no connection with it at all. How could this be? Hua Yu was terrified. Ever since he succeeded in cultivating the ice crystal mirage, such a thing had never happened. It was too strange. Although the whole world was still covered in ice and snow, Hua Yu found that the master of this world was no longer him. It was Ling Xiao. How do you feel? Ling Xiao mocked. The onlookers didn't know what words to use to express their shock. The bitter smile on the silver dragon's face became more and more serious. I seem to have underestimated him. He might be even more terrifying than Huang Jinlan. That can't be right. No matter what, senior brother Huang Jinlan is a divine physique echelon expert. How could he possibly be a match for him? Bai Fan said. It's different. Huang Jinlan grew up in Golden City and received the best resources and education. What about Ling Xiao? He came from the remote western region and had climbed up step by step from the bottom to where he was now. He had just obtained the qualifications to enter the Golden City. However, his strength was already extremely close to Huang Jinlan's. Tell me, how terrifying is his talent? Bai Yinzalong shook its head. If he knew that Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Lotus Sutra and created the Black Lotus Overlord, how shocked would he be? Who was Huang Jinlan? In front of Ling Xiao, it was not even worth mentioning. At this moment, within the Dragon God Frost diagram, Hua Yu became restless due to her shock. He charged towards Ling Xiao without regard for anything else. He didn't use any tricks this time. He brandished his fish-intestine-killing sword and charged forward. The terrifying power caused the entire diagram to shake. One had to admit that Hua Yu's strength was quite terrifying when he was enraged. Unfortunately, he encountered Ling Xiao. "You're really only at this level. I overestimated you." Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. A dragon roar was heard. The terrifying Frost Divine Dragon woke up from the ice and pounced towards Lin Fan with bared fangs and claws. It emitted the terrifying aura of an ancient divine beast. It caused the world to become even colder. "Even I have to be careful of Master's attack. Otherwise, I'll really die." Cold Plum was amazed. She was a divine body realm martial artist. She had already said so. How could Hua Yu block it? No matter how strong Hua Yu was, he was only a half-step divine body realm martial artist. At that moment, Cold Plum was instantly filled with pride. This was her master, a powerful master who could show off to others. The appearance of the Dragon God Frost diagram completely broke the effect of the ice crystal illusion world. Now, Hua Yu was the unlucky one. This diagram could even restrict the Will-o'-the-Wisp King. Not to mention Hua Yu. Halfway through his flight, Hua Yu suddenly felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze. His body was extremely heavy, and he fell directly to the ground. That was not an illusion. His body had been frozen into an ice sculpture. "Save the young master. You Feng, you can," and the others barged into the Dragon God Frost diagram. They blocked the terrifying Frost Divine Dragon. It's a pity that you have a group of loyal subordinates. But now, they can't be saved. When those women stood in front of Hua Yu, they were all frozen. The Frost Divine Dragon opened its huge mouth and killed them all. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. The other party wanted to kill him, and he wanted to kill them. It was that simple. "Let's go." Hundred Worm suddenly signaled the martial artists of the Abyss Demon region with his eyes. They escaped. If he still couldn't see how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was, then he would be a little too stupid. The White Silver Dragon did not leave. They had no feud with Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had always taken care of his fellow disciples. As long as they did not offend Ling Xiao, their lives would not be in danger. It's hard to imagine that Ling Xiao will stir up such a terrifying storm after entering the City of Gold. Who can suppress him? The White Silver Dragon looked at Ling Xiao with a strong sense of worship, although he was the senior brother. But in this world, if you were the weak, others gave you face and called you senior brother. If they did not give you face, you were nothing. You dared to kill my people. You killed all of them. I won't forgive you. I'll tear you into pieces. Hua Yu roared, and his body suddenly released a terrifying blood-red light. "Master, this is the Berserk transformation unique to the savage beasts. It can increase one's strength by 10 times. The disadvantage is that it can only last for 10 minutes, and after using it, one will enter a state of fatigue." Cold Plum explained. "I've long heard that the demon race has the devil transformation and the beast race has the berserk transformation. It's just a..." Ling Xiao was a little disdainful. A 10-fold increase was not as good as his beast soul transformation. It was also not as good as his bloody rat demon. But to deal with a mere Hua Yu, he did not need those. Ling Xiao finally took out the East Victory Sky Sword. He stepped on a pure White Lotus platform. After these few consecutive battles, his White Lotus scroll had also entered the proficiency level. As long as he entered the large success level, then he could condense the White Lotus Supreme. With the appearance of two venerables, Ling Xiao was basically an invincible existence among his peers. "What power is that?" Black Peak frowned and said, "It feels holy and powerful. Could it be a saint-level technique?" "I don't know. Let's take a look first." Hua Yu was very terrifying after the Berserk transformation. The White Silver Dragon shook his head. He really could not recognize what Ling Xiao was using. He only felt that the power was extremely terrifying. Looking at the formation map again, Hua Yu's appearance had changed. Chapter 4588. Right now, Hua Yu was no longer the handsome pretty boy. He was now 2 meters tall. His body had become extremely muscular and ferocious. His skin, which was originally white like jade, had now turned blood red. If that's all, you're no match for me. Ling Xiao looked at Huayu without changing his expression. This berserk state was still nothing in front of him. Is that so? What if it's this? Huayu laughed ferociously. He took out a scroll painting. The moment the scroll painting appeared, it released an extremely terrifying and powerful aura. The Saintess painting. So the Saintess painting is in your hands. No wonder I couldn't find it. Cold Plum said in surprise. Ha ha ha, Cold Plum. You should know how terrifying this Saintess painting is. Now, I'm going to use this to kill your man. You'll never be able to escape from my hands. The Saintess painting rose into the air and released a Saintess illusion. The terrifying pressure made Ling Xiao almost unable to stand still. The huge pressure kept pouncing on Ling Xiao as if it wanted to completely flatten Ling Xiao. A9 Dragon Pattern Emperor Weapon. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect Huayu to have such a thing. This really surprised him. Even a second-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist couldn't withstand this level of Emperor Weapon. Not to mention him. However, he also had a 9 Dragon Pattern Emperor Weapon. Saintess painting merge. The Saintess illusion merged into Huayu's body. Her terrifying strength had already increased by 10 times due to the berserk state. She was strengthened by 10 times again. A full 100 times increase. This had already reached the 3rd level of the Bloody Devil Rat. This made Huayu's combat power almost on par with the 1st-level Divine Physique Echelon. Other than the lack of divine energy, there was no difference between her and a 1st-level Divine Physique Echelon. Boom. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions. The ice on the ground began to crack. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. Congratulations, you've hurt me. There was no fear on Ling Xiao's face. There was only surprise. He didn't expect Huayu to have such a powerful treasure. Because of this, his gains from this battle were even greater. Just this pressure alone was enough to increase the energy in his cultivation C by 10%. Still acting tough? I'll kill you. Huayu was about to go crazy. Even at this time, Ling Xiao was still very calm. He couldn't understand this, so he could only think that Ling Xiao was acting tough. Senior Brother Silver, is Ling Xiao all right? Bai Fan asked. From contempt, to hatred, to fear, and then to worship, Bai Fan had gone through these few stages because Ling Xiao's strength had become stronger. Therefore, in the profound world, if you wanted to gain the respect of others, the only thing you could do was to become stronger. Strength was not only a means to protect one's life, but also a martial artist's dignity. Without strength, your dignity would be completely trampled on. I don't know, but Ling Xiao seems to be very calm. He should have a way to deal with it. The Silver Dragon couldn't understand this battle anymore. An Emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns was the best Emperor artifact in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Anyway, he had never seen one before. He didn't expect Huayu to have one. Master, do you want me to help? Cold Plum was also a little anxious. The Saintess portrait was the best treasure in the Saintess Palace. Huayu had actually obtained it. Coupled with the strength from Berserk, martial artists below the Divine Physique Echelon couldn't do anything to him. No need, I have a way. How could Ling Xiao miss such a good opportunity to break through his limits? Perhaps he could cultivate the White Lotus Scroll to greater mastery after this battle. He could upgrade the Void Shattering Finger to the 3rd stage. The 1st stage of the Void Shattering Finger was to transcend the void. The 2nd stage was to shatter the void. The 3rd stage was to create the void. If he could successfully cultivate the void, Ling Xiao wouldn't even need to use the ghost lantern that he stole from the Ghost Fire King. He could kill Huayu. The Saintess anger will shatter heaven and earth. At this moment, Huayu was ready to attack. As his voice rang out, his entire body was enveloped by the Saintess light. The terrifying pressure caused the ice shards in the entire formation to fly everywhere. The power was so great that it was unbelievable. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. Then, he put the ghost lantern back into the box. Treasures were only used to save one's life. If one wouldn't die, it was best not to use it. Otherwise, one would become dependent on it, and it would be difficult for one's cultivation to improve. Accept your fate. From the moment I took out the Saintess portrait, you were already destined to fail. Not to mention one of you. Even if there were 10 of you, you would only be a lowly ant in front of me. Hua Yu smiled coldly. Look at your cowardly face. Stay close to me first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Phantom of the Holy Ground. Phantom of the Holy Ground combined with the Dragon God's ice formation. At the very least, Ling Xiao could save his own life. In an invincible position, he would try to fight back and find a way to break through in the battle. Stubborn. Before his voice died away, Hua Yu had already attacked. The attack arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. The sharp fish intestine-killing sword produced a terrifying destructive power at this moment, although it was only an emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. In the hands of Hua Yu, whose strength was equivalent to a divine body first-level martial artist, it could unleash the power of an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao's physical body wasn't that strong. Qi. The fishbowl-killing sword pierced Ling Xiao's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Hua Yu's ferocious face was filled with pride. God's power, venerable white lotus. Ling Xiao's body was enveloped by the venerable white lotus's shadow. It wasn't a real body, so it wasn't as strong as the Black Lotus Overlord. But its combat power was also very strong. God's fist. Under the venerable white lotus's shadow, the God's fist was thrown out again. The violent power smashed onto Hua Yu's body. However, what was shocking was that Hua Yu's body only tilted slightly. She didn't even retreat. Hee, I've said it before. In my eyes, you're just a stubborn ant. You're nothing to worry about. Hua Yu twisted the fishbowl-killing sword in Ling Xiao's body and sneered. Endless God's Fist. Ling Xiao activated his vital energy again. He wanted to break through his limit. The crazy God's Fist landed on Hua Yu's body. If 1 punch didn't work, 2 punches. If 2 punches didn't work, countless punches. Hua Yu was finally forced to retreat. The fishbowl-killing sword was also pulled out. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body healed instantly. It was as if he had never been stabbed. It's useless. Everything you've done is in vain. Hua Yu laughed wildly. She suddenly stopped. The fishbowl-killing sword stabbed out crazily. It shattered Ling Xiao's endless God's fist one by one. See? It's all in vain. The smile in Hua Yu's eyes became even more obvious. But what she didn't understand was why there was no despair or fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. Bastard, if I kill you, you'll be afraid. What an annoying expression. Hua Yu really didn't like Ling Xiao's expression. It made him feel useless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.